That punch contained the dermic formulation of the martial Tao and the will of the martial Tao. With an unstoppable aura, it wanted to pierce through the firmaments and shatter everything. The many golden arrows that came charging at him were shattered. Demon Emperor Great Peng felt an incomparably fearsome aura coming towards him, almost suffocating him. There was nowhere to retreat. Such fist techniques and power should not exist in this world. Demon Emperor Great Peng raised his arms and channeled his bloodline to its limits, condensing the bloodline phenomenon behind him. A golden-winged Peng shone brightly and spread its heavenly wings, charging towards the martial Tao prime body. Boom! There was a shocking bang and the ground shook. Flesh and blood splattered as bones were broken. Demon Emperor Great Peng's bloodline phenomenon was destroyed by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. His arms could not defend against that punch and exploded instantly, turning into a blood mist. Splash! The power released by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body surged into Demon Emperor Great Peng's body and destroyed his heifers crazily. Demon Emperor Great Peng wailed, and the golden wings on his body fell off continuously as he retreated. On the other side, Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea's Dragon Claw descended as well. Even when he had to go against two people, the martial Tao prime body was fearless. He punched in reverse towards the ferocious and sharp Dragon Claw. Bang! Ow! Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea cried out tragically as the gigantic Dragon Claw was shattered. The immense impact even mangled his dragon body. In melee combat, no one could defend against the fist of the martial Tao prime body. Boom! Boom! The two supreme demon emperors did not dare to hesitate at all and propped up their worlds right away. In the worlds they condensed, they recovered their essence chi rapidly and healed their injuries. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body were deep and dark, not giving the two of them any chance to catch their breath. Phew! The martial Tao purgatory released by the martial Tao prime body enveloped the large battlefield almost instantly. It was not only Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea, Demon Emperor Great Peng, Demon Emperor Spirit Horn, Demon Emperor Fei Lian, Demon Emperor Huidou, and more than 10 other supreme demon emperors fell into the martial Tao purgatory as well. Instantly, flames surged into the skies. 800 years ago, the perfected martial Tao purgatory alone could bomb and refine many minor worlds. Now that the martial Tao purgatory had advanced further, even the major worlds of many supreme demon emperors could not defend against it. There were also differences in strength among the 10-odd supreme demon emperors. Some supreme demon emperors could not even hold on for a few breaths before their worlds began to collapse and melt. Without the protection of their worlds, the bodies of the supreme demon emperors could not defend against the power of the martial Tao purgatory at all and were burned to ashes before long. Supreme demon emperors like Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng could barely hold on and continuously released the power of their worlds to resist the martial Tao purgatory. Charge out or everyone will die here, Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea roared. The 10-odd supreme demon emperors trapped inside joined forces and released thick and majestic world power to attack the barrier of the martial Tao purgatory. Boom! 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 The martial Tao purgatory swayed continuously and mysterious runes appeared on the barrier, condensing endless dermic das. It was not that easy to break through the martial Tao purgatory. During this process, 2 more supreme demon emperors died in the sea of flames. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and Demon Empress Ninetails were trapped as well. However, under the control of the martial Tao prime body, the flames in the purgatory did not cause any damage to the 2 of them. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and Demon Empress Ninetails were shocked when they saw that. The combat strength of the 2 of them could be ranked at the top of the supreme demon emperors. If they were to fight Demon Emperor Spirit Horn and the others, they might be able to gain the upper hand, but there was no way they could kill them. After entering the Emperor realm, it was difficult for one to die with a world protecting them. To think that supreme demon emperors would die one after another in front of them today and be burned to ashes without a corpse left. Blue and the East Wilderness fought a few times and rivers of blood flowed with mountains of corpses in an incomparably tragic manner. However, most of the people who died were demon soldiers, demon generals, and some demon kings. The number of emperors who died in the multiple battles between both sides was even less than the number the martial Dao prime body killed in the past 10-odd breaths. Even the ordinary demon emperors were shocked by the scene before them. In the starry skies outside the great wilderness world, the attention of the 7 mansions demon emperors was initially on Emperor Azure Flame and Dai Yu. At that moment, they were alarmed by the commotion in the great wilderness world and lowered their heads. Desolate Marshal is indeed capable. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion frowned slightly. His true form was a serpent Wyrm. Demon Empress Heart Mansion swayed the fox tail behind her gently and murmured, "What dermic Dao has this person cultivated? Why have I never seen it before?" Demon Emperor Neck Mansion said in a deep voice, "The situation is not good. If this continues, the juniors we brought will probably not be able to escape death." Naturally, they did not care about the lives of Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng. However, some juniors from Blue, even if they were only Demon Kings, were far more important than Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and the others in the eyes of the 7 mansions Demon Emperors. "Stay here and guard the young master. I'll go down and kill Desolate Marshal." Demon Emperor Horn Mansion said coldly. "Don't." Demon Empress Heart Mansion chuckled. "This person is quite interesting. Leave him for me to play with." As they said that, Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and Demon Empress Heart Mansion walked towards the Emperor Realm battlefield of the great wilderness world at the same time. When Dai Yu noticed that, her aura rose once more, and a gigantic blood-colored butterfly appeared in the world behind her. The blood-colored butterfly almost overlapped with her figure. Immediately after, the wings of the blood-colored butterfly trembled gently. Phew! Instantly, a shocking storm blew through the boundless starry skies and every hurricane swept in all directions like blades and swords. Wherever the storm passed, it destroyed all life. That was Dai Yu's strongest killing move. In the world behind Emperor Azure Flame, countless divine dragons reared their heads and roared, letting out dragon roars and crazily breathing, wanting to defend against the impact of the storm. Dai Yu's wings flapped continuously. Every single flap seemed to be extremely minor. However, in reality, every single flap caused them to vibrate billions of times at high speed. Those seemingly weak wings could cause a storm that swept through the starry skies. Emperor Azure Flame had no choice but to release his true form. However, even so, his true form could not withstand it and the dragon scales on his body fell off continuously. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in injuries. Actually, this Crimson Moonstorm would cause immense damage to Dai Yu herself as well. Wounds had already appeared on Dai Yu's wings and blood flowed, causing the wings to turn even redder. Like 2 blood-colored full moons hanging on 2 wings, they glared at Emperor Azure Flame opposite them. "Come and help me," Emperor Azure Flame roared. Actually, there was no need for him to remind them. The remaining 5 of the 7 mansions demon emperors had already transformed into their true forms and propped up their perfected worlds to defend against the storm. Under the Crimson Moonstorm, there was no safe haven in the starry skies. Under the envelopment of the blood-colored moonlight, the storm was ubiquitous and all living beings had to withstand the baptism and impact of the endless storm. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and Demon Empress Heart Mansion, who had just left the starry skies and descended in the great wilderness, managed to avoid the impact of the Crimson Moonstorm. The 2 demon emperors frowned slightly and exchanged glances. After pondering for a moment, the 2 demon emperors thought of something and did not turn back. Instead, they continued charging towards the martial Dao prime body. They had exchanged blows with Dai Yu several times. They had a rough understanding of Dai Yu and Emperor Azure Flame's combat strength. The Crimson Moonstorm was indeed terrifying. However, with the combat strength of Emperor Azure Flame and the remaining 5 demon emperors, they should be able to hold on for a moment. As for them, it would not be too late for them to return and reinforce Emperor Azure Flame after dealing with Desolate Marshal. After all, given their combat strength, it was more than enough for the 2 of them to deal with Desolate Marshal. It would probably not take them more than a breath. Break! When the 2 of them descended, Demon Emperor Horn Mansion did not revert to his true form. He merely propped up his perfected world and suppressed the martial Dao purgatory. Rumble! The martial Tao purgatory had expended a lot of energy to resist the worlds of more than 10 supreme demon emperors to begin with. Right now, it could not defend against the perfected world of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion at all and collapsed instantly. Countless flames were extinguished and turned into nothingness. However, the two of them arrived a little too slowly. Of the 10-odd supreme demon kings trapped in the martial Tao purgatory, only Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng were left. The rest were reduced to ashes and their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed. Although Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng survived, they were severely injured and burned black. Their wings and scales fell off and it was a tragic sight. More importantly, the major worlds of the two supreme demon emperors were refined and destroyed by the martial Tao prime body. Without world fragments or source stones, it was extremely difficult to reconstruct the worlds of the two of them that were just destroyed. Without the support of a world, even if their physiques healed, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Taking advantage of the attacks of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and Demon Empress Heart Mansion, Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng escaped in a sorry state. Panting heavily, the two of them looked at the martial Tao prime body with fear in their eyes. Who would have thought that Desolate Marshal would be so powerful after not seeing him for 800 years? Thankfully, Desolate Marshal was about to die. With the attacks of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and Demon Empress Heart Mansion, there was no way Desolate Marshal could survive. Against two peak demon emperors, the martial Tao prime body indeed felt immense pressure. However, he had a calm expression and a serene gaze as he took out the hell suppression tripod. Lowly human, surrender! Demon Emperor Horn Mansion hollered and propped up a world to suppress him. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body, like raging tides slapping the shore and a tsunami roaring. Behind him, a gigantic flame furnace appeared, almost bursting through the world and surrounded by 6 terrifying fire dragons. Instantly, the furnace turned red. The martial Tao prime body channeled his bloodline to its limits and released his bloodline phenomenon. At the same time, he picked up the hell suppression tripod and charged towards Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. Demon Empress Heart Mansion's eyes lit up. This human actually had the guts to take the initiative to fight against their attacks. Hee hee. Demon Empress Heart Mansion smiled charmingly and did not hold back either. She propped up a world and suppressed him at the same time. Gore! Roar! Shriek! Ow! Suddenly, 4 roars sounded from the hell suppression tripod. The next moment, the 4 sacred souls on the 4 tripod walls woke up at the same time and revealed their gigantic figures. They were lifelike and emitted a shuddering aura. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Among them, the Azure Dragon's sacred soul appeared and glared at Demon Emperor Horn Mansion with a burning gaze and a murderous aura. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's expression changed starkly and his aura weakened. He could not be blamed. Although there was a wisp of the Azure Dragon bloodline flowing in his body, he was a serpent Wyrm after all, and could not help but feel fear when facing the true Azure Dragon. It was a suppression in terms of bloodline and soul. When Demon Empress Heart Mansion saw the 4 sacred souls, she was shocked as well. However, before long, she reacted and reminded, "It's just a few soul phantoms putting on a front. They don't have flesh and blood and are nothing to fear." Although that was the case, there was already a disparity in their auras. The martial Tao prime body roared and 4 sacred souls surrounded him. The heaven and earth furnace was faintly visible and he wielded the hell suppression tripod, smashing it towards Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and Demon Empress Heart Mansion. Bang! 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 The two parties fought consecutively and clashed head-on. It was earth-shaking and the void collapsed. Against the encirclement of 2 peak demon emperors, the martial Tao prime body relied on his bloodline phenomenon and the augmentation of his 4 sacred souls as well as the great emperor weapon, the hell suppression tripod, to fight them head-on without being disadvantaged at all. This was the combat strength of the martial Tao prime body after becoming a quasi-emperor. Even against some peak demon emperors, he could fight. Desolate Marshal is actually so troublesome? Demon Emperor Horn Mansion frowned and his expression darkened. Initially, He wanted to suppress Desolate Marshal immediately before returning to support Emperor Azure Flame. But now, he and Demon Empress Heart Mansion were held back by Desolate Marshal and could not advance or retreat. On the other battlefield, Emperor Azure Flame and the others were completely disadvantaged against Dai Yu's ferocious attacks now that they had two less peak demon emperors. If Emperor Azure Flame was severely injured because of the two of them would definitely be punished when they returned to the Heavenly Court. "We can't hold back. Kill him!" Demon Emperor Horn Mansion hollered and transformed into his serpent WYRM true form. His blood chi surged as he reared his head and roared. Demon Empress Heart Mansion also realized that the situation was amiss and did not dare to be careless. Similarly, she transformed into her true form of the nine-tailed demon fox. The world behind her was filled with endless illusion and bewitchment dermic chaos that enveloped over. Demon Empress Heart Mansion stared into the eyes of the martial Dao Prime body the entire time. However, what puzzled her was that her bewitchment world did not seem to have any effect on Desolate Marshal at all. That was way too strange. Her cultivation realm and dermic Dao were clearly above Desolate Marshal. Even if this person's Dao heart was stable and indestructible, it should not be to the point that her skills had no effect at all. In reality, the thing that resolved Demon Empress Heart Mansion's bewitchment dermic Dao was not the martial Dao Prime body himself, but the white jade pendant given to him by Empress Evil. With the jade pendant on him, illusion and bewitchment dermic Daos were useless against him. Even though the bewitchment on the martial Dao Prime body failed, the attacks of the two peak demon emperors became even more ferocious after they transformed into their true forms. The pressure on the martial Dao Prime body increased exponentially and the heaven and earth furnace condensed began to sway. The flames flickered and the 6 fire dragons were suppressed. If they continued fighting, the heaven and earth furnace would collapse at any moment. Right then, the gaze of the martial Dao Prime body intensified and he released another secret skill. 2 gigantic gates appeared behind him and suppressed Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and Demon Empress Heart Mansion. Fiend Chi surged from one of the gates and black hellfire filled the air. Countless pale palms reached out from the gate and the tragic cries of ghosts sounded. Avicii Gate. The other gate was sinister and covered in frost. The moment it descended, the surrounding temperature plummeted. This was another secret skill cultivated by the martial Dao Prime body in his seclusion this time round with the help of the Frost Springs section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra. Frost Hell Gate. The Avicii Gate descended and the surging Avicii Fiend Chi and Hellfire dealt a huge blow to Demon Empress Heart Mansion's bewitchment world. Pale palms reached out one after another, wanting to penetrate the bewitchment world and grab Demon Empress Heart Mansion's delicate body. In fact, they even wanted to drag her into Avicii. Ah! When Demon Empress Heart Mansion saw the palms scratching around her, her face turned pale. She shrieked and waved her 9 fox tails to defend continuously. With the descent of the Avicii Gate, the martial Dao Prime body turned the situation around immediately and gained the upper hand. On the other side, the Frost Hell Gate condensed suppressed towards Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. Break! Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's serpent WRM body extended and roared into the skies. His bloodline surged and he propped up a world, charging towards the gigantic cold gate. Boom! The two of them collided with a deafening bang. Ow! Immediately after, Demon Emperor Horn Mansion cried out tragically. Not only did he fail to shake the Frost Hell Gate, he was suppressed instead. A serpent WYRM that was 10,000 feet long rolled and struggled continuously beneath the Frost Hell Gate. Its body was drenched in blood and its dragon scales fell off one after another, as though it was enduring immense pain. Demon Empress Heart Mansion's expression changed starkly. Something was amiss. In the starry skies battlefield outside the great wilderness world, without the two of them, Emperor Azure Flame was already completely suppressed by the blood butterfly. Now, not only did the two of them fail to kill Desolate Marshal, Demon Emperor Horn Mansion was even severely injured by him and the situation was critical. What kind of method was that? Why was Demon Emperor Horn Mansion in so much pain? Even the martial Dao Prime body was surprised. Although the Frost Hell and Avicii Gates had their own strengths, their dermic Daos were similar. If the Avicii Gate could not severely injure Demon Empress Heart Mansion, How could the Frost Hell Gate release such terrifying lethality? The gaze of the martial Tao prime body narrowed slightly. When he noticed the frost that enveloped the Frost Hell Gate, his heart skipped a beat and he immediately thought of the reason. The Frost Hell Gate was a secret skill he cultivated with the help of the Frost Springs section of the Nine Springs Hell Sutra. The frost on it was actually condensed from the Hell Frost Springs. The 9 springs of hell contained different strange powers. As for the Hell Frost Springs, it was water of extreme een and was extremely harmful to any living being. It was especially so for aquatic demon beasts and living beings. The killing power was the most obvious and lethal. Although the serpent Wyrm was also a lineage of the dragon race, its main purpose was to enter and leave the rivers to create waves. That was the reason why the Frost Hellgate caused such obvious damage to Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. Even a perfected world condensed by Demon Emperor Horn Mansion could not defend against the corrosion of the frost on the Frost Hellgate and could collapse at any moment. Without the protection of a world, Demon Emperor Horn Mansion could not defend against the killing power of the Frost Hellgate even more. Furthermore, there was a martial Tao prime body who was enveloped by the heaven and earth furnace and surrounded by 4 sacred souls, wielding the Hell Suppression Tripod. Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng, who had just luckily escaped, were dumbfounded when they saw that. This was something the two of them would have never expected. 800 years ago, Desolate Marshal could only barely kill a supreme demon emperor. But now, he could gain the upper hand against 2 of the 7 mansions' demon emperors. Starry Skies Battlefield. Young Master, the situation is bad. Horn Mansion and Heart Mansion are in trouble. Let's retreat first. What's going on? Didn't they say that Desolate Marshal is at most a supreme demon emperor? I'm not sure. Emperor Azure Flame's expression was dark. To think that this battle would be even worse than the previous one. Although his previous fight with Dai Yu was an internecine outcome, he and the 7 mansions' demon emperors had always been in control. But now, Dai Yu was not severely injured and their worlds were already damaged. If this continued, their lives would probably be in danger. Retreat! Emperor Azure Flame hollered and released a secret skill. More than 10 azure dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long burst forth from his body and coiled towards the 2 crimson moons in the starry skies. The 10-odd azure dragons went against the blood-colored moonlight and blocked the crimson moons temporarily. The howling storm in the surroundings weakened slightly. Emperor Azure Flame and the others finally had a chance to catch their breath and retreated. At the same time, when Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and Demon Empress Heart Mansion heard Emperor Azure Flame's voice, they prepared to leave the battlefield. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion channeled his essence spirit to its limits and his blood chi surged. The power of the world surged, wanting to prop up a trace of space to escape. Trying to escape? The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified. Carrying the Hell Suppression Tripod, he descended from the skies and stomped heavily on the struggling head of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. The heaven and earth furnace and frost hell gate suppressed down at the same time. Crack, crack, crack. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's perfected world could not withstand the burden and cracks appeared on it, spreading rapidly. As for Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's body, it was trampled beneath the martial Tao prime body as well. He struggled with all his might and roared, wanting to escape. Boom! Without another word, the martial Tao prime body raised the Hell Suppression Tripod and smashed it towards Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's head. With that single strike, his skin and flesh were lacerated and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion let out a tragic cry and struggled much less. The martial Tao prime body raised his brow slightly, as expected of a peak emperor. Even if he used all his strength and smashed down with the Hell Suppression Tripod of a great emperor, he could not kill Demon Emperor Horn Mansion instantly. When Demon Empress Heart Mansion saw that, she was enraged and hollered, "Desolate Marshal, how dare you!" Demon Empress Heart Mansion released her full strength and channeled her essence spirit to its limits. Her bewitchment world erupted and she repelled the Avicii Gate, charging towards the martial Tao prime body, wanting to save Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. A single Avicii Gate could not suppress the perfected world of a peak demon emperor. Perfect timing. The martial Tao prime body sneered and continued to step on Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. He carried the hell suppression tripod in one hand and released a secret skill with the other. Bitter Hell Gate, condense. Boom! A gigantic and sinister gate appeared in midair and descended from the skies, suppressing Demon Empress Heart Mansion. Back then, before the martial Tao prime body left the Hell world, he went to Frost Springs Hell and Bitter Springs Hell and saw the Frost and Bitter Springs Sutras of the Nine Springs Hell Sutra. Therefore, in this seclusion, he cultivated two secret skills, the Frost Hell Gate and the Bitter Hell Gate. The Hell Bitter Springs had a powerful lethality towards the ghost race. Although the Bitter Hell Gate would not cause any additional damage to the fox race, it was still a powerful and terrifying method. A single Avicii Gate could not suppress Demon Empress Heart Mansion. With the addition of the Bitter Hell Gate, the situation was different. When the two gates descended, Demon Empress Heart Mansion's expression changed in shock and panic. She could only defend with difficulty. She could not even protect herself now, let alone save Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. Although Emperor Azure Flame and the others obtained a chance to catch their breath, they were still locked onto Bai Daiyu and could not spare time to save the two of them. They could only rely on themselves. Demon Empress Heart Mansion's face was pale. Desolate Marshal stepped on Demon Empress Heart Mansion expressionlessly and merely raised the Hell Suppression tripod, smashing it towards the latter's head repeatedly. Every single strike sent blood and flesh flying. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion could not make a sound and was already on the verge of death. Once Demon Emperor Horn Mansion died, Desolate Marshal would definitely turn around to deal with her. Given the current situation, she could no longer care about Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. It was already extremely lucky if she could escape herself. Ah! Demon Empress Heart Mansion shrieked and released a secret skill. The 9 fox tails behind her swelled rapidly with blood. Immediately after, a blood-red fox tail suddenly broke and spewed out an endless blood fog, dyeing half the sky of the great wilderness red. This was the blood of a peak demon emperor. On the battlefield below, the billions of living beings raised their heads instinctively with shocked expressions. A serpent WYRM that was 10,000 feet long was trampled beneath the feet of a seemingly tiny purple-robed figure. It was already smashed beyond recognition and twitched weakly. The other 9-tailed demon fox was suppressed by 2 gigantic gates and was forced to sever one of her tails. Blue's billions of demon army already had the intention of retreating. Some of them had even begun to retreat. They could clearly see Emperor Azure Flame retreating outside the Great Wilderness world. On the battlefield of the Great Wilderness, Desolate Marshal killed more than 10 supreme demon emperors. He was simply invincible and could suppress everything. Demon Empress Heart Mansion used a secret skill and severed a foxtail. Finally, she obtained a trace of space and broke free from the envelopment of the 2 gates, escaping in the direction of Emperor Azure Flame and the others. Desolate Marshal, listen up. I'll definitely take revenge for my broken tail in the future. Demon Empress Heart Mansion's voice sounded sharp and ear-piercing. It was no longer as gentle as before and was filled with hatred. The Martial Tao Prime Body did not reply and merely glanced at her coldly. He exerted strength once more and raised the Hell Suppression tripod, smashing it towards Demon Emperor Horn Mansion beneath his feet. Boom! This time round, the top of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's head was finally shattered and a gigantic bloody hole appeared. Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's essence spirit was shattered as well. One of the 7 mansion's demon emperors, Demon Emperor Horn Mansion, died on the spot. Although Demon Empress Heart Mansion wanted to escape, the Martial Tao Prime Body had no intention of letting her off. The Martial Tao Prime Body carried the gigantic serpent WYRM corpse of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion in one hand and the Hell Suppression tripod in the other. His black hair danced and purple flames burned in his eyes as he soared through the air, chasing after Demon Empress Heart Mansion. Emperor Azure Flame, the remaining 5 of the 7 mansion's demon emperors, and even Daiyu sensed something and looked over. That scene was way too shocking. The Martial Tao Prime Body had just killed a peak demon emperor, in fact, one of the 7 mansion's demon emperors, and was now charging over with the body of a 10,000 feet long serpent WRM. His aura was way too strong. Emperor Azure Flame and the others had extremely ugly expressions. They had fought Dai Yu a few times. Although they returned injured every time, their lives were never in danger. To think that they would suffer such a huge setback today. Not only did they fail to severely injure Dai Yu this time round, Demon Emperor Hornmansion was even killed in the Great Wilderness. Boom! Emperor Azure Flame released a secret skill and pointed at the starry skies above his head. Instantly, a gigantic crack opened above, emitting rays of light. The multicolored light landed on Emperor Azure Flame and the others and enveloped them, flying rapidly towards the crack in the starry skies. The aura of the martial Tao Prime body was at its peak. When he arrived, he soared into the air almost without hesitation. "Stop chasing." Dai Yu's voice sounded in his mind. A puzzled look flashed through the heart of the martial Tao Prime body. He and Dai Yu clearly had the upper hand and the other party had lost a person. Now was the best time to hunt them down. Why should he let them off? Before he could figure it out, he felt a tremendous pressure envelop him through the crack in the starry skies. He could not defend against it at all. The martial Tao Prime body frowned and could only descend slowly to Dai Yu's side. Two figures soared into the air as well and chased in the direction of Emperor Azure Flame and the others. They were Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng who had just escaped death. "Lord Azure Flame, bring me along." As Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea chased, he shouted, "I'm only a step away from entering the perfected Emperor realm. As long as I have enough cultivation resources." The reason why Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea chose to join Blue was not only because of the latter's strength. That was because the two of them had also guessed that Emperor Azure Flame might be backed by an unimaginably huge faction. Blue might only be the tip of the iceberg of this faction. This faction was unfathomable and had endless cultivation resources. Part of the reason why they submitted to Blue was because they hoped to obtain a chance to truly join Blue and that massive faction. However, the two of them had just submitted and had yet to make any contributions, so it was naturally not appropriate for them to speak to Emperor Azure Flame about it. But now, if they did not speak, they would not have the chance anymore. Emperor Azure Flame and the others were leaving once again. If the two of them stayed in the Great Wilderness, they would not dare to face Dai Yu, let alone Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal's actions earlier on had already shocked the two of them completely. Furthermore, this might be a better opportunity. With the death of one of the 7 mansions' demon emperors, Demon Emperor Hornmansion, there was a vacancy. Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea was also of the dragon race. He could not think of anyone more suitable for this position than him. Emperor Azure Flame stood in the crack of the starry skies and looked down at Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng who were flying over with a cold gaze. Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng were focused on trying their best to catch up and did not notice the gazes of Emperor Azure Flame and the others. Those gazes were extremely cold. In fact, there was a deep killing intent in the way some of the 7 mansions' demon emperors looked at Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng. If not for the fact that the two of them had given false information and said that Desolate Marshal was nothing to fear, Demon Emperor Hornmansion might not have died in the Great Wilderness. Die! Suddenly, Emperor Azure Flame spoke and waved down. 2 rays of light descended from the skies and sliced the bodies of Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng into 2 from the middle, dyeing the starry skies with blood. The figures of Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng fell slowly. They looked at the figures in the starry skies that were getting further and further away with puzzled eyes. Why? They've clearly already submitted. You 2 ants are not worthy of following me. Emperor Azure Flame's voice sounded filled with anger. Demon Emperor Hornmansion had just died and Emperor Azure Flame had suffered a huge loss and had nowhere to vent. The two of them practically had death wishes for chasing after them. When they heard that, Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Peng recalled the last words Dai Yu said to them before they broke off ties with her. Azure Flame has a special background and a powerful bloodline. He treats all living beings as ants. Although you're from the dragon race, there's no difference in his eyes. Blue might not necessarily be a good place for you guys. Be careful in the future. The two of them did not think much of those words and did not take it to heart at that time. To think that those words would come true today. The essence spirits of Dragon Emperor Desolate Sea and Demon Emperor Great Pong had already begun to dissipate. In the end, the two of them turned around and glanced in Dai Yu's direction. Their eyes were filled with guilt, regret, and self-blame. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Dai Yu saw that, she could not help but lower her eyes and sigh. After all, the two of them had followed her for many years. Although they had already parted ways, she could not help but sigh when she saw the outcome of the two of them. The gigantic crack in the starry skies was healing slowly. Emperor Azure Flame looked down at Dai Yu and shook his head. Blood Butterfly, I wanted to spare you in order to sharpen my Dai Yu and strengthen my bloodline. However, I won't give you another chance next time. Thereafter, Emperor Azure Flame glared at the martial Dao Prime body and the gigantic corpse in his hands. He clenched his fists with a cold expression and an icy killing intent in his eyes. That's because Desolate Marshal has caused huge trouble and shall bring about a calamity to the East Wilderness. The next time I return to the Great Wilderness, I'll let you see our true strength. I'll definitely kill this person personally and slaughter all the living beings of the East Wilderness. I'll use the blood of billions of living beings of the East Wilderness as a sacrifice to the soul of Horn Mansion. His voice was like thunder that echoed to every corner of the Great Wilderness world. No one doubted Emperor Azure Flame's words. That was because many people knew in their hearts that Blue's strength was definitely not limited to that. A hint of fear and worry appeared on the faces of most of the living beings of the East Wilderness. In fact, some living beings looked at the martial Dao Prime body with conflicted expressions. With a few words, Emperor Azure Flame exerted all the pressure on the martial Dao Prime body. He was telling everyone that Desolate Marshal was the culprit behind the destruction of the East Wilderness and the deaths of billions of living beings in the future. It was not easy for the martial Dao Prime body either. There was a high chance that the Heavenly Court was backing Emperor Azure Flame. It was the terrifying faction that had destroyed several eras and buried great emperors. Against such a colossus, no one could deal with it calmly. Right then, Dai Yu suddenly reached out and held his palm gently. The martial Dao Prime body glanced sideways. Dai Yu turned around as well. Their eyes met and they smiled. Instantly, the martial Dao Prime body felt his heart lighten and all the pressure vanished. When the two of them stood side by side at that moment, it was as though they could face all powerful enemies, even the legendary mysterious Heavenly Court. The martial Dao Prime body looked up at the skies and shouted, Azure Flame, if you dare to come to the Great Wilderness again, your outcome shall be the same as this serpent double worm. The moment he said that, the martial Dao Prime body stomped heavily and flesh splattered. With a crack, the corpse of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion was split into two. Roar! The remaining 6 of the 7 mansions' demon emperors roared. Emperor Azure Flame's face was livid as well. If not for the fact that he was injured, he even wanted to go down immediately and tear Desolate Marshal into pieces. However, he knew that now was not the best time. Good, good, good. Emperor Azure Flame was so angry that he laughed instead and cheered. It had been a long time since anyone dared to provoke him like this. In fact, that feeling made him feel refreshed and excited. Emperor Azure Flame grinned and said slowly, I'll definitely return to the Great Wilderness. It won't be long before it's a calamity for the East Wilderness and the end of you ants. The crack in the starry skies had already healed completely and Emperor Azure Flame and the others had vanished, leaving only Emperor Azure Flame's voice that echoed in the Great Wilderness world for a long time. Although the East Wilderness won this battle once more, Emperor Azure Flame's final words still cast a dark shadow over the hearts of many living beings of the East Wilderness. No one knew when Emperor Azure Flame would descend once more. No one knew what would happen the next time Emperor Azure Flame descended and if Dai Yu and Desolate Marshal could defend against him. The martial Dao Prime body looked in the direction where Emperor Azure Flame and the others disappeared and murmured. The place they returned to might be the Heavenly Court. What was with that powerful pressure? I'm not sure. Dai Yu shook her head. I tried it before as well, but I couldn't barge in at all. After the battle ended, many generals of the East Wilderness sorted out the battlefield. The martial Tao Prime Body had gained a lot from this battle and obtained the major worlds of more than 10 Supreme Demon Emperors. Unfortunately, more than half of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's perfected world was devoured by the Frost Hell Gate in the battle and fell into hell. Apart from possessing powerful killing power, the Frost Hell Gate could also communicate with hell. The existence of the Frost Hell Gate was equivalent to establishing a gate to the Hell world in the domain of the martial Tao Prime Body. Dai Yu gave some brief instructions before returning to Butterfly Valley with the martial Tao Prime Body. Both of them knew that although this battle forced Emperor Azure Flame and the others back and even killed one of the Seven Mansions Demon Emperors, it was not worth celebrating. The next battle was the final battle that concerned the survival of the East Wilderness. The martial Tao Prime Body said in a deep voice. From what Azure Flame said, he might make a comeback soon. Dai Yu nodded. He and the Seven Mansions Demon Emperors were severely injured. It should take hundreds of years for them to recover at the fastest. Fortunately, you helped me hold back 2 peak Demon Emperors in this battle. My world is not severely damaged, and I can recover after recuperating for a period of time. At that point, the two of them fell silent. A long time later, the martial Tao Prime Body said slowly, "The next time Azure Flame descends, the two of us alone shouldn't be able to defend." Actually, both of them knew that in their hearts. Blue's strength was definitely not limited to Emperor Azure Flame and the Seven Mansions Demon Emperors. Since Emperor Azure Flame said that he would attack the Great Wilderness the next time round, he would definitely come with an army. As long as there were 2 top experts like Emperor Azure Flame, it would be difficult for Dai Yu to defend. If there were a few more peak emperors like the Seven Mansions Demon Emperors, Dai Yu and the martial Tao Prime Body would not be able to defend against them even if they joined forces. No matter how strong a peak emperor was, there was a limit. Dai Yu was silent. After a moment, she said, "I'm afraid that only by becoming a great emperor will we have a chance to resolve the next crisis. Otherwise." Although that was the case, it was not that easy to become a great emperor. Throughout history, countless talented paragons had appeared in the endless river of time. However, there were only a few who became great emperors in the end. The martial Tao Prime Body thought for a moment. If I want to advance in my cultivation realm, I might have to leave the Great Wilderness for a period of time. All right, Dai Yu replied without hesitation and did not ask where the martial Tao Prime Body wanted to head to. Actually, it was very easy for people to gossip if he chose to leave the Great Wilderness at this moment. After all, the next time Emperor Azure Flame descended, the East Wilderness would be destroyed. Due to fear, it was only human nature for him to choose to escape. However, Dai Yu had never doubted Su Zimo. On the one hand, she understood Su Zimo's Tao. On the other hand, she trusted Su Zimo as well. "Aren't you curious where I'm going?" The martial Tao Prime Body smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid that I won't return?" "You wouldn't dare to." Dai Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. The martial Tao Prime Body smiled. "Before I leave, I have a sutra to read to you. It should be of some help to you." "Sutra?" Dai Yu raised her brow slightly. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded and told Dai Yu about the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra with 600-odd words. Actually, he did not only have the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra with him, he also had many taboo mystic classics. However, the inheritance of a taboo mystic classic was way too complicated. Unless one saw the first version of the taboo mystic classic with their own eyes, they would not be able to comprehend the essence of it. Even if the martial Tao Prime Body told Dai Yu the sutras of the taboo mystic classics, it would be difficult for her to gain anything as though she was listening to a heavenly book. For example, the Heaven Burial Sutra was imprinted on a steel. Not only was there the Sutra of the Heaven Burial Sutra, there was also the Dharmic Tao and runes of the Heaven Burial Sutra. Only by witnessing it personally could one cultivate it successfully. If not for that, the taboo mystic classics would have spread through the medium kiliacosm long ago and would not be so rare and precious. For the next 10 years, the martial Tao Prime Body stayed in Butterfly Valley. As he imparted the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra, he discussed the Tao with Dai Yu. Although the martial Tao Prime Body had yet to advance to the Emperor realm, his Dharmic Tao formed its own lineage and smelted countless secret skills and sutras. He had his own unique understanding of many Dharmic Taos. Both of them benefited from their Tao discussions. However, the martial Tao prime body was still a little lacking if he wanted to advance to the emperor realm. Daiyu did not sense any opportunity to become a great emperor either. She could sense that she was getting closer and closer to the threshold of a great emperor. However, she could not do anything and could not truly step into it. 10 years later, the martial Tao prime body was prepared to leave. If he continued cultivating in the great wilderness, it would probably be difficult for him to advance to the emperor realm even after hundreds of years. "You're going to hell?" Daiyu was slightly surprised when she heard the plan of the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body had once mentioned his identity as the Lord of Hell to Daiyu. However, he had always been wary of that identity. Recalling how he fell into hell back then, everything was manipulated by the Tombkeeper. The martial Tao prime body did not want to have to restrain himself all because of a single identity. The martial Tao prime body explained, "There's a taboo mystic classic, the 9 Springs Hell Sutra, in the Hell world. I've cultivated 2 sections of it. If I can refine this taboo mystic classic completely, I should have a chance of entering the Emperor realm." "Do you have to head to Avicii again?" Daiyu asked. "There's no need." The martial Tao prime body channeled his essence spirit, and with a thought, a gigantic gate filled with sinister chi appeared behind him. The Frost Hell Gate. "This gate connects to Hell, and I can return to the Hell world at any time." Hell world. Ever since the new Lord of Hell left, the Hell world regained its momentary peace. Hell Lord Frost Springs was killed by the new Lord of Hell. In the Battle of Torment Springs City, another 7 of the 8 remaining Hell Lords died, including 2 quasi-emperor Hell Lords. Only the old Hell Lord Bitter Springs was lucky enough to survive. With his thunderous methods, iron-blooded killing and the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, although many living beings of Hell did not agree with the Lord of Hell, they did not dare to have any objections. However, he was from another race after all. Therefore, many living beings of Hell, especially the Nether race in Hell, still had a strong resistance towards him. After the martial Tao prime body left, the 9 Hells temporarily respected the Hell Consort as their mistress. Many living beings of Hell still criticized this Hell Consort in private. Firstly, this Hell Consort's cultivation realm was too low and she had only become a Nether General. A Nether General was also a perfected one-realm expert of the heavenly world. Secondly, the Lord of Hell had left and had not appeared for a long time. Coupled with the fact that this Hell Consort wielded the general section of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra, it was naturally easy for others to covet her. However, the Hell Consort was protected by Hell Lord Bitter Springs. Even if many living beings of Hell had disloyal thoughts, they did not dare to act rashly. Although Hell Lord Bitter Springs was old, he was a quasi-emperor expert after all. From a certain perspective, after the martial Tao prime body left, the Hell world had always been leaderless. Although many living beings of Hell regarded Consort Yu as their mistress, her cultivation realm was not high and it was difficult for her to suppress many ferocious and bloodthirsty living beings of Hell. Thankfully, Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Hell Lord Frost Springs Tangkong protected her and everything was safe for a period of time. However, as time passed, the martial Tao prime body did not return for a long time. In fact, there was no news at all. Only then did some commotion gradually happen in the Hell world. Of course, Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Hell Lord Frost Springs were enough to deal with these situations and stabilize the overall situation. However, 10 years ago, the peace of the Hell world was completely shattered. For some unknown reason, some world fragments suddenly scattered down into the Hell world. Furthermore, they were perfected world fragments. Due to the shattering of the world, the Hell world had incomplete laws. It was difficult for the Hell Kings and Nether Kings to break through on their own. In fact, it was even difficult for them to come into contact with the quasi-emperor realm. These Hell Kings and Nether King experts had been stuck at the perfected Grotto Heaven realm for a long time. As long as they were given a chance or opportunity, they would be able to seize it and break through rapidly. The perfected world fragments that fell were completely a godsend opportunity for many Hell Kings and Nether King experts. After the perfected world fragments descended, a bloodbath instantly broke out. In the end, they were divided by dozens of Hell Kings and Nether King experts. With the help of Hell Lord Bitter Springs, Hell Lord Frost Springs Tang Kong also obtained a perfected world fragment. In less than a few years, the Hell Kings and Nether King experts who obtained the world fragments broke through one after another and became quasi-emperors. Apart from Bitter Springs Hell and Frost Springs Hell, the Hell Lords of the other 7 Hells were replaced once more after countless battles. Finally, the gazes of the 7 Hell Lords landed on Consort Yu. Actually, Hell Lord Bitter Springs had told the Martial Dao Prime Body before he left that day. The living beings of the Hell world were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Once he left, it would be equivalent to having no leader, and there was a high chance that it would fall into chaos and endanger Consort Yu. However, even Hell Lord Bitter Springs did not expect this calamity to arrive so quickly. Initially, he thought that as long as he was still alive, he could at least ensure Consort Yu's safety. Unexpectedly, the many world fragments scattered 10 years ago immediately broke the balance of power in the Hell world, and dozens of quasi-emperor experts appeared. Hell Lord Bitter Springs sensed that the situation was bad and escorted Consort Yu out of Torment Springs City right away, heading straight for Frost Springs Hell. At the side of Consort Yu, there was only him and Hell Lord Frost Springs Tang Kong, who were completely trustworthy. The reason why Tang Kong could become Hell Lord Frost Springs back then was entirely because of the Martial Dao Prime Body. The flames of war spread continuously and arrived at Frost Springs Hell before long. Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Hell Lord Frost Springs could not defend against the combined Hell army formed by the 7 Hell Lords at all, and were forced to retreat step by step, defending the main hall of the Frost Springs Hell. The square in front of the hall was filled with flames of war, and corpses were strewn everywhere, bleeding in an extremely tragic manner. Tang Kong's armor was already in tatters, and he held a saber in his hands. Looking at the scene before him, he seemed to have returned to the scene of the purple-robed man starting a massacre here many years ago. It was familiar. However, they were about to die here today. Hell Lord Bitter Springs had white hair and looked even older. Standing side by side with Tang Kong, he looked at the dense Hell army in front of him. The 7 Hell Lords who stood in midair, and more than 10 quasi-emperor experts, and sighed internally. The difference was way too great. The two of them knew that they would not be able to defend the main hall of Frost Springs Hell either. Tang Kong, why are the two of you doing this? Hell Lord Torment Springs raised his head slightly. Hand over the Hell Consort and we'll spare your lives on account of our old ties. Tang Kong sneered and berated. Feng, Consort Yu is the Dao companion of the Lord of Hell. She's our respected mistress. How dare you have designs on her? Ha 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 ha. Tang Kong's words attracted the laughter of the 7 Hell Lords and more than 10 quasi-emperors. Hell Lord Torment Springs pouted. What kind of Lord of Hell is Desolate Marshal? He's just someone from a foreign race who took over our territory by a freak combination of circumstances. We've never acknowledged him, let alone the mistress. Fufu. Tang Kong sneered. Back in Torment Springs City, Master held the Netherworld treasure mirror and all of you submitted. Who dared to object? Master has only left for a period of time and you guys are already jumping out impatiently. Aren't you afraid that Master will return and kill all of you? The expressions of the 7 Hell Lords and more than 10 quasi-emperors changed slightly when they heard that. In their hearts, they were still wary and afraid of the new Lord of Hell. After a moment of silence, Hell Lord Torment Springs burst into laughter. There's been no news for so many years. I'm guessing he died in the medium kiliacosm long ago. What's there to fear about a dead person? Tang Kong Bitter Springs, don't think about stalling for time. If you don't move away, we'll kill you without mercy at our command. Perhaps Tang Kong's words earlier on had caused the 7 Hell Lords to panic. They did not want to delay any longer, afraid that something would happen. Right then, the door of the hall opened slowly. Consort Yu walked out. The eyes of the billions of living beings of Hell on the other side lit up when they saw Consort Yu. Consort Yu looked thinner and more haggard. However, she was still stunning and attracted countless gazes instantly. All these years, because she wielded the 9 Springs Hell Sutra, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Although she did not manage to become a Nether King, she was already a perfected Nether General. Mistress, why are you out? The Martial Dao Prime Body had once saved Tang Kong. Even against Consort Yu, whose cultivation realm was far lower than his, Tang Kong was still extremely respectful. Thank you for protecting me all these years. Consort Yu bowed deeply to Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Tang Kong. If not for those two, she would not have been able to survive until this day. Consort Yu said, "The person they want is me. The two of you don't have to die for me." Tang Kong was about to speak when Consort Yu sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. "You guys have to survive after escaping. I believe he'll return. Someone has to tell him what happened today." Tang Kong was silent. Hell Lord Bitter Springs laughed tragically. "Tang Kong, leave. I don't have much lifespan left. I'll stay here and accompany Mistress on her final journey." When Hell Lord Torment Springs saw that Consort Yu was willing to take the initiative to come out, he was naturally delighted. He looked at her and said gently, "You don't have to be afraid. As long as you obey me, you'll still be the mistress of the Hell world when I become the Lord of Hell." "You'll never become the Lord of Hell." Consort Yu shook her head. "There's only one Lord of Hell. He's already dead." Hell Lord Torment Springs' expression darkened as he said coldly. Hell Lord Een Springs sneered as well. "Even if he's not dead and has returned, he won't be able to defend against our killing intent." Back in Torment Springs City, he tried his best but could only kill 2 quasi-emperors. He was beaten until he spat out blood and finally summoned the Netherworld Treasure Mirror to stabilize the situation. Right now, we have 20 quasi-emperor experts. If he dares to return, he'll definitely die. Even the Netherworld Treasure Mirror can't protect him. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from the depths of the main hall of Frost Springs Hell, and the entire Hell world shook. Initially, the square was noisy with billions of living beings of Hell gathered. However, at that moment, everyone held their breaths and looked over instinctively. Even the 7 Hell Lords and more than 10 quasi-emperors frowned and stared into the depths of the main hall of Frost Springs Hell, as though they wanted to see through the situation inside. However, although the door of the hall was open, it was dark inside and an incomparably domineering power blocked everyone's vision and spirit consciousness. Before everyone could react, footsteps sounded in the hall. They approached from afar and arrived at the entrance of the hall before long. Under countless gazes, a purple-robed man with black hair and a silver mask walked out. The Lord of Hell. After a momentary silence, there was an uproar in the world. Even the quasi-emperor experts in midair were shocked. Their eyes flickered and they had bewildered expressions. Tang Kong, Hell Lord Bitter Springs, and the others were invigorated and delighted. Consort Yu looked at the familiar figure not far away with reddened eyes. However, she merely pursed her lips and remained silent. The moment the martial Dao prime body appeared, the aura of the army formed by billions of living beings of Hell was suppressed immediately. Hell Lord Torment Springs was the first to react. If this continued, they would probably collapse without fighting. Suddenly, Hell Lord Torment Springs said in a deep voice, "This person is not the Lord of Hell. He's merely wearing a mask and pretending to be the Lord of Hell." Apart from Consort Yu, no one had seen what the Lord of Hell looked like. The smart thing about Hell Lord Torment Springs' move was that even if the Lord of Hell in front of him was real, he could not explain himself. Even if the martial Dao prime body took off his mask, no one would recognize him. He could declare with absolute confidence that this Lord of Hell was fake. Initially, Hell Lord Een Springs was suspicious as well. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? The Lord of Hell appeared the moment they said that they wanted to kill him. When he heard Hell Lord Torment Springs' words, he seemed to have understood something. Regardless of whether the Lord of Hell before him was real or fake, he had to kill him first to prevent future trouble. Hell Lord Een Springs said in a deep voice, "Everyone, attack together and kill this fake Lord of Hell." Hell Lord Torment Springs' words dispelled the concerns of many living beings of Hell. Everyone would inevitably be wary if they attacked the Lord of Hell. However, if they attacked a fake Lord of Hell, everyone would have nothing to fear. Against the murderous quasi-emperor experts, the Lord of Hell who suddenly appeared seemed extremely calm and did not take it to heart at all. Instead, he chatted casually with Consort Yu. "Why are there so many quasi-emperors? the Martial Tao Prime Body asked. Before he left, Hell Lord Bittersprings was the only quasi-emperor left in the Hell world. However, there were 20 of them before him. There were more than 30 quasi-emperor experts lurking nearby as well. Consort Yu briefly recounted the situation of the many world fragments that fell into the Hell world 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Perfected world fragments? The Martial Tao Prime Body raised his brow slightly. With a thought, he understood the reason. The perfected world fragments from 10 years ago should be from Demon Emperor Horn Mansion who died in his hands. At that time, the Frost Hell Gate devoured more than half of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion's perfected world. Although the Martial Tao Prime Body cultivated the Frost Hell Gate, he had yet to cultivate it to the point where he could control what fell into the Frost Hell Gate, so he did not care. Unexpectedly, these world fragments allowed these Hell Kings and Nether Kings to rise. The two of them only exchanged a few words before the 7 Hell Lords and more than 10 Quasi-Emperor experts closed in and released Quasi-Emperor Grotto Heavens with a terrifying might. Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Tang Kong had grim expressions. However, the Martial Tao Prime Body did not raise his head, as though he did not see that. He merely sighed gently at Consort Yu. It's my fault. I accidentally got those perfected world fragments after killing an opponent. When they heard the words of the Martial Tao Prime Body, the 20 Quasi-Emperor experts who had just arrived paused. What does he mean? Some of them thought for a moment and realized what was going on. They shuddered in fear and their expressions changed. Some of their legs went weak and they almost fell from midair. With a single sentence from the Martial Tao Prime Body, the 7 Hell Lords were in chaos and their hearts were scattered. They could not be blamed for this. Those words sounded way too terrifying. What sort of people possessed perfected worlds? True Emperor experts. Furthermore, those were peak Emperor experts. However, even peak Emperors were killed by Desolate Martial. The reason why they dared to attack the Martial Tao Prime Body was because of their Quasi-Emperor combat strength. But now, everyone suddenly learned that the reason why they could become Quasi-Emperors was because Desolate Martial had unintentionally given them an opportunity. Before the battle even began, everyone's courage weakened and they could not advance or retreat. When Hell Lord Torment Springs saw that the situation was bad, if this continued, they would collapse without even needing the Martial Tao Prime Body to attack. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Hell Lord Torment Springs said in a deep voice. Before the Lord of Hell left, his combat strength had yet to reach the Emperor realm. Now that only a few thousand years have passed, how could he have reached the point of killing a peak Emperor? That's right. Hell Lord Een Springs said loudly as well. Those words are filled with loopholes and proves the fact that he's pretending to be the Lord of Hell. We're Hell Lords who dominate over territories. You're too naive if you think that you can scare us with a casual sentence. The 7 Hell Lords gradually calmed down. However, the other 10-odd Quasi-Emperor experts were still hesitant. Hell Lord Torment Springs swept his gaze and sneered. If you guys are scared off by a single sentence of his today, you'll definitely lose all your face and become jokes in the Hell world. When the Quasi-Emperor experts heard that, they felt embarrassed as well. They propped up their Quasi-Emperor Grotto Heavens once more and glared at the Martial Tao Prime Body. Ready to attack. The Martial Tao Prime Body turned around and glanced at the 20 Quasi-Emperor experts around him. His gaze was calm as he said slowly, "It's better to lose face than to lose your life." In the great wilderness world, he experienced a true emperor battle and faced supreme emperors and even peak emperors. Now that he saw the 20 Quasi-Emperor experts around him, he was truly not interested. In fact, the Martial Tao Prime Body did not even attack. He merely glanced at them indifferently and willed. Suddenly, a heat wave came from the bodies of the 20 Quasi-Emperor experts. Phew! Before they could react, scarlet flames darted out of their bodies and burned their organs. Their flesh cracked like red lotuses and flames spewed from their 7 orifices. The grotto heavens of these quasi-emperors were burning fiercely and turned red instantly. In less than a few breaths, they could not hold on any longer and collapsed completely. The power of the 6 supreme flames controlled by the Martial Tao Prime Body would increase as his cultivation and spirit consciousness advanced. Given his current cultivation realm, the the surrounding quasi-emperors could not even defend against a single flame of his. Ah! 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 Right in front of everyone, the 20 quasi-emperor experts burned with the red lotus karmic fire and let out tragic cries. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the killing power of the red lotus karmic fire. The red lotus karmic fire burned all negative karma and SMS. Only those who were untainted by karma and had no negative karma would not be harmed at all. This scene had a huge impact on the billions of living beings of hell. Right from the beginning, the martial Tao prime body did not even move a finger. However, the 20 quasi-emperor experts were burned to ashes in a few breaths without a corpse left. Even the Lord of Hell back then was probably nothing much compared to him right now. In the past 10 years, the Hell experts who obtained the world fragments of Demon Emperor Horn Mansion and advanced to the quasi-emperor realm were more than the 20 who had just died. Nearby, there were still more than 30 quasi-emperor experts lying low and waiting to see what would happen. Now that they saw that, the 30-odd quasi-emperor experts did not dare to hesitate and appeared one after another. They arrived in front of the main hall of Frost Springs Hell and knelt down towards the martial Tao prime body. "Greetings, Master." The 30-odd quasi-emperors bowed down and acknowledged their master. In the world, billions of living beings of hell knelt on the ground with terrified expressions. The martial Tao prime body ignored them. He seemed to have discovered something and was deep in thought. Earlier on, when he ignited the red lotus karmic fire in the 20 quasi-emperor experts, the flames of the red lotus karmic fire deviated slightly. The martial Tao prime body extended his fingertip and a red lotus karmic fire burned on it. The flame tilted slightly, as though a special power was guiding it in that direction. That was in the direction of the Hell Frost Springs. The last time the martial Tao prime body released the red lotus karmic fire here, this had not happened. However, after the red lotus karmic fire burned the nether chi, its power would increase. Now, it was very likely because his cultivation had increased and the power of the red lotus karmic fire had increased as well. However, what was this mysterious guidance power for the red lotus karmic fire? Was the source of it the Hell Frost Springs? The records of the Hell world did not seem to mention that the Hell Frost Springs had such a characteristic. Or could it be that the source of that guidance force was also the source of the Hell Frost Springs, the Nether River? The martial Tao prime body pondered for a long time and suppressed his curiosity for the time being. Dai Yu had once told him that there was great terror at the end of the Nether River. If even Dai Yu was so wary, there was no need for him to take the risk now. The most important thing was to cultivate the 9 Springs Hell Sutra and refine many world fragments at the same time to advance to the Emperor realm. The martial Tao prime body's mind was elsewhere as he thought about other things. The 30-odd quasi-emperors and billions of living beings of hell knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. They were on tenterhooks and incomparably tormented. Who knew what the Lord of Hell was thinking? It was not impossible for him to vent his anger on them because they stood by idly. The more silent the martial Tao prime body was, the more afraid this group of people were and their imaginations ran wild. "Master!" Hell Lord Bitter Springs called out softly from the side. The martial Tao prime body snapped out of his daze. "They?" Hell Lord Bitter Springs pointed at the living beings of hell kneeling in the square and probed. "Although these people have committed mistakes, their crimes don't warrant death. They will also be a great help if they're by your side. Why don't we give them a chance? Get up." The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly. He had no intention of starting a massacre and killing everyone to begin with. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief as though they had been pardoned. However, they still did not dare to get up. The martial Tao prime body looked at the 30-odd quasi-emperors and billions of living beings of hell not far away and said slowly, "If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I'll naturally give you even greater opportunities in the future. If you're unwilling, you can leave now." The 30-odd quasi-emperor experts were invigorated when they heard that the world fragments that were accidentally dropped from the martial Tao prime body's kill of a peak emperor was enough to help them become quasi-emperors. If there were greater opportunities, who wouldn't be tempted? "Master, we're willing to follow you to the death. If we betray you, the heavens shall smite us." The 30-odd quasi-emperor experts said in unison and the billions of living beings of hell echoed. When Hell Lord Bitter Springs saw that, he had a forlorn expression. He did not have much lifespan left. Even if there were any opportunities, it had nothing to do with him. The Martial Dao Prime Body turned to look at Tang Kong and Hell Lord Bitter Springs and nodded slightly. Thank you for this. He could naturally tell that without Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Tang Kong's desperate protection, consort, you would not have been able to survive until now. Tang Kong smiled. Master, you speak too highly of us. It's our responsibility. Hell Lord Bitter Springs smiled as well. I don't have much time left. Now that I've seen Master return and guard Hell, I can leave in peace. The Martial Dao Prime Body patted Hell Lord Bitter Springs' arm gently and said indifferently, You won't die with me around. Ha! Hell Lord Bitter Springs was slightly stunned and did not understand what the Martial Dao Prime Body meant. He said hesitantly, I'm afraid I only have a few thousand years left to live. Grotto Heaven Kings had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Although Quasi-Emperor experts had not truly entered the Emperor realm, their lifespans had increased greatly and could reach 2 to 3 million years. While thousands of years seemed long, it was only a blink of an eye for Quasi-Emperors with a lifespan of 3 million years. The Martial Dao Prime Body said, Don't worry, thousands of years are enough. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not say it explicitly. He indeed had a way to give Hell Lord Bitter Springs and the others an opportunity. However, the time was not right yet. When Hell Lord Bitter Springs saw that the Martial Dao Prime Body's tone was firm, as though he was not joking with him, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He only had a few thousand years of lifespan left. If he did not want to die, there was only a single possibility: he had to enter the Emperor realm. He could only survive after entering the Emperor realm, and his lifespan increased exponentially. However, the world of the Hell world was shattered and its laws were incomplete. He had been stuck as a quasi-emperor for 2 million years and could not advance to the Emperor realm at all. Could Master truly allow him to advance to the Emperor realm and become a true emperor? At that thought, Hell Lord Bitter Springs' heart that had been dead for many years stirred once more. The Martial Dao Prime Body looked at Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Tang Kong and said in a deep voice, I'm prepared to enter seclusion in the Hell world for a period of time. I'll leave this place to you guys for the time being. Hell Lord Bitter Springs and Tang Kong bowed in agreement. Emperor Azure Flame declared that he would make a comeback. Daiyu estimated that it would probably be a few hundred years away and time was tight. The Martial Dao Prime Body exchanged a few words with Consort Yu before heading to the frost springs of the other 7 hells to cultivate the remaining 7 sections of the 9 Springs Hell Sutra and cultivate in seclusion. Flower World, Green Lotus Star. For the past 10 years, the Martial Dao Prime Body and Daiyu discussed the Dao and interacted in the Great Wilderness. The Green Lotus True Body also benefited greatly from his seclusion here. However, after the Martial Dao Prime Body entered Hell, the connection between the 2 true bodies was severed once more. Su Zimo gradually woke up from his cave abode in seclusion. After calling Baiming Shui and Carefree to his side, Su Zimo said, Get ready. I'll bring you guys out of this place and return to the Sword World. Naturally, Baiming Shui had no objections and nodded with a calm expression. However, Carefree had a troubled expression at the side. He stammered and hesitated. Why? What's the matter? Su Zimo looked at Carefree in surprise and asked. Baiming Shui smiled gently at the side. Master, let's go back together and let Carefree stay here to accompany his dear sister Mu Tian. When Carefree heard that, his face flushed red. Carefree glared at Baiming Shui angrily without saying anything, as though he was silently protesting that Baiming Shui had exposed his thoughts. Ha! Su Zimo was stunned. When he saw Carefree's embarrassed expression, he knew that Baiming Shui was not lying. All these years, he had been in seclusion most of the time and did not pay much attention to this clueless disciple. To think that Carefree and Mu Lian would develop so rapidly. Su Zimo smiled and asked, I remember that before I went into seclusion, didn't the 2 of you spend all day together discussing the Tao and sparring? Baiming Shui pouted slightly. He was only by my side for the first year and he was always going on about that senior sister. For the next few years, it was difficult for me to even see him once. That's not the case. Carefree pouted with an awkward expression. Mu Lien was a chivalrous and upright person. If Carefree could become Dao companions with her, Su Zimo would naturally be happy for him. However, he had another worry in his heart. That was also the reason why he wanted to leave the flower world. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Do you remember the nether calamity poison that immortal Queen Yulan mentioned when she visited the sword world? Biming Shui nodded. Su Zimo said, at that time, immortal Queen Yulan said that a large number of water sources in the flower world were tainted by the nether calamity poison, but no one noticed it. At that time, I suspected that this nether calamity poison might have been spread by someone from within the flower world. Furthermore, this person's status in the flower world might not be low. It was precisely because of that suspicion that after arriving at the flower world, Su Zimo instructed immortal Queen Yulan to hide the situation of the three of them to prevent them from being targeted by this poison user. Why would the people of the flower world want to harm their own clansmen? Carefree asked in confusion. Su Zimo shook his head in silence. That was only his guess, and there was indeed no evidence. Su Zimo said, no matter what, Carefree, if you want to stay on Green Lotus Star, you have to be careful everywhere. Not only do you have to hide your bloodline, you have to pay attention to some dangers hidden in the dark. Carefree nodded. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and left a messenger talisman for Carefree. If you sense that something is amiss, try to escape as soon as possible. If you really can't escape, tear this messenger talisman apart and I'll naturally know. Thank you, Master. Carefree knelt on the ground hurriedly and bowed to Su Zimo with reddened eyes. Get up. Su Zimo smiled and flicked his sleeve gently, lifting Carefree up. Thereafter, he reorganized himself and brought Biming Shui to bid farewell to immortal Queen Yulan before steering the immortal boat towards the sword world. Although Su Zimo had yet to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm, he could break through the void and enter the spatial tunnel with the help of the phantom of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. On the way back, Su Zimo said, I should be leaving the sword world when I return this time round. Leaving the sword world? Biming Shui looked at Su Zimo in confusion. She could tell that Su Zimo might not be talking about leaving purely for a walk. Su Zimo nodded. Initially, when Emperor Iron Crown invited me to join the sword world, I told him that I would leave one day. Of course, this was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. A long time ago, Su Zimo had thought of establishing a faction so that all living beings of the lower worlds could cultivate equally. Tianhuang sect was established under that concept. However, as time passed, chaos appeared in Tianhuang mainland. Emperor Bosun entered the Pure Land of Bliss. Fiend Emperor Apocalypse revived and Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight presided over the 9-firmament immortal domain. Every sign indicated that the heavenly world was no longer a good place. Tianhuang sect would definitely retreat. Furthermore, Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight had once said something meaningful to him in the Emperor's tomb, telling him to escape as soon as possible to avoid being involved in a catastrophe. Once the catastrophe that swept through the medium Kiliacosm broke out, apart from the martial Dao Prime body, none of his old friends in Tianhuang mainland, including his Green Lotus True Body, could defend against it. Su Zimo had to leave a way out for these old friends of Tianhuang mainland. Master, I'll follow you wherever you go, Biming Shui said. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Stay in the sword world for the time being and continue cultivating. Try to cultivate the true martial Dao body to the perfected stage as soon as possible. TM going out to travel. If you follow me, you won't be able to gain experience and might not even have much time to cultivate. Biming Shui lowered her head slightly in disappointment. After the two of them returned to the sword world, Su Zimo reorganized himself before heading to Myriad Sword Palace to visit the Iron Crown Old Man and the other two emperors who were in charge of the sword world. The Iron Crown Old Man and the other two were not surprised when they heard that Su Zimo planned to leave. Back then, the three of them had expected this day. The main reason why the Iron Crown Old Man kept Su Zimo and made him the peak master of the Ninth Sword Peak was to establish good karma with him. However, the three of them were still slightly surprised when they heard that Su Zimo did not intend to remain as the peak master of the Ninth Sword Peak of the sword world. Su Zimo did not hide anything. If there's a chance in the future, I'll establish a faction, and it's not appropriate for me to be a peak master of the sword world anymore. That was only one of the reasons. There was another reason that he did not say explicitly. Iron Crown Old Man and the other two exchanged glances. When they saw that Su Zimo had already made up his mind, they did not make things difficult for him. The fat old man sighed. Unfortunately, the position of the peak master of the 9th sword peak is empty. I'm afraid there's no one suitable in the sword world. Do you have anyone to recommend? The skinny old man looked at Su Zimo and asked. Su Zimo pondered for a moment. Baiming Shui. Her? The fat and skinny old men exchanged glances in deep thought. The fat old man said in a deep voice, Baiming Shui attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. After you left, she was also the number 1 perfected spirit of the sword world. With your legacy, her potential is limitless and she's indeed qualified to be the peak master of the 9th sword peak. The skinny old man frowned. She's indeed qualified. However, her cultivation realm is not high enough now. It's a little early for her to be a peak master. The Iron Crown old man said, Cultivation realm is not a problem. When Su Zimo became the peak master of the 9th sword peak, he was only a perfected spirit as well. The problem is that the 9th sword peak has the sword burial Dao left behind by you. As for Baiming, she doesn't seem to have comprehended the sword burial Dao. How can she be a peak master? Su Zimo said, In my opinion, the 9th sword peak does not have to be the sword burial peak. If Baiming is the peak master of the 9th sword peak, she will leave her own sword Dao on it. In the 10 years that Baiming Shui cultivated in the flower world, she sparred with Carefree and benefited immensely. Even Su Zimo could sense the change in Baiming Shui. Baiming Shui's dermic formulation was inherited from the martial Dao. However, she was independent in the sword Dao. The Iron Crown old man's eyes lit up. That way, the 9th sword peak might become the most special existence in the sword world. The Iron Crown old man said, In recent years, the medium Kaihakasm has been embroiled in wars between the dragons and phoenixes and Kuns and Pungs. The wars of these super large worlds involve many worlds. You have to be careful when you travel outside. Don't get involved in the wars of these worlds. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to escape. The fat old man nodded. Even Immortal King experts can't protect themselves in a world war of this scale, let alone perfected spirits. The skinny old man added, It's not only a battle between super large worlds. I heard that the internal war in the Great Wilderness world was so tragic that emperor experts died one after another. There were even peak emperors who died in the Great Wilderness. The Iron Crown old man said in a deep voice, I heard that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly of the Great Wilderness world has another helper by her side. His Dao name is Desolate Martial and his combat strength is extremely terrifying. Pausing for a moment, the Iron Crown old man reminded again, Su Zimo, don't go to the Great Wilderness. It's too dangerous there. Su Zimo coughed gently and agreed casually. When the Iron Crown old man saw Su Zimo's strange expression, he was puzzled and asked, Where do you intend to head to when you travel this time round? Su Zimo recalled everything that happened in Songlang Mountain Range and could not help but smile. He nodded and said, The Sanguine Ape World. Su Zimo had met most of his old friends who ascended to the upper world in Tianhuang mainland or obtained some information. However, there was no news of Monkey. Monkey belonged to the Sanguine Ape race and logically speaking, he should have ascended to the Sanguine Ape world. However, because of the calamity of the Sanguine Apes, the Sanguine Ape race never set foot in the blessed heaven world, and Su Zimo did not have the chance to ask about Monkey's whereabouts. Now that he planned to leave the sword world and travel, Monkey was the first person he thought of. The two of them knew each other the earliest and had a deep relationship. Not only did Monkey save his life, the two of them even lived together in Songlang Mountain Range for a period of time. Those days were unforgettable to this day. Sanguine Ape World? The Iron Crown old man thought for a moment. There's not much danger in the Sanguine Ape World. Ever since the calamity of the Sanguine Apes, the Sanguine Ape race suffered immense losses and their foundation was severely damaged. They rarely appear in the medium Kiliakosm anymore. The fat old man persuaded. You're only a step away from the Grotto Heaven realm. Why don't you wait until you step into the Grotto Heaven realm before leaving? That way you'll be safer. That's right. The skinny old man nodded as well. Su Zimo said, My situation is a little special. If I rely on bitter cultivation and seclusion, I don't know how long I'll have to wait to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. Seniors, don't worry. With my current cultivation, unless an emperor expert attacks personally, the others won't pose much of a threat to me. Given his current combat strength, he could definitely kill ordinary kings. Even if he encountered supreme kings or peak kings and could not defeat them, he could make use of the primordial unity in Yang escape to leave the battlefield at any moment and escape. The three emperors gave Su Zimo some final reminders before letting him leave. Before leaving, Su Zimo visited the 8 peak masters and drank heartily. Thereafter, he met Yun Ting again. Ever since the battle in the divine firmament immortal domain, the difference between the two of them had gradually widened. In terms of cultivation realm, Yun Ting was not much behind Su Zimo. However, Yun Ting knew in his heart that the difference in combat strength between the two of them was worlds apart. It was not because he was not strong enough. It was because Su Zimo was way too terrifying. His 9 peerless divine powers were absolutely unprecedented. After bidding farewell to everyone from the Sword World and settling everything down, Su Zimo left for the Sanguine Ape world. Su Zimo was not worried about Monkey's situation. From what he heard from the Sword World, the Sanguine Ape race would not look down on their clansmen who ascended from the lower worlds. Given Monkey's talent, he should be able to survive well in the Sanguine Ape world. He traversed the spatial tunnel continuously and relied on his spirit perception to avoid dangerous places like the black holes in the starry skies. There were no dangers along the way. More than 2 months later, a gigantic and dark spatial rift suddenly opened in the starry skies. A black-haired, green-robed man walked out. He had black hair and was travel-worn. However, his eyes were bright and spirited with a burning gaze. The green-robed man stood in midair. From afar, one could see winding mountains that coiled in the starry skies like dragons, forming an endless continent that was extremely majestic and shocking. The mountain peaks above towered and ancient trees shaded it. The stars floating in the surroundings seemed much smaller compared to the ancient mountains and trees. Among them, the most obvious was a blood-colored mountain peak in the middle of the mountain range. It was tall and steep, almost piercing the firmaments above their heads. The green-robed man felt a fighting spirit surge towards him the moment he saw the blood-colored mountain peak. Sanguine Ape World, the green-robed man murmured softly. Who is it? The moment the green-robed man approached the Sanguine Ape World, 2 perfected spirit experts of the Sanguine Ape World appeared and blocked his path, berating. The green-robed man smiled and cupped his fists. I'm Su Zimo. I'm here to visit an old friend. After Su Zimo left the Sword World this time round and resigned as the Peak Master of the 9th Sword Peak, he had no intention of continuing to hide. Instead, he returned to his true name. On the one hand, his cultivation was gradually growing and he had strength to protect himself to a certain degree. On the other hand, it was also because of the strength of the martial Tao Prime body. An old friend. The 2 perfected spirits of the Sanguine Ape race frowned and sized Su Zimo up with a scrutinizing gaze. The green-robed man looked travel-worn and should have come from afar. Perfected spirit experts would encounter many unexpected dangers when crossing the starry skies from afar. It could be said that they had a slim chance of survival. This perfected spirit of the human race looked a little weak. To think that he would have such guts and methods. What's the name of your old friend? The perfected spirit of the Sanguine Ape race on the left asked. No idea. Su Zimo shook his head gently. The expressions of the 2 perfected spirits of the Sanguine Ape race darkened. Thinking that Su Zimo was playing with them, they were about to flare up. Su Zimo spoke once more. That old friend came from Tianhuang mainland of the lower worlds. Back in the lower worlds, he did not have a surname or name. Therefore, I'm not sure what his name was after he ascended. Tianhuang mainland? The perfected spirit of the Sanguine Ape race on the right frowned slightly and whispered, Could it be senior brother Yuan Huang? It's possible. The one on the left said, Master asked senior brother Yuan Huang about it before, and he seemed to have mentioned that the reason why he chose his name was because he came from Tianhuang mainland. When the two perfected spirits of the sanguine ape race saw Su Zimo's kind expression and sincere tone, they were much less guarded. Follow me. The perfected spirit of the sanguine ape race on the left turned around and walked towards the blood-colored mountain peak first, saying, Recently, the race has been holding a perfected spirit battle. Senior brother Yuan Huang is also a popular candidate for the number 1 perfected spirit. Oh! Su Zimo's eyes lit up. It seemed like not only was Monkey doing well in the sanguine ape world, he had even cultivated successfully and had a chance of fighting for the title of the number 1 perfected spirit of the race. Fellow Taoist, may I know your name? Su Zimo asked. My name is Yuanan, the perfected spirit of the sanguine ape race replied. The two of them sped along and arrived near the blood-colored mountain peak before long. The moment he approached, Su Zimo heard the cries of sanguine apes echoing among the ancient trees on the mountain peaks in an extremely lively manner. Su Zimo looked over and saw many sanguine apes gathered near the blood-colored mountain peak. Figures stood on the ancient trees densely and innumerably. It was an unprecedented scene. From the looks of it, the perfected spirit battle this time round was also a rare event in the sanguine ape world. At the foot of the mountain, 10 gigantic stone platforms were built. On each stone platform, 2 sanguine apes were fighting. On the blood-colored mountain peak, there was a gigantic ranking list that was empty. Yuanan explained, the 10 stone platforms are our race's combat arena, and that ranking list is the combat ranking. In every perfected spirit battle, only the top 10 clansmen can leave their names on the combat ranking. Su Zimo nodded and surveyed his surroundings, searching for traces of Monkey. Senior brother Yuan Huang is there. Yuanan pointed from afar. Su Zimo looked over and could not help but laugh. A sanguine ape sat cross-legged in the distance with his eyes closed. His side was facing them, but Su Zimo recognized him at a glance. The sanguine ape named Yuan Huang was Monkey. After not seeing him for many years, Monkey had changed a lot. His body was clearly much taller and burly, and his arms had become longer and abnormally thick. Senior brother Yuan Huang has just fought a huge battle and is recuperating. Don't disturb him for the time being. Yuanan did not continue forward with Su Zimo. Instead, he descended at the periphery and said in a deep voice, The top 10 of the perfected spirit battle has been determined. There's also the final ranking battle. It won't be too late for you to visit after the ranking battle is over. Might as well. When Su Zimo saw that Monkey was fine, he was in no hurry to meet him. He could take the opportunity to watch Monkey's methods at the side. Su Zimo took a rough look. Apart from the many perfected spirits of the sanguine ape race who were watching the battle, there were also 6 kings presiding over the battle. Before long, the ranking battle for the top 10 began. Su Zimo noticed that 2 of the top 10 sanguine apes were only at the Hollow Nether Realm and Monkey was one of them. The remaining 8 were all at the Paradise Void Realm. For Monkey to be able to enter the combat ranking at the Hollow Nether Realm and even have a chance to fight for the title of the number 1 perfected spirit, it seemed like he was indeed capable. Who's that? Su Zimo's gaze landed on a sanguine ape in the top 10 and he asked softly. The sanguine ape had a dark face and an abnormally ferocious gaze. Its fur was thick and its blood chi was extremely vigorous. Even from afar, Su Zimo could sense its powerful bloodline. The bloodline of this sanguine ape clearly far surpassed the other 9 and was definitely Monkey's greatest opponent. When Yuanan heard Su Zimo ask about this person, he frowned instinctively and avoided his gaze. His expression was strange, as though he was afraid or disgusted. He's Ma Xian, Yuanan replied. Su Zimo asked again, why is his surname Ma? He could understand why those of the sanguine ape race took the surname Yuan. However, how did the surname Ma come about? Yuanan pouted slightly. His background is different and his status and bloodline are much nobler than ours. Naturally, we can't compare. Su Zimo could tell that Yuanan was implying something. Among the surrounding sanguine apes, there were indeed some of them gathered together. They looked different from Monkey, Yuanan, and the other sanguine apes. The most obvious thing was that the sanguine apes had dark faces and were even taller and stronger. Before he could continue asking, the battle on the combat arena had already broken out. The 10 sanguine apes fought in pairs. Monkey was up against a paradise void perfected spirit. The moment the two parties fought, they collided and fought in melee combat in an abnormally intense manner. Although Monkey's cultivation realm was lower, he was not weak in melee combat. Furthermore, Monkey's battle intent clearly suppressed the other party, and he became braver the more he fought. Su Zimo nodded to himself. If nothing unexpected happened, Monkey should be the victor of this battle. Right then, a change happened on another combat arena. A sanguine ape was severely injured and defeated. He turned to run and was about to escape from the arena. However, the tall sanguine ape caught up to him and smashed down with a staff, shattering the top of his head. His soul dissipated and he died. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he narrowed his eyes slightly. That was way too ruthless. That attack was completely aimed at killing. He had long heard that the sanguine ape race loved to fight and was extremely belligerent. Could they be so ruthless towards their own race? The outcome had clearly been decided earlier on, and there was no need to kill at all. Or was there another reason? Before Su Zimo could figure it out, a victor was decided on another battlefield. To be precise, life and death was determined. Ma Xian thumped his chest and howled in extreme excitement. He gripped his staff tightly with his other hand and pierced the head of the sanguine ape opposite him, mashing the latter into pieces. The headless sanguine ape's corpse lay in a pool of blood and twitched unconsciously in a tragic manner. Su Zimo glanced sideways at Yuan and beside him. A hint of anger flashed through Yuan En's eyes towards the tragic bloodshed on the combat arena. However, he did not say anything. It was the same for the other sanguine apes. When they saw that, the sanguine apes seemed to be used to it. Although they were angry, they did not reveal any strong fighting spirit. Even the 6 kings of the sanguine ape world who presided over the scene did not step in to stop him. Su Zimo noticed that 2 of the 6 kings of the sanguine ape world were the dark-faced and taller sanguine ape race. When your perfected spirits of the sanguine ape race fight, you fight to the death? Su Zimo asked. Yuanen was silent for a moment before saying, "In theory, there are no rules or restrictions and we can fight to the death." Yuanen clearly did not finish his sentence. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, "From the looks of it, the 2 sanguine ape perfected spirits who killed earlier on seem to be different from you guys. They should be from different lineages, right?" Such situations were extremely common among the 10,000 races. For example, among the dragon race, there were the 5 dragon lineages such as the horned dragons and blue dragons, etc. Although they were all dragons, their lineages were completely different. Yuan nodded and did not hide anything. "Fellow Taoist, you're right. Those 2 fellows earlier on belong to the horse-monkey lineage. The ape race has 4 lineages. The 2 most common races in the sanguine ape world now are the sanguine ape and horse-monkey lineages." Su Zimo nodded. However, Ma Xian, who was also of the horse-monkey lineage, had a special bloodline and was clearly far superior to the other clansmen. As the 2 of them conversed, the outcome of the remaining 3 battles had already been decided. In the 3 perfected spirit battles, the perfected spirits, including Monkey, were from the sanguine ape lineage. Although their battles were also ferocious, they did not escalate to life and death battles. The moment the victor was decided, they stopped and walked down their combat arenas respectively. From the looks of it, there seems to be some feud between the sanguine ape and horse-monkey lineages. Su Zimo lamented internally. After the first round of combat ended, 5 people won and Monkey was one of them. In the second round of the perfected spirit battles, the 5 of them drew lots first and there were a total of 5 badges. The perfected spirits who drew the number 4 and number 5 badges would fight first to determine the winner and become the number 4 seed. Thereafter, number 1 versus number 4, number 2 versus number 3, and they would fight in pairs. The order of the draw was quickly announced. Number 1, Monkey. Number 2, Ma Xian. Number 3, Yuan Cheng. Number 4, Ma Xiao. Number 5, Yuan Ci. Number 4 and number 5 were from two different lineages of the Sanguine Ape world. In the Perfected Spirit battle earlier on, Ma Xiao even killed another Sanguine Ape Perfected Spirit. Ma Xiao grinned at Xianxia and hooked his finger. Xianxia did not say anything and ascended the combat arena with his staff. A huge battle broke out instantly. Naturally, those who could enter the top 5 of the combat ranking were not easy to deal with. Ma Xiao's attacks were sharp and arrogant. Xianxia was extremely calm and composed. His attacks were defensive and watertight. Both parties were in a stalemate for a long time. Ma Xiao's attacks gradually weakened while Xianxia began to counterattack and gradually gained the upper hand. After fighting for a while more, Xia's bloodline surged and his aura suddenly increased. With a long roar, he broke through Ma Xiao's defense and the iron staff extended, smashing towards the top of his head. If that staff struck, Ma Xiao's head would definitely be shattered and he would die on the spot. When he saw that Ma Xiao could not defend and was about to die on the spot, Xia's iron staff hovered above Ma Xiao's head and suddenly stopped. Su Zimo frowned slightly. The relationship between the two lineages seemed to be different from what he had initially expected. If there was some feud between the two lineages, why would the Sanguine Ape lineage hold back when the Horse Monkey lineage was so cold-blooded and heartless and had just killed a blood-related clansman? When he saw Xianxia stop in the arena, Yuanin, who was at the side, was not angry. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other Sanguine Apes were not surprised by this either. Since you can fight to the death, what are the Sanguine Ape lineage worried about? Su Zimo suddenly asked. Yuanin was stunned, as though he had not expected Su Zimo to notice something amiss so quickly. He looked troubled and hesitated without saying anything. Right then, something unexpected happened on the battlefield. Initially, the outcome of this battle was already decided. However, just as Xianxia retracted his staff and was about to turn to leave, Ma Xiao suddenly attacked and released killing moves and secret skills in succession. Xianxia was caught off guard and did not manage to defend for long before he was severely injured. However, Ma Xiao did not give him any chance to survive and killed him with a single strike, destroying his essence spirit. That change caused an uproar. The entire process took less than 2 to 3 breaths. By the time everyone reacted, Xianxia was already dead on the spot. "What are you doing? Despicable and shameless!" A series of curses burst forth from the Sanguine Ape group in an agitated manner. "Ha ha ha!" Ma Xiao laughed arrogantly and pointed his staff at the many Sanguine Apes below, shouting, "Those who are dissatisfied can come onto the arena and fight." Although many Sanguine Apes were extremely angry, no one went forward when they heard that. Su Zimo looked at the 6 kings who were sitting at a high spot to preside over the Perfected Spirit battles. If none of the 6 kings stood out to uphold justice under such circumstances, the problem with the Sanguine Ape world would probably be even more serious than he had imagined. Among the 6 kings, a Sanguine Ape king stood up slowly and pushed down the air with both hands. When the clamor and curses around him gradually subsided, he looked at the 2 Horse Monkey kings sitting beside him. The outcome of the battle earlier on was clearly decided. Xianxia showed mercy, but Ma Xiao ambushed him from behind and killed him cruelly. "Isn't that way too ruthless?" "Fufu," one of the Horse Monkey kings sneered. "The outcome was already decided? Fights on the combat arena are to the death. Until one person is dead, there's no such thing as victory or defeat." He was careless and incompetent. He could not blame anyone for being killed instead. "You!" When the Sanguine Ape King heard that, his face flushed red with anger. Among the remaining 3 Sanguine Ape Kings, some were silent while others sighed. The last person reached out and pulled the Sanguine Ape King, persuading in a low voice, "Heavenbreaker, forget it." Ape King Heavenbreaker clenched his fists and remained silent, still looking coldly at the 2 Horse Monkey Kings beside him. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved. The cultivation realm of Ape King Heavenbreaker was at the major Grotto Heaven realm while the 2 Horse Monkey Kings were at the minor Grotto Heaven realm. However, Ape King Heavenbreaker and the other 3 Sanguine Ape Kings were clearly wary of the 2 Horse Monkey Kings. "What's wrong? When the horse-monkey king saw that Ape King Heavenbreaker was still standing motionlessly and staring at him coldly, his expression darkened. He stood up slowly and asked coldly, "Are you trying to go against the heavens?" Su Zimo's gaze shifted and landed on a badge on the horse-monkey king's waist. His pupils constricted and a cold glint flashed as he narrowed his eyes. Blessed Heaven World Badge. The badge represented the origin of the horse-monkey king. Blessed Heaven World. Su Zimo had not expected to meet someone from the blessed Heaven World in the Sanguine Ape world. A king at that. Furthermore, he was not the only one. "You know about the blessed Heaven World Badge?" Yuan looked at Su Zimo in surprise. Su Zimo nodded and did not say anything. A sorrowful expression appeared on Yuan's face as he smiled mockingly. "Since you know about the blessed Heaven World Badge, you should know that they belong to the blessed Heaven World and everything they do is in accordance with the heavens. Who dares to challenge them?" Against the question of the horse-monkey king, Ape King Heavenbreaker seemed to be unable to withstand some pressure as well. He gritted his teeth and sat back down slowly. The sanguine ape lineage gradually quietened down. The laughter from the horse-monkey lineage sounded exceptionally ear-piercing. Su Zimo could clearly sense that the sanguine ape lineage no longer had the spirit, energy, and will that they should have. Su Zimo asked, "Since they can fight to the death in the perfected spirit battles, so what if you kill the other party?" "A life for a life," Yuan said. "Furthermore, it's not just the clansman who kills the other party who have to pay with his life. The parents, brothers, and children of this clansman will be implicated and buried with the other party. Do you dare to kill the other party under such circumstances?" Su Zimo was silent. Yuan clenched his fists slightly and became agitated. He said in a low voice, "It's not that our sanguine ape race lacks righteousness, but we've truly experienced too much suffering over the countless years. I told you earlier on that the ape race originally had 4 lineages. Among them, the stone monkey lineage was extinct at the end of the combat era. The macaque lineage was exterminated in this generation's calamity of the sanguine apes. What use was our sense of righteousness in the end? The horse-monkey lineage submitted and became a lackey of the blessed Heaven World. At the very least, our sanguine ape lineage did not submit." Su Zimo sighed internally. He knew the suffering of the sanguine ape lineage and the pressure they were facing. He also understood the choices made by the sanguine apes. If they continued to resist, the sanguine ape lineage would end up with the same outcome as the stone monkey and macaque lineages. As Yuan had said, it was already rare for the sanguine ape lineage to not bend their knees and submit. Furthermore, in this generation, only the sanguine ape lineage dared to question the blessed Heaven World and even had a direct conflict with it. In the end, it resulted in the calamity of the sanguine apes and they were almost exterminated. Within the medium kiliacosm, only the sanguine ape lineage had such courage and righteousness. However, over the years, under the might of the traitors and the blessed Heaven World, the righteousness of the sanguine ape lineage was gradually obliterated and they no longer had the spirit to fight against the heavens and the earth. Yuan gradually calmed down and realized that he had lost his composure. "Fellow Taoist, sorry for saying so much." There was no contempt in Su Zimo's eyes. With a solemn expression, he cupped his fists in respect. The second round of the perfected spirit battles was not over yet. The remaining 4 people fought in pairs as well. As number 1, Monkey was up against Ma Xiao, who had just killed a sanguine ape perfected spirit. Number 2, Ma Xian, was up against the sanguine ape perfected spirit who was number 3. When he saw the battle, Yuan turned around. "Senior brother Yuan Huang's luck is not bad. He has a higher chance of winning against Ma Xiao. If he's up against Ma Xian in this round, he'll probably be eliminated in advance." Su Zimo had long noticed that although he was also from the horse-monkey lineage, Ma Xian's blood qi was clearly stronger and far surpassed his other clansmen. Ma Xian's bloodline seems to be a little special. What's his background? Su Zimo asked. Yuan looked at Su Zimo in surprise and praised, "Fellow Taoist, you have sharp eyes." Pausing for a moment, Yuan said, "There's an extremely rare and powerful bloodline in the horse-monkey lineage called the red-buttocked horse monkey. The red-buttocked horse monkey understands yin and yang and knows how to deal with human affairs. It's good at blending in and out and avoiding death to prolong its life. That Ma Xian has such a bloodline. As the two of them conversed, a huge battle had already begun on the combat arena. Su Zimo was in deep thought as he asked again. Since there's such a powerful bloodline in the horse-monkey lineage, do the other three lineages have it as well? Of course. Yuan nodded. The strongest bloodline awakened by the stone monkey lineage is called the stone monkey of numinous wisdom. It's versatile, knows the weather, understands terrain advantages, and can shift the stars. The strongest bloodline awakened in the macaque lineage is called the six-eared macaque. It's good at listening to sound and can analyze logic. It understands the knowledge of past and present and has a good comprehension of all things. As for the strongest bloodline awakened in our sanguine ape lineage, it's the connected arms sanguine ape. We can seize the sun and the moon, shrink thousands of mountains, distinguish between the auspicious and inauspicious, and even manipulate plants and stars. At that point, Yuan looked at Monkey on the arena and hesitated. Actually, senior brother Yuan Huang has already awakened the connected arms bloodline. However, Su Zimo asked. Yuan said regretfully, after the calamity of the sanguine apes, the horse-monkey lineage submitted to the blessed heaven world and controlled the sanguine ape world, prohibiting clansmen from going out. With that, senior brother Yuan Huang lacked opportunities and his bloodline has probably only awakened by 20% at best. He's far from the peak state of the connected arms sanguine ape. While the two of them were conversing, the outcome of the two battles on the combat arena was about to be decided. Relying on the powerful blood chi of the red-buttocked horse monkey, Ma Xian did not use his full strength at all. He toyed with his opponent like a cat playing with a mouse and controlled the situation. On the other side, although Monkey's cultivation realm was lower, he relied on a powerful secret skill to raise his combat strength to the Paradise Void realm. Su Zimo had seen that secret skill with his own eyes. Back when the true martial 10th heavenly tribulation descended on the martial Tao prime body, Great Emperor Combat had released similar methods. According to Yuan's description, the connected arms sanguine ape could seize the sun and moon and shrink thousands of mountains. It was evident that it was extremely strong and best at melee combat. Furthermore, Su Zimo could sense a strong will to fight from Monkey. He was untamed and fearless. Under the suppression of that aura, Ma Xiao retreated step by step. Die! Right then, Ma Xian seemed to be unwilling to continue playing. His blood chi intensified and he waved his spear, breaking through the defense of the sanguine ape perfected spirit opposite him. He charged in and pierced the other party's head. On the other side, the outcome had already been decided. After a series of head-on collisions, Ma Xiao's arm was sore and he could not hold his staff properly. He was sent flying by Monkey's staff. However, Monkey did not stop when faced with the bare-handed Ma Xiao. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his staff and smashed it towards the top of Ma Xiao's head. Ma Xiao's expression changed. The aura and killing intent released by that staff strike was completely different from the situation earlier on. Not good, he's going to kill me. That thought flashed through Ma Xiao's mind and he was shocked. Without hesitation, he reached out instinctively to grab Monkey's staff. Bang! The staff smashed down but was grabbed tightly by Ma Xiao's gigantic hand. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking sounded. In pain, Ma Xiao glared angrily at Monkey and hollered, "How dare you try and kill me? Why wouldn't I dare to?" Monkey grinned with a sinister gaze and released his staff. He strode forward and bent his knees slightly, propping up both hands as though he was offering a fruit. Ma Xiao gripped Monkey's staff with both hands and could not defend in time. He could only retreat instinctively. However, Monkey was even faster. He bounced up and placed his hands on Ma Xiao's chin. Crack! Ma Xiao's head was flung back at a terrifying angle and his cervical spine was broken. Monkey had no intention of stopping and punched in reverse, smashing towards Ma Xiao's face like a gigantic seal. Ma Xiao's reaction was extremely fast as well. His body was severely injured and his essence spirit broke out of its shell, escaping into the distance. Just as his essence spirit was about to escape from Monkey's attack range, Monkey's arms suddenly expanded by dozens of feet. His arm tore through the air and a gigantic seal descended from the skies, shattering Ma Zhao's essence spirit. In a cave abode deep in the sanguine ape world, an old ape seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes slowly. The old ape's fur was already white and his eyes were turbid, as though he could break through layers of space and see the situation in the combat arena. How rare, the old ape murmured softly. After the calamity of the sanguine apes, the fighting will of our clansmen gradually waned and they're no longer the same as before. To think that we would be able to see a junior with such fighting spirit. It's just a pity. The old ape sighed with pity and guilt. He knew very well what consequences this junior would face, but he was powerless to change it, even if he was a world lord. Not far away from where the old ape sat, there was another sanguine ape emperor. When he heard that, he said, "The two horse monkey emperors are under the orders of the blessed heaven world to monitor our every move. If we step in, they'll definitely report it. If we really attract the blessed heaven world's invasion, all our clansmen will not be able to escape death. Combat, our sanguine ape world can't withstand a second calamity." When the old ape heard that, he waved it off. "Stop calling me combat. I'm no longer worthy of this title. The reason why my clansmen have fallen to their current state is related to me bowing down to the blessed heaven world back then." The sanguine ape emperor said, "We all know that you had no choice but to lower your head to the blessed heaven world back then, because you wanted to protect the bloodline of your clansmen. If not for that, the sanguine ape world would have been gone back then. Furthermore, although we lowered our heads, we still straightened our backs and did not submit. At the very least, we did not kneel down to the blessed heaven world and become lackeys like those two horse monkeys." The old ape looked deeply at Monkey on the combat arena again and lamented, "What a good junior. It's been a long time since I've felt such a combat will." Sigh. Ma Xiao was dead. The vicinity of the blood-colored mountain peak fell silent. Be it the sanguine ape lineage or the horse monkey lineage, they looked at the figure on the arena in disbelief with widened eyes and shocked expressions. Everyone knew the consequences of killing Ma Xiao. Naturally, Monkey knew that as well. However, he still committed to the kill. When they saw that, the emotions that many sanguine apes had suppressed for a long time were suddenly released. They felt a long-lost will from Monkey. It was a fearless, indomitable spirit that fought against the heavens and the earth. That emotion spread silently in the crowd. A blood glint appeared in the eyes of many sanguine apes and the long-awaited fighting spirit in their bodies was gradually awakened. "How dare you? You have a death wish!" The horse monkeys reacted and cursed. "Ha ha ha ha!" Monkey reared his head in laughter and stood in the pool of blood on the combat arena with his head held high. His eyes were bloodshot as he surveyed his surroundings with an arrogant expression without any regret or fear. Woo! The sound of sharp blades tearing through the air was extremely ear-piercing. It was Ma Xian who arrived at the combat arena where Monkey was. Without even greeting him, he raised his spear and stabbed towards Monkey's chest. Humph! Sensing danger, Monkey harumphed coldly and raised his staff, parrying the incoming spear and fighting Ma Xian. This battle was equivalent to the final round of the perfected spirit battle. The outcome of a fight between the two of them was indeterminate and the situation was unclear. As such, it was not appropriate for Su Zimo to interfere. Yuanin said in a low voice, "The difference in their cultivation realms and bloodlines is too great. Senior brother Yuan Huang will definitely lose." Another sanguine ape sighed. Senior brother Yuan Huang had no intention of walking out alive to begin with. Even if he can win Ma Xian, he will have to pay with his life for killing Ma Xiao. On the combat arena, Ma Xian no longer held back. His blood qi surged and he brandished his spear, suppressing Monkey completely. However, Monkey relied on his tenacious and unyielding fighting spirit to defend against Ma Xian's violent attacks head-on. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became, as though he had endless strength. Impatience flashed through Ma Xian's face as his blood qi surged once more, and he released his bloodline phenomenon. The phantom of a tall and burly horse monkey appeared behind him and controlled a torrent that drowned Monkey's figure instantly. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength. In the end, Monkey could not defend against it and was engulfed by the torrent, flipping to the ground. Ma Xian took a step forward and stomped heavily on Monkey's chest. The sound of bones cracking sounded, and that kick almost shattered Monkey's chest. "Weren't you cocky earlier on?" Ma Xian stepped on Monkey with an arrogant expression and grinned. Monkey was long exhausted and could not move at all under Ma Xian's feet. Even so, the ferocity in his eyes did not diminish and he did not give in at all. "Dog! How dare you kill my clansmen? Do you yield?" Ma Xian exerted strength in his feet and shouted once more. "Yield your mother!" Monkey cursed and spat at Ma Xian. Ma Xian turned his head slightly and dodged easily. He turned around and looked at the surrounding sanguine apes, asking with a sinister smile, "Why? I saw that you guys were eager to give it a try earlier on. If any of you are indignant, you can come up. I'll give you guys a chance to take me on." When many sanguine apes saw that, they felt a tremendous pressure and their battle intent that had just been awakened was extinguished once more. Indeed, none of them could defeat Ma Xian. It was said that Ma Xian had already comprehended a peerless divine power. If they went forward, they would only be courting death. In fact, it would implicate their families and brothers. Ma Xian's gaze was sharp as he surveyed his surroundings. Many sanguine apes lowered their heads one after another and dodged, not daring to meet his gaze. "Ha ha ha ha!" Ma Xian burst into laughter with a disdainful expression and pouted. "A bunch of cowards," Monkey sneered. "No matter how useless our sanguine ape lineage is, we're not groveling to become lackeys for the blessed heaven world. You have a death wish." Ma Xian's expression darkened. Even the two-horse monkey kings who were presiding over the scene frowned with cold gazes. Monkey's words had truly struck a nerve. "So what if I killed him? What's there to fear?" Monkey burst into laughter. "My life for his, that's good enough for me. Do you think that you're the only one who has to pay with your life for killing a single person of our horse-monkey lineage?" Ma Xian said coldly. "Your parents, brothers, descendants, masters, and all clansmen related to you have to die with you. Ha 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 ha." When Monkey heard that, he laughed even more wildly and shouted, "I'm from the lower worlds and have no parents. After I ascended, I've never acknowledged anyone as my master, let alone have any descendants or brothers. I'm all alone by myself. Kill as you wish." "You!" Ma Xian was stunned for a moment. When Yuan heard that, he seemed to have thought of something and shuddered. Gradually, he clenched his fists. After senior brother Yuan Huang ascended, he never acknowledged anyone as his master or interacted with anyone. He was extremely cold to everyone. Initially, I thought that he was a loner. So, he was doing it all for this day. The other sanguine apes gradually understood as well. After Monkey ascended and heard what happened to his clansmen, he had long thought of this day. He was going to exchange his life for theirs and not implicate any clansmen at all. Monkey was using his own choices and methods to defend the combat Tao in his heart. When the four immortal kings of the sanguine ape lineage who were watching the battle saw that, they sighed and turned their heads with pained expressions. Some young sanguine apes were even sobbing softly. Senior brother Yuan Huang. Yuan's eyes were red as he looked at the figure, who was still cursing arrogantly despite being stepped on by Ma Xian in the arena. His vision was blurry. Right then, a soft murmur sounded from beside him. Monkey indeed has no parents, master, or children. However, he still has a few sworn siblings. Instinctively, Yuan looked over and saw that the green-robed man who followed him had already walked forward. On the combat arena, Ma Xian stepped on Monkey with a dark gaze and could not make up his mind for a moment. Against such a provocative sanguine ape, if he merely killed the latter, it was not enough to vent his hatred, let alone intimidate the sanguine ape lineage. However, he could not find a suitable excuse to implicate others. Who said he doesn't have any brothers? Right then, a voice sounded from the crowd. When Ma Xian heard that, he was overjoyed and looked over hurriedly. When Monkey heard that voice, His eyes widened in disbelief. He turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see the person who spoke clearly. A black-haired, green-robed man was exceptionally conspicuous among the many sanguine apes and was walking over. When Monkey saw that person, his eyes turned red and his breathing turned heavy. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, wanting to call out, "First." However, immediately after, he realized something and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If he shouted, Su Zimo would definitely be implicated. Why was First here? What was he doing here? Monkey's mind was in chaos. Initially, he was rather calm with the thought of death. Now that he suddenly saw Su Zimo, he was surprised and delighted, unable to hide his excitement. When Ma Xian saw who it was, he frowned slightly. This person clearly did not belong to the sanguine ape world, and his origins were unknown. However, he did not ask about the identity of the person. As long as he could provide information and clues about Yuan Huang's brothers, the identity of this person could be put aside for the time being. You said that he has brothers? Ma Xian looked at Su Zimo and asked in a deep voice. Su Zimo had already arrived before the arena and nodded. As far as I know, Monkey indeed doesn't have any bloodline brothers. However, he has 6 sworn siblings. Oh! Ma Xian's eyes lit up. From the way this person spoke, he could even tell the exact number of sworn brothers. He should not be spouting nonsense. Furthermore, Yuan Huang was beneath his feet. After this person appeared, Yuan Huang's emotions clearly became extremely agitated. It could be deduced that this person was not lying. Tell me, who are those 6 siblings and where are they? Ma Xian smiled and waved his hand. As long as you can tell me, I can give you any treasure you want. However, Ma Xian was thinking about something else. Once this person spilled the beans, he would be of no value and he could just kill this person casually. Su Zimo said indifferently, 5 siblings are not in the sanguine ape world. Only one of them is here. Who? Ma Xian asked. Me. Su Zimo replied. Ma Xian was stunned. The surrounding sanguine apes and horse monkeys were dumbfounded as well. Yuanin, who brought Su Zimo here, was even more confused when he heard that. He knew that Su Zimo was here to look for senior brother Yuan Huang, but he did not know that the 2 of them were sworn siblings. Furthermore, even if the 2 of them were sworn siblings, wasn't he committing suicide by standing out in this situation? You? Ma Xian sized up Su Zimo and his expression gradually darkened. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Are you messing with me? He could not believe that someone would take the initiative to jump out and commit suicide. Weren't you looking for his brothers? Su Zimo leaped onto the combat arena and pointed at Monkey beneath Ma Xian's feet with a calm expression. I'm his eldest brother. Ma Xian frowned, unable to figure out Su Zimo's intentions. After Su Zimo entered the combat arena, he did not look at Ma Xian anymore. Instead, he looked at Monkey and scolded jokingly, Monkey, after you ascended, you're not even going to acknowledge your eldest brother now? At that point, Monkey knew that Su Zimo had made up his mind and could not hide it any longer. In his excitement, he could not help but shout, First! Upon hearing Monkey's words, Ma Xian was truly certain. Good, good, good. Ma Xian clapped with a smile and mocked. You're not bad as an eldest brother. You're quite loyal and took the initiative to stand out. Your courage is commendable. Many horse monkeys below burst into laughter. You don't recognize me? Su Zimo shifted his gaze and looked at Ma Xian, raising his brow slightly. Ha 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 ha. Ma Xian was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. As though he had heard the funniest thing in the world, he smiled and said, What's your name? Tell us and let everyone see how famous you are. Many horse monkeys below hooted as well. Initially, Su Zimo thought that someone in the sanguine ape world would definitely recognize him after he appeared. After all, back then, perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliacosm and many kings gathered in the blessed heaven world. In the evil fiend battlefield, he killed more than 20 supreme perfected spirits alone and became famous in a single battle, shocking the upper world. However, given the current situation, it was clear that no one recognized him. No wonder. On second thought, Su Zimo understood. Back in the blessed heaven world, there were no perfected spirits of the sanguine ape world. The horse-monkey lineage stayed in the sanguine ape world the entire time to monitor the sanguine ape lineage. As such, they did not head to the blessed heaven world or enter the evil fiend battlefield. Naturally, no one had seen Su Zimo before. "My name is Su Zimo." Su Zimo smiled as well. "Wow!" Ma Xian pretended in an exaggerated manner and exclaimed, "You're super famous indeed." Thereafter, he surveyed his surroundings and asked loudly, "This person's name is Su Zimo. Has anyone heard of him?" Even the sanguine ape lineage exchanged glances, let alone the horse-monkey lineage. The 6 kings holding down from above exchanged glances in confusion. Indeed, that name was unfamiliar. Even with their knowledge, they had never heard of it, let alone other clansmen. "Fufu." Ma Xian glanced at his surroundings and sneered, "Unfortunately, no one has heard of your name." Pausing for a moment, Ma Xian retracted his smile and glared at Su Zimo with a murderous expression, saying slowly, "In addition, you might not understand the situation. To put it simply, you're about to die." Before his sentence was finished, Ma Xian suddenly waved his spear and stabbed towards Su Zimo's face at an extremely fast speed, arriving instantly. Piak! Just as the spear was about to pierce Su Zimo's face, Su Zimo suddenly reached out and grabbed it. Instinctively, Ma Xian wanted to spin his spear and shatter Su Zimo's palm. However, he realized that his destiny spirit treasure could not move in Su Zimo's hands at all. Crack! Before he could react, he heard a crisp sound. Suddenly, Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and snapped his destiny spirit treasure. This spear was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure. But now, it was snapped into 2 by the seemingly weak man opposite him barehanded. "You?" Ma Xian's expression changed starkly. Su Zimo threw in reverse and the broken spear in his hand shot out. Infinite yin yang. Ma Xian's reaction was extremely fast. He circulated his bloodline and released a peerless divine power. The red-buttocked horse-monkey lineage had the saying that they were born close to the yin-yang dermic Tao. Su Zimo did not dodge. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white as he devoured the yin-yang power opposite him crazily. Su Zimo resolved the infinite yin-yang into nothingness with just the illumination and nether glow divine stones in his eyes. When he saw that, Ma Xian had a terrified expression and was scared out of his wits. He had never seen such impossible methods. Infinite yin-yang was neutralized and the broken spear pierced through his chest instantly. Fresh blood spewed. The immense power sent his body flying. Suddenly, a large shadow enveloped down. It was the figure of the green-robed man. Su Zimo was even faster and caught up in half a step, stepping heavily on Ma Xian's face with the might of the plowing heaven stride. With just a single kick, Ma Xian's head exploded into pieces and his essence spirit was destroyed. Ma Xian's tragic death caused an uproar. No matter what, Ma Xian had the bloodline of the red-buttocked horse monkey and had comprehended a peerless divine power. He was truly a supreme perfected spirit. However, against Su Zimo, Ma Xian could not resist at all and was almost killed instantly. The entire process was way too fast. By the time the 6 kings of the sanguine ape world presiding over the scene reacted, Ma Xian was already dead on the spot. If everyone present knew Su Zimo's background, they would not be surprised as to why Ma Xian died so easily. In the battle of the evil fiend battlefield, Su Zimo was already publicly acknowledged as the #1 perfected spirit in history in the medium kiliacosm. More than 20 supreme perfected spirits were killed by him alone. After so many years, Su Zimo's combat strength had improved further. Killing a supreme perfected spirit like Ma Xian was no different from killing a chicken to him. Furthermore, no one expected that an outsider who looked like a weak and refined cultivator would dare to kill a perfected spirit of the sanguine ape world in front of everyone. Yuanin, who brought Su Zimo here, was shocked and murmured softly, "Who is this man that I brought in? No matter what his background is, He won't be able to leave the sanguine ape world after killing Ma Xian here. I'm afraid this person doesn't know that Ma Xian is backed by the blessed heaven world, a terrifying faction that transcends the world and rules above the upper world. The ignorant are fearless. Many sanguine apes felt relieved when they saw Ma Xian die. However, everyone knew that the green-robed man in the combat arena had already caused a huge trouble and felt regret and sadness for him. Putting aside the two-horse monkey kings who were presiding over the scene, the many horse monkeys in the surroundings who were eyeing covetously with a murderous aura were enough to tear the green-robed cultivator apart. Of course, Su Zimo knew that once he attacked, he would definitely become enemies with the blessed heaven world. He also knew very well the consequences of becoming enemies with the blessed heaven world. However, when he saw Monkey in trouble, he had no choice. Although with that said, even if the blessed heaven world mobilized a large force to deal with a perfected spirit like him, it was not as though he could not fight either. In the great wilderness, the martial Tao prime body had already fought with the heavenly court behind the blessed heaven world. So what if he offended the blessed heaven world? Even if the martial Tao prime body was implicated, he could escape with Monkey and head to the Nine Nether Legacy ground to lie low for the time being. Long before he attacked, he had already replayed the consequences and possible situations in his mind. How dare you? The two-horse monkey kings on the high ground were enraged. They slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Su Zimo as they hollered, "Please calm down." At the side, Ape King Heavenbreaker stood up quickly and stopped the two-horse monkey kings. He said in a deep voice, "Let's ask about this person's background first." When the two-horse monkey kings heard that, they nearly exploded in rage. One of them glared at Ape King Heavenbreaker and grit his teeth. "I don't care what his background is. If he kills Ma Xian, he has to pay with his life." Although Ape King Heavenbreaker's actions seemed to be advising the two-horse monkey kings to calm down, he wanted to stop the two of them and give Su Zimo a chance to escape. There was no way he could help Su Zimo openly. However, he did not want to help the evildoer and stand on the side of the horse-monkey lineage. Another horse-monkey king seemed to have reacted. He turned to look at Ape King Heavenbreaker and narrowed his eyes. "Why? Do you want to help this outsider?" With Su Zimo's help, Monkey had already stood up. When he saw that the two-horse monkey kings were about to attack, he could not help but burst into laughter. "That's all your horse-monkey lineage can do. You even need a king to step in to deal with a perfected spirit." The horse-monkey perfected spirits below could not hold it in any longer and could not help but roar when they heard that. "There's no need for the two-horse monkey kings to attack. We'll avenge senior brother Ma Xian and eat his flesh and drink his blood. How dare an outsider come to the sanguine ape world and behave atrociously? We'll tear him apart for killing our clansmen." Howl, howl, howl. Thousands of horse monkeys charged towards the combat arena with dust billowing. Hundreds of horse monkey perfected spirits circulated their blood chi with ferocious expressions and thunderous gazes as they charged towards Su Zimo and Monkey. Instantly, the ground shook and the weather changed. When the sanguine apes saw that, they were secretly speechless and could not bear to see it. With so many horse monkeys swarming forward, they did not even have to release their divine powers or secret skills. Just their brute strength alone was enough to tear Su Zimo and Monkey into pieces. Monkey covered the wound on his chest and leaned on his staff. Back to back with Su Zimo, he looked at the overwhelming figures around him without any fear and grinned. "First, we can fight side by side again." At that moment, many scenes from Tsonglang Mountain Range flashed through Monkey's mind. At that time, it was also the two of them who fought side by side in the endless Tsonglang Mountain Range and supported each other to escape death. The only difference was that this time round, they could not escape. Su Zimo did not know what Monkey was thinking. He merely looked at the many horse monkeys swarming over with a murderous aura and shook his head gently. He smiled. "A group of perfected spirits want to kill me?" Back in the blessed heaven world, what experts did he fight? The strongest perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm were gathered in the evil fiend battlefield together with the perfected spirits of the 10 Sin grounds. Even such a terrifying formation was defeated by Su Zimo and countless people died. Right now, There were not even supreme perfected spirits among the hundreds of horse-monkey perfected spirits. Furthermore, the earth and heaven essence horse-monkeys were not even worthy of his attention at all. "You guys know nothing about my strength?" Suzimo murmured softly with a calm expression. He channeled his essence spirit and pointed at the void, saying indifferently, "6 paths of reincarnation," before his sentence was finished. A gigantic abyss vortex appeared where his fingertip landed and spread rapidly, filling the entire world. The world spun and time and space were in chaos. All bloodlines, divine powers, secret skills, and divine weapons were forcefully dragged into reincarnation. Even the many horse monkeys who charged forward struggled and roared as they were devoured by the vortex abyss, and their essence spirits were destroyed. Be it celestial being or paradise void perfected spirits, none of them could defend against the power of reincarnation. Back in the evil fiend battlefield, Suzimo was only at the hollow nether realm and released the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even the number 1 perfected spirit at that time, Xianxia, could not defend against it. Now that Suzimo had cultivated to the peak of the paradise void realm, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was even stronger than before. The horse-monkey lineage charged forward like moths to a flame. All the sanguine apes present were dumbfounded when they saw that. They were scared silly and their minds went blank. Was that sort of power released from a perfected spirit expert? Thousands of horse monkeys charged forward. However, they could not even touch the corner of the green-robed cultivator's clothes, let alone tear him apart. Large groups of horse monkeys were devoured by the 6 paths of reincarnation and buried within. This scene was way too terrifying. Even the corners of the eyes of Ape King Heavenbreaker and the other sanguine ape kings twitched uncontrollably. Even if they attacked, they might not be able to cause such terrifying lethality. Ever since the calamity of the sanguine apes, the sanguine ape world was severely injured and was no longer the same as before. The betrayal of the horse-monkey lineage made the situation of the sanguine ape world even worse. All these years, the sanguine ape lineage had always been suppressed. As they had too many reservations, they did not dare to kill a horse-monkey even on the combat arena. But now, not only did Suzimo, an outsider, kill a supreme perfected spirit of the horse-monkey lineage, the peerless divine power he released was like the scythe of the death god, reaping the lives of the horse-monkey lineage wantonly. It wasn't just 1 or 2 that died, but a whole bunch of them. Although many sanguine apes were shocked, they felt indescribable joy. Good kill. Those cowards should have been killed a long time ago. Many sanguine apes hollered excitedly. In the eyes of many sanguine apes, Suzimo was an outsider. Even if the horse-monkey lineage wanted to take revenge, they could not vent their anger on them. Ape King Heavenbreaker looked worried. Initially, Suzimo still had a chance of escaping. Now that he had killed so many horse monkeys and the 2 horse monkey kings beside him attacked, this person would definitely die. How dare you? The 2 horse monkey kings' eyes widened as they roared angrily. They released 2 minor grotto heavens and suppressed the 6 paths of reincarnation in the void. Boom! 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 The 2 minor grotto heavens suppressed the 6 paths of reincarnation in succession and saved some horse-monkey clansmen. As for the hundreds of horse-monkey perfected spirits who charged to the front, they were almost completely wiped out. Suzimo's 6 paths of reincarnation killed almost all the perfected spirits of the horse-monkey lineage. At the very least, it would be difficult for any perfected spirit expert of the horse-monkey lineage to rise in the next 100,000 years. When Ape King Heavenbreaker saw the 2 horse monkey kings attack, he could not bear to see Suzimo die here. He pondered for a moment and took a deep breath. He stood in front of the 2 horse monkey kings and said in a deep voice, "Calm down. This person is so arrogant and fearless. He probably has a powerful background." Scram! How could the 2 horse monkey kings listen to such words? They shouted angrily at Ape King Heavenbreaker. Taking advantage of that delay, Ape King Heavenbreaker hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Suzimo's spirit consciousness. "Young friend, leave quickly or it'll be too late." A horse monkey king glared at Ape King Heavenbreaker and his expression darkened. His gaze was sinister as he said coldly, "Heavenbreaker, You're protecting this person. Could it be that you were the one who instigated this person? That was a huge crime. Ape King Heavenbreaker could not withstand it at all. If Ape King Heavenbreaker continued to stop the two of them, he would definitely attract trouble. Apart from him, countless clansmen of the sanguine ape lineage would suffer because of this. Heavenbreaker, come back! The remaining 3 sanguine ape kings hurried forward and pulled Ape King Heavenbreaker back. At that moment, the 2-horse monkey kings did not want to waste their energy on Ape King Heavenbreaker. Their first target was the green-robed cultivator below. Ape King Heavenbreaker turned back and shook his head internally when he saw that Suzimo had yet to leave. This person's combat strength is indeed terrifying. It's just that his reaction speed is a little slow, and there's even less chance for him to escape now. Just as Ape King Heavenbreaker was lamenting, not only did the green-robed cultivator on the combat arena not leave, he even charged towards the 2-horse monkey kings. Even Ape King Heavenbreaker was stunned. What was this person trying to do? He knew that he could not escape, so he decided to commit suicide instead. Ant, die! When the 2-horse monkey kings saw Suzimo charging over, the anger in their hearts intensified. They could not help but shout and prop up their minor grotto heavens to suppress him. You guys are far from being able to kill me. Suzimo's gaze intensified as he released his innate divine power, the 8-tusk divine strength, to increase his strength and channel his essence spirit at the same time. Boom! The void behind Suzimo collapsed and a faintly discernible grotto heaven appeared. In the grotto heaven, the sun and moon hovered and light and darkness coexisted. Day and night alternated and yin and yang fused. Although it was only a grotto heaven phantom, the power released was no weaker than the minor grotto heavens of the 2-horse monkey kings. A grotto heaven phantom actually has such power? The hearts of the 2-horse monkey kings skipped a beat. No matter what, they were 2 kings after all. Even after condensing 2 minor grotto heavens, they could still gain the upper hand steadily. Boom! Before the 2 of them could react, the void behind Suzimo collapsed once more and a gigantic tomb appeared. It was lifeless and filled with countless headstones, as though it wanted to bury everything. There was a sword stabbed into every single headstone. The deathly aura of the tomb contained a sharp sword intent that could tear through everything. What's this? The 2-horse monkey kings widened their eyes. Another grotto heaven phantom? Even a supreme king like Ape King Heavenbreaker shuddered with disbelief on their faces, let alone the 2 of them. Suzimo was only a perfected spirit? What sort of methods were those? After leaving the land of day and night and entering seclusion in the flower world, the martial Tao prime body discussed the Tao with Dai Yu. The 2 true bodies were telepathic, and with the help of the spirit consonance art, the green lotus true body benefited immensely as well. The Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb was the 2nd grotto heaven phantom, comprehended by the green lotus true body in seclusion in the flower world. Grotto heaven phantoms were not impressive methods. Half-step kings could control grotto heaven phantoms. However, the grotto heaven phantom of a half-step king only contained a wisp of grotto heaven power and could not fight against a true grotto heaven at all. Kings present had never heard of a grotto heaven phantom like Suzimo's who could fight against true grotto heavens head-on. The dermic Tao contained in the 2 grotto heaven phantoms that Suzimo cultivated was way too terrifying. Needless to say, the dermic Tao of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra synthesized within the Yin-Yang grotto heaven was augmented by the illumination and nether glow divine stones. As for the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb, it was a synthesis of the profundities of the 2 taboo mystic classics, the Zenith Heaven Sword Classic and the Heaven Burial Sutra. Rumble. When the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb descended, the grotto heavens of the 2-horse monkey kings could not hold on any longer and swayed. Earlier on, their minor grotto heavens expended a lot of grotto heaven power to destroy Suzimo's 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that Suzimo summoned the phantoms of the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb in succession, the 2-horse monkey kings could not defend against them at all. After holding on for a few breaths, their grotto heavens collapsed completely. The 2 of them had shocked expressions and did not dare to tangle with Suzimo anymore, turning to escape. However, without the protection of the grotto heaven, the The two of them could not defend against the power of the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven and Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb at all. Yin and Yang spun and released a powerful suction force, pulling one of the Horse Monkey Kings into it slowly. On the other side, the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb enveloped down and the soil that contained the dead aura of twilight churned. Instantly, it enveloped and buried the other Horse Monkey King, forming a tomb that was half the height of a person. The tomb shook. The Horse Monkey King was still fighting with all his might inside, wanting to struggle free. Right then, the phantom of a gigantic sword descended from the skies and landed on the tomb. Fresh blood surged on the tomb mound and dyed the soil red. There was no longer any sound inside. The gigantic sword phantom was like a tombstone stabbed into the soil. There were almost no changes to the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb. However, there was now an additional tomb. The tomb of a king. Even a king of the Horse Monkey lineage was killed. More importantly, this Horse Monkey King possessed the Blessed Heaven World badge and was truly a king of the Blessed Heaven World. Previously, no matter how many horse monkeys Su Zimo killed, they did not have the Blessed Heaven World badge and were not living beings of the Blessed Heaven World. But now, his kill of this Horse Monkey King was equivalent to a direct conflict with the Blessed Heaven World. In the eyes of Ape King Heaven Breaker and the others, Su Zimo had no longer caused a monstrous calamity. Instead, he had practically gone against the heavens. What's the background of Yuan Huang's sworn brother? A mere perfected spirit can actually cross a major cultivation realm and kill a king. This lad probably doesn't know the background of the two Horse Monkey Kings yet. That's why he's so ruthless. No matter his background, it'll be difficult for him to escape from the sanguine ape world. That's right. Once Ma Xian died, Monkey King Scarlet Sea would definitely sense it and would most likely have already come out of seclusion, let alone the death of a Horse Monkey King. The four sanguine ape kings communicated telepathically. The battle was not over. The phantom of the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb buried a Horse Monkey King. The other Horse Monkey King released all his trump cards and secret skills, and even struggled with all his might in the phantom of the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven. However, even after using all his methods, he could only delay for a moment and could not defend against the strangulation of the Yin-Yang power at all. More than half of the Horse Monkey King's body was devoured by the phantom of the Yin-Yang Grotto Heaven. Seeing that he was about to die inside, he took off the Blessed Heaven World badge on his waist. The Horse Monkey King straightened his arm and raised the Blessed Heaven World badge as he probed out of the Grotto Heaven. With a horrified expression, he roared tragically, "I am a king of the Blessed Heaven World. Kings of the Blessed Heaven World have to die as well." Su Zimo hollered softly and had no intention of stopping. He channeled his essence spirit and the power of Yin and Yang burst forth, devouring and killing the Horse Monkey King instantly. Initially, the Horse Monkey King wanted to make use of the name of the Blessed Heaven World to suppress Su Zimo and survive for the time being before plotting revenge. To think that Su Zimo would have no reservations when he heard about the Blessed Heaven World. Since he had decided to attack, he would naturally not be soft-hearted. If he spared this Horse Monkey King, the latter would definitely not let him off after escaping. Even the four sanguine ape kings were shocked. This lad knows that the other party is from the Blessed Heaven World and still dares to kill? Looking at his young age, even if he has heard of the Blessed Heaven World, he might not know how terrifying it is. What should we do? Should we just watch him kill, or should we? The four sanguine ape kings communicated with their spirit consciousnesses hesitantly. Out of their inclination, they naturally did not want to be enemies with Su Zimo. However, if they allowed Su Zimo to start a massacre in front of everyone, it would be difficult for them to say for sure if Horse Monkey lineage would pursue the matter in the future. Ow! Right then, an angry roar sounded from behind the blood-colored mountain peak. Monkey King Scarlet Sea has come out of seclusion. When Ape King Heaven Breaker heard that howl, his heart skipped a beat. Monkey King Scarlet Sea was a peak king and Ma Xian's father. He was also a red-buttocked horse monkey, and his physique and bloodline were far superior to his son. Among the kings of the sanguine ape world, Monkey King Scarlet Sea's combat strength was rank 1. Ape King Heavenbreaker looked at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Sighing. I persuaded you to leave earlier on, but you didn't. It's too late for you to leave now. No matter how fast the movement technique of a perfected spirit was, he could not escape the pursuit of a king. A Grotto Heaven King could tear through the void casually and enter a spatial tunnel. In the opinion of Ape King Heavenbreaker, even if Su Zimo escaped now, Monkey King Scarlet Sea would catch up to him before he could escape from the Sanguine Ape world. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he nodded slightly at Ape King Heavenbreaker before releasing a secret skill. His left eye shone with a nether glow and his right eye shone with an illumination. Together, they burst forth with a black and white divine light, forming a yin-yang fish's diagram below that spun continuously with its head and tail connected. Su Zimo summoned the primordial unity horsetail whip. With the jade handle as a pole and silver threads as ink, he wrote a few strange runes on the yin-yang fish's diagram. Thereafter, he flung the primordial unity horsetail whip and threw it into the black and white intersection of the yin-yang fish's diagram. It fused perfectly with it and vanished. The void split open and a spatial tunnel appeared. Primordial unity yin-yang escape. Su Zimo pulled Monkey and was about to step into the spatial tunnel to leave the Sanguine Ape world. Hold on. Right then, a Sanguine Ape King frowned and hollered, Leave Yuan Huang behind. The Sanguine Ape King did not have any ill intentions. However, in his opinion, Su Zimo had already offended the blessed heaven world. Monkey would definitely have a slim chance of survival if he followed Su Zimo. Therefore, his first reaction was to ask Su Zimo to leave Monkey behind. Su Zimo stood at the entrance of the spatial tunnel and paused. He glanced sideways and asked, Can you guys protect him? The Sanguine Ape King from earlier on fell silent and gradually lowered his head. Once the matter today was investigated, Monkey would definitely die if he stayed in the Sanguine Ape world. They did not even have the capabilities to kill a perfected spirit of the horse-monkey lineage, let alone protect Monkey's life. Let's go! Ape King Heavenbreaker urged them with his spirit consciousness while charging forward physically as he shouted, Where do you think you're going? Although Ape King Heavenbreaker charged over, he did not release any techniques and was only pretending. Su Zimo did not stay any longer and brought Monkey into the spatial tunnel, disappearing. Not long after he left, the void above the combat arena split open and a horse-monkey king filled with dense blood chi walked out. He surveyed his surroundings with a sinister gaze. Peak King, Monkey King Scarlet Sea. What's going on? Monkey King Scarlet Sea looked at the corpses all over the ground and rivers of blood. Furthermore, the ones who died were all from the horse-monkey lineage, and his expression could not help but darken completely. The losses of the horse-monkey lineage were way too great. When he saw Ma Xian's corpse in the combat arena, the blood chi on Monkey King Scarlet Sea intensified. His expression was cold and his aura became much more violent as he asked slowly, Who did it? Some horse monkeys who were lucky enough to survive earlier on ran over hurriedly and recounted everything that happened in detail. Yuan Huang? Su Zimo? Monkey King Scarlet Sea narrowed his eyes and murmured softly. Thereafter, he glared at Ape King Heavenbreaker and the other three kings and said coldly, The four of you have been watching idly from the sidelines the entire time, allowing an outsider to slaughter our horse-monkey lineage. In my opinion, Su Zimo must have been working for you guys. If you want to frame someone, you can use all sorts of excuses. Ape King Heavenbreaker sneered. The entire process happened too quickly. The two kings were killed in less than a round. Furthermore, we even tried to stop Su Zimo from escaping. However, we couldn't hold him back. Although Monkey King Scarlet Sea did not witness it personally, he could guess that Ape King Heavenbreaker and the others would definitely not stop them with all their might. Whether I'm trying to frame you or not, I'll know after I capture those two beasts and search their souls. Monkey King Scarlet Sea laughed sinisterly. If this has anything to do with you guys, I want you sanguine apes to pay with your lives 100 times more. Upon hearing the threat of Monkey King Scarlet Sea, Ape King Heavenbreaker sneered internally. His expression was unchanged and he was fearless. Su Zimo had nothing to do with the sanguine ape lineage. Even if he was related, that person had already escaped into the spatial tunnel and escaped from the sanguine ape world. Even if Monkey King Scarlet Sea chased after him now, he would not be able to catch up. Owl Monkey King Scarlet Sea reared his head and roared, summoning the kings of the horse-monkey lineage to gather here. Many horse-monkey kings broke out of seclusion when they heard that. Before long, 17 horse-monkey kings descended. Apart from Monkey King Scarlet Sea, there were 2 other peak kings. Ape King Heavenbreaker watched coldly from the side. The starry skies were vast and boundless. It was possible for Su Zimo to escape in any direction. In the starry skies, the slightest deviation in direction would cause the difference to grow further and further. Even 180 kings would find it difficult to catch up to Su Zimo and Monkey, let alone the 18 kings here. Monkey King Scarlet Sea recounted the scene that happened briefly. When the 17 horse-monkey kings saw the scene around them, their expressions turned livid. When they heard what happened, they were even more enraged and murderous. Scarlet Sea, those 2 have already escaped for a long time. How can we chase after them? A horse-monkey king frowned. The starry skies are vast. If we search in all directions, it'll be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Monkey King Scarlet Sea said, "Everyone, don't worry. If you follow me, you'll be able to catch up to these 2 ants." Although this lad has already escaped, the escape technique he released involves yin and yang. There will be traces of yin and yang left behind here and along the way. Traces of yin and yang? The other horse-monkey kings frowned. Naturally, they could not see any traces of yin and yang through their spirit consciousnesses. Ape King Heavenbreaker revealed a puzzled expression as well. However, before long, he realized that something was amiss. Monkey King Scarlet Sea had already awakened the complete bloodline of the red-buttocked horse monkey. There was a saying that the red-buttocked horse monkey understood yin and yang human affairs, was good at blending in and out and avoiding death to extend its life. Others could not see any traces of yin and yang, but they could not hide from Monkey King Scarlet Sea's eyes. Right then, Monkey King Scarlet Sea's eyes gradually underwent a strange change. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white, turning into a pair of yin-yang eyes that pierced through the void and captured traces of yin and yang that had yet to dissipate. "Everyone, follow me," Monkey King Scarlet Sea said in a deep voice. Ape King Heavenbreaker's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by a sanguine ape king at the side who shook his head at him. "Heavenbreaker, we can't interfere in this matter." The sanguine ape king sent a voice transmission. Ape King Heavenbreaker frowned. "If Scarlet Sea and the others chase after them, Yuan Huang and Su Zimo will definitely die. Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Su Zimo's identity and background are unknown. We can't act rashly." Another sanguine ape king sent a voice transmission. Ape King Heavenbreaker said, "Even so, Su Zimo helped us vent our anger after all. Furthermore, Yuan Huang is our clansman. Heavenbreaker, you have to know that Su Zimo has already caused a huge calamity by killing a king of the blessed heaven world. It's a heinous crime." The first sanguine ape king's tone was solemn. "If we interfere in this matter, we'll definitely have something on ourselves and won't be able to defend ourselves. Scarlet Sea and the others will definitely seize the opportunity to pin the crime of sin spirits on us. At that time, our sanguine ape lineage will probably be locked in the combat sin ground and will never see the light of day." Another sanguine ape king added, "Back then, the world lord endured immense humiliation and finally bowed down to the blessed heaven world because he wanted to protect our lineage. We can't let him down." Ape King Heavenbreaker clenched his fists and lowered his head in silence. In the depths of the sanguine ape world, an old ape stood up slowly and a hint of hesitation flashed through the depths of his turbid eyes. "World Lord." The sanguine ape emperor who was at the bottom realized the old ape's intentions and sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness hurriedly. "Don't be rash." Just as the old ape was about to move, he suddenly sensed 2 powerful spirit consciousness pressures enveloping him. The old ape closed his eyes and stood silently for a long time. Finally, he sighed and sat back down. "Those 2 juniors. What a pity." The old ape lamented internally. Su Zimo led Monkey through the spatial tunnel continuously and changed directions several times. He only stopped after 3 days. In the past 3 days, the two of them chatted a lot on the way. They each recounted their experiences after ascending. Su Zimo talked about Tiger, Ching Ching, Golden Lion, Little Fox, and the others, and Night Spirit as well. However, ever since he obtained some news about Night Spirit in the Blessed Heaven world, there was no further news. There was no other reason why he stopped for the time being. It was because Monkey's injuries were serious. Monkey's bloodline was only at the initial stage of awakening. Coupled with the fact that Ma Xian was extremely ruthless, there were no signs of recovery for the past 3 days with Monkey's innate bloodline and the help of external elixir pills. After all, not all physiques had the self-healing power of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Monkey was rather excited to reunite with Su Zimo. As such, he was unwilling to rest and recuperate. After 3 days, Monkey's condition worsened. Monkey's injuries could not be dragged on any longer. Furthermore, the two of them had long left the Sanguine Ape world and should be out of danger. Therefore, Su Zimo found a lifeless star nearby and descended. He established a cave abode to heal Monkey. Monkey was severely injured. However, it was not a problem for Su Zimo. Su Zimo made use of the creation Green Lotus bloodline to release the Lotus Life Finger, sending rich and pure life force into Monkey's body. Monkey's injuries gradually healed at an incremental speed. Around the shocking blood hole in his chest, tender flesh buds grew crazily and intertwined. According to the trend, Monkey could recover more or less in less than a day. Monkey healed himself in the cave abode while Su Zimo guarded at the side with his eyes closed. About 4 hours later, Su Zimo sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes, frowning. Earlier on, a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart before disappearing rapidly. It was like a sudden impulse or an illusion. At his cultivation realm, especially with the help of his spirit perception, that sense of danger would definitely not appear out of thin air. Monkey's injuries had yet to recover. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before awakening Monkey and sending a voice transmission. "We can't stay here for long. We have to leave immediately." When Monkey saw Su Zimo's grim expression, he realized that something had happened and bounced up from the ground immediately. After the two of them left the cave abode, Su Zimo looked up and his pupils constricted slightly. He could sense that there were at least 10 kings hidden around the star. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and released the phantom of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, prepared to tear through the void and escape with Monkey. "Two little bastards, how dare you think of escaping?" Suddenly, a loud shout reverberated through the world. Immediately after, a gigantic hand covered in long fur descended from the skies and released an apocalyptic aura that enveloped the two of them. Rumble. The suffocating and terrifying aura released by the long-haired hand was thick and powerful. Before it descended, the mountain range beside Su Zimo and Monkey had already begun to collapse. The gigantic star beneath their feet began to tremble continuously and massive cracks appeared on the ground. The ground shook. The spot where the two of them were at collapsed slowly, revealing a gigantic 5-finger palm print. He was way too strong. In fact, that power could even blow up the star. It was completely beyond Su Zimo's tolerance. The person who attacked was definitely a Peak King, and was even stronger than King Earth Kuan, whom he had once killed. King Earth Kuan was a king in his twilight years after all. As for the person who attacked, his blood chi was strong and he was clearly in his prime. Outside the land of day and night, Su Zimo had once killed 2 Peak Kings personally. However, this did not mean that he could fight against Peak Kings head-on. The difference between the two of them was way too great. It was an entire major cultivation realm. Back then, the main reason why he could succeed was because Immortal Queen Yulan restrained one of them. Right now, the gigantic long-haired palm descended and sealed all the space between Su Zimo and Monkey. The spatial tunnel he had just created was crushed by the long-haired palm and could not escape. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and released another Grotto Heaven phantom. Behind him, there were 2 Grotto Heaven phantoms of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb. Even so, he could not defend against the power of the long-haired palm. The moment the 2 Grotto Heaven phantoms appeared, They collapsed. However, Su Zimo was not out of methods yet. 8-tusk divine strength, 4 heads 8 arms, immortal vanquishing sword, Buddha dragon elephant, 6 paths of reincarnation, fleeting moment, astral imprisonment, vermilion bird, heavenly fire, infinite yin-yang. 9 peerless divine powers were released instantly. The person who attacked was Monkey King Scarlet Sea, who came chasing in pursuit. Sensing Su Zimo's counterattack below, Monkey King Scarlet Sea's eyes were first filled with shock, before they were replaced with mockery and contempt. A perfected spirit comprehended 9 peerless divine powers and could even release them at the same time. It was unprecedented and indeed shocked him. However, no matter how strong peerless divine powers were, they could not threaten him. Even if the 9 peerless divine powers were stacked together, it would be useless. In fact, he did not even need to use his Scarlet Sea Grotto Heaven to crush this ant. In his opinion, Su Zimo's counterattack was merely a futile attempt. As expected, when the 9 peerless divine powers combined with the 2 Grotto Heaven phantoms struck his gigantic palm, Monkey King Scarlet Sea only felt a hint of resistance and pain. He circulated his blood chi slightly, and the discomfort disappeared as the gigantic palm continued to suppress. Suddenly, Monkey King Scarlet Sea seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed. His gigantic palm trembled and he retracted instinctively. His lifespan was decreasing at an astonishing speed. He was now 370,000 years old and was still 600 odd years away from 1,000,000 years of lifespan. However, in that instant earlier on, he had already lost 100,000 years of his lifespan. Just as he was shocked and retracted his hand, he lost another 100,000 years of lifespan. In the blink of an eye, 200,000 years of lifespan had vanished without any signs of recovery. Monkey King Scarlet Sea couldn't care less about Su Zimo below and roared. Instantly, he released his perfected Grotto Heaven and a blood sea appeared behind him. The descent of the perfected Grotto Heaven finally stopped the reduction of lifespan and the danger was resolved. Even so, he had lost an entire 200,000 years of lifespan. Furthermore, Monkey King Scarlet Sea was completely baffled and did not know what happened to him. When Su Zimo below sensed that, he lamented internally what a pity it was. Actually, he also knew that even if the 9 peerless divine powers were stacked, they would not be able to injure a peak king. The reason why he released it all at once was because he wanted to hide the fleeting moment inside without being noticed. Only that peerless divine power could pose a threat to peak kings. Indeed, Monkey King Scarlet Sea was struck. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He propped up his perfected Grotto Heaven and erased fleeting moments Dermic Dao with an even stronger Dermic Dao to escape danger. Most of the time, when Su Zimo released fleeting moment, he would choose opponents with limited lifespans. That way, there was a higher chance of a one-hit kill. For a peak king like Monkey King Scarlet Sea, even if his lifespan was reduced by 200,000 years, he would still be at his peak and his combat strength would not decrease. "Let's go!" Su Zimo hollered and 2 divine stones appeared in his eyes. He released the primordial unity yin-yang escape, prepared to escape. In this battle state, the surrounding void shattered and distorted. Even Grotto Heaven kings would find it difficult to establish spatial tunnels and leave casually. However, the primordial unity yin-yang escape was not restricted. "Humph! You want to leave?" The moment the primordial unity yin-yang escape was released, 2 berating voices sounded from both sides. The next moment, a pitch-black staff descended from the skies with an ear-piercing whining sound. It was powerful and smashed towards the top of Monkey's head. The corners of Su Zimo's eyes twitched. The power of that strike had clearly reached the level of a peak king as well. A second peak king had arrived. He could not even defend against a single peak king, let alone 2. Furthermore, there were at least 10 kings eyeing this star covetously. Before he could react, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A huge spear charged out from diagonally and tore through the air, stabbing towards his chest. Before the spear arrived, he could already smell a strong aura of death. The third peak king. The 2 peak kings targeted Su Zimo and Monkey respectively with sharp attacks and cold killing intent. If they could not defend against it this time round, both of them would die on the spot, let alone escape. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already in danger and their lives were on the line. Monkey's injuries had yet to recover, and he was completely helpless against the attacks of a peak king. Even so, his bloodline burst forth and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Against a peak king, Monkey was still fearless and roared loudly. However, the difference in strength between the two of them was way too great. Before the peak king's staff descended, Monkey's imminent staff was shattered by the violent winds produced by the staff. In the face of a grotto heaven spirit treasure, an 8 tribulation spirit treasure could not withstand a single blow. Splash! Right then, a tsunami surged in Su Zimo's body and his bloodline was circulated to its limits. A gigantic jade green lotus burst forth behind him and soared into the skies in an insufferably arrogant manner. 12 lotus leaves bloomed continuously and the green lotus swayed, causing the starry skies to tremble. Su Zimo's bloodline phenomenon was the grade 12 creation green lotus. The descent of the bloodline phenomenon immediately attracted a few surprised voices. The gigantic lotus leaf covered the top of Monkey's head and protected him beneath. At the same time, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and released another secret skill. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white, emitting a black and white beam of light that landed on the primordial unity horsetail whip in his hands. Su Zimo wrote 12 mysterious runes in the void rapidly. The 6 ding 6 jia augmentation shall disperse all spirits and ghosts. Su Zimo hollered. The 12 runes transformed into 12 heavenly gods with terrifying auras around him. There were 6 men and 6 women. It was the primordial unity secret skill, the 6 ding 6 jia gods. The primordial unity secret skill was strong enough. Given the current strength of Su Zimo's essence spirit, the bodies of the 6 ding 6 jia gods condensed were comparable to supreme kings. However, the 6 ding 6 jia gods were not true kings after all. Without blood chi, essence spirit, or grotto heavens, they could not release any divine powers or secret skills. Furthermore, the two people who attacked were peak kings. The horse-monkey lineage had extraordinary physiques and bloodlines and was a melee combat race. The two peak kings could defeat the 6 ding 6 jia gods with their physiques and bloodlines alone. Even after Su Zimo used all his methods, he could only stall for a moment so that the two of them would not be severely injured and die on the spot. Boom! The peak king who charged towards Monkey wielded his staff and shattered the bloodline phenomenon of the creation green lotus with the might of a mountain, defeating the 6 Jiayang gods in front of Monkey. The staff still had strength left and continued to smash down. Relying on the instantaneous obstruction of the 6 Jiayang gods, Monkey dodged instinctively and retreated, raising his head. Monkey could not escape from the attack range of a peak king completely. It was already extremely fortunate that he could avoid fatal damage to his head. Bang! The pitch-black staff descended and struck Monkey's chest heavily with a dull thud. The next moment, crackling sounds came from Monkey's body and his bones shattered, causing him to burst into a blood mist. Monkey was sent flying by a staff and his eyes dimmed, his life force weak. He had yet to recover from his injuries to begin with. Now that he was dealt such a heavy blow, he was on the verge of death. When the peak king saw that he could not kill Monkey with a single strike, he exclaimed softly in surprise. Even with the obstruction of the 6 Jiayang gods, his staff strike should have been enough to kill Monkey instantly. However, when his staff struck Monkey, he still encountered some obstructions. It was as though he had struck a ball of sand, reducing much of the damage. The 9 heavens living soil. Su Zimo did not leave the top-grade defensive spirit treasure derived from the creation green lotus for himself. Instead, he helped Monkey resolve a crisis. After all, he had the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus. Even if he was severely injured, as long as he did not die on the spot, he had a chance of reviving with his powerful self-healing ability. At the same time, the spear of the 3rd peak king pierced through the bodies of 6 ding yin gods and entered. Clang! Just as the spear was about to pierce Su Zimo's chest, the creation lotus platform suddenly appeared in his hands and shielded him, blocking the tip of the spear. Even so, the power released by the spear was still ferocious and violent. Instantly, Su Zimo returned to his original form from his forehead's 8-arm state. Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood. The arm holding the creation lotus platform was already snapped and his skin exploded. Fresh blood dyed his green robes red. His face was pale and his gaze was burning. However, he was frighteningly calm and took advantage of the situation to retreat. At that moment, Monkey had just been sent flying by the staff of the second Peak King. Before he could fall to the ground, Su Zimo retreated to his side and grabbed Monkey with one hand, throwing him on his back. His figure flashed continuously and he escaped into the spatial tunnel that had just been condensed. The entire process was smooth and did not stop at all. Although the two of them were severely injured, they found an opening and escaped from the encirclement of the 3 Peak Kings. It took a lot of energy for Su Zimo to defend against the attacks of 3 Peak Kings in succession. In those 2 breaths, Su Zimo released almost all his trump cards. His essence spirit could not withstand it and felt weak. Even after escaping into the spatial tunnel, Su Zimo knew that the danger was not resolved. He endured the sense of weakness and perked up. Swallowing an immortal pill, he channeled his essence spirit once more and released ethereal wings, Zephyr Thunder wings, Pung wings, and other movement techniques. Su Zimo carried Monkey on his back, and the two of them transformed into a golden streak of light, speeding through the spatial tunnel. It's the creation Green Lotus? It's even grade 12. When Monkey King Scarlet Sea saw Su Zimo and Monkey escape into the spatial tunnel, his eyes shone with excitement as he murmured softly. From the looks of it, not only could he make use of this opportunity to establish his might against the sanguine ape lineage, he could also obtain a peerless treasure. Right then, the remaining 10-odd kings descended as well. Damn it! This lad escaped before we could seal the surrounding space. A horse Monkey King grit his teeth. Monkey King Scarlet Sea's original plan was for the kings to join forces and seal the space, blocking all exits for Su Zimo and Monkey. To think that Su Zimo would escape from this place the moment he sensed danger. That was the reason why Monkey King Scarlet Sea attacked decisively. Monkey King Scarlet Sea released his yin-yang eyes once more and probed. He sneered. This lad won't be able to escape from me. Everyone, follow me. Monkey King Scarlet Sea tore through the void and led the horse Monkey Kings into the spatial tunnel, chasing after them. Su Zimo carried Monkey on his back and sped through the spatial tunnel with all his might. At the same time, the grade 12 creation Green Lotus healed his injuries rapidly. His injuries were fine. However, Monkey's mental state was terrible and he was almost at the end of his rope. If he could not heal in time, he would not be able to hold on for long. As Su Zimo hurried along, he channeled wisps of life force into Monkey's body. A moment later, Su Zimo sensed something and could not help but turn back with a grim expression. He had already sensed a killing intent surge from afar behind him and was approaching rapidly. Could it be those kings from earlier on? Su Zimo's heart sank gradually. If he could not break free from the group of horse Monkey Kings chasing after him, he would not be able to hold on for long fleeing like this the entire way. Even in his peak state, his speed might not be comparable to a peak king. Furthermore, he was injured and his essence spirit was weak. He was even carrying someone on his back. Right then, laughter sounded from behind with a hint of hatred and mockery. Little bastards, you won't be able to escape. As though he did not hear anything, Su Zimo did not stop and ran wildly. First, throw me down and leave yourself. Cough, cough. The moment Monkey said that, he began to cough out blood that splattered on Su Zimo's clothes with a hint of warmth. Su Zimo remained silent. First, I can't make it any longer. Both of us will not be able to escape with you carrying me. Monkey's head drooped weakly on Su Zimo's shoulder. His voice was weak and blood flowed from the comber of his mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Zimo's eyes were bloodshot as he berated. We won't die. We have to live well. We have to look for Tiger, Ching Ching, and the others. At that time, the 7 of us siblings will have to drink heartily together. At the mention of Tiger and Ching Ching, Monkey's eyes shone again and he seemed to be in better spirits. Monkey no longer spoke. as though he had no strength left. His short breaths were filled with the strong smell of blood. Monkey! As though he wanted Monkey to perk up, Suzimo suddenly smiled and shouted, "I thought of something. Back in Songlang mountain range, I was chased by that group of people from Joyful Sect. This was how you carried me and fled the entire way." Pausing for a moment, Suzimo said, "It's my turn to carry you today." The scenes of the past flashed through Monkey's mind and his eyes moistened when he heard Suzimo's words. He knew that no matter what, Suzimo would not abandon him, even if it meant death. "First, where are you going now?" Monkey asked in a weak voice. "I haven't decided yet." Suzimo was thinking of a countermeasure as he fled. The martial Tao prime body was currently cultivating in seclusion in the hell world. The connection between the two true bodies had long been severed, and there was definitely no hope for that. If the two of them could rush to the great wilderness, they could naturally resolve the crisis. However, this place was too far from the great wilderness. With his movement technique and speed, it would take him dozens of days even if he traveled day and night. However, the group of horse monkey kings chased relentlessly. According to the trend, the two of them would probably not be able to last a day. "Why don't we cough cough?" The moment Monkey spoke, he coughed out blood once more and panted heavily before trying his best to raise his finger and point in a direction. "Go over there." "What's over there?" Suzimo asked instinctively. "No idea." Monkey was barely breathing and his voice was like a mosquito. Suzimo hesitated for a moment before changing his trajectory and speeding in the direction indicated by Monkey. Right now, he could not think of any better countermeasures. He might as well follow Monkey's instructions and take a look over there. Perhaps there might be a turn of events. As Suzimo sprinted, he channeled pure and condensed life force into Monkey's body. After resting on Suzimo's back for a while, Monkey seemed to have recovered some strength before saying, "Back when I entered the perfected one realm and condensed my Tao fruit, I awakened the bloodline of the connected arms sanguine ape. The moment my bloodline was awakened, I sensed that something in this direction seemed to have established a connection with my bloodline. However, my cultivation realm is too low and the sanguine ape world is monitored by that group of horse monkeys. I never had the chance to leave." Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. Could there be an opportunity in that direction for Monkey to awaken the connected arms sanguine ape bloodline completely? Under normal circumstances, this would naturally be a huge blessing and opportunity. However, right now, the two of them were being hunted by a group of horse monkey kings and were in danger. Even if they found such an opportunity, it was probably difficult to tell if they could gain from it. Suzimo did not stop in his tracks and turned back. Although he could not see the group of horse monkey kings, the killing intent behind him was still following him like a shadow and getting closer. "I can't shake off this group of horse monkeys." Suzimo frowned. Monkey said, "First, the escape technique you just released should involve yin and yang. As for the horse monkey king who's chasing after us, it's Monkey King Scarlet Sea. He has the bloodline of the red-buttocked horse monkey and is proficient in yin and yang. Perhaps his yin-yang eyes saw through your escape technique." Suzimo nodded to himself. The medium Kiliacosm was filled with the 10,000 races and had countless divine powers and secret skills that countered one another. Although the primordial unity yin-yang escape was powerful and could even tear through the void and leave the battlefield, it was not invulnerable. There would always be some powerful and mysterious methods that could resolve it. His cultivation realm was still too low. If he could advance further, he might be able to try fighting with his life on the line. Given his current cultivation realm, he could break through to the Grotto Heaven realm at any moment. However, breaking through such a major cultivation realm was no small matter and could not be interfered with. It was not something that could be done overnight and within a short period of time. He was injured and was chased by a group of horse monkey kings. He had no chance of breaking through to the Grotto Heaven realm. The two of them fled the entire time. As time passed, the killing intent behind them grew closer and clearer. About half a day later, Suzimo turned back and could already vaguely see 3 to 2 figures. The leader was Monkey King Scarlet Sea that Monkey mentioned. Suzimo had a grim expression. If this continued, the two of them would be caught in less than half a day. Right then, a tremendous devouring power suddenly sounded from ahead. Su Zimo focused his gaze and stopped hurriedly. His heart skipped a beat. Right in front of the two of them, a gigantic black hole lay horizontally in the spatial tunnel, emitting a sinister, cold and terrifying aura, as though it wanted to devour and kill everything. Just as Su Zimo was about to change direction and bypass the black hole, Monkey suddenly said, "That sense of connection was severed right here." Su Zimo was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo raised his head once more and glared at the black hole in front of him with a glint in his eyes. Could it be? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, that thought was way too crazy, and there was a high chance that the two of them would never return. Could it be inside? Monkey thought of that possibility as well and asked softly. The two of them thought of the same thing. However, the thing in front of them was a black hole of the starry skies after all. When Su Zimo ascended, he had personally experienced how terrifying the black hole was and felt a lingering fear. Once Immortal King experts fell into it, it would be difficult for them to escape and they would have a slim chance of survival. If there was another world within this black hole, the two of them might have a chance of survival. However, if this was an actual black hole, the two of them would definitely die if they barged in. Little bastards, why aren't you escaping anymore? Monkey King Scarlet Sea's voice was getting closer and closer with a hint of mockery. Oh? So there's no way forward. Ha 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 ha. Let's take a gamble. A decisive glint flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "We won't be able to hold on for long if we continue fleeing. Let's charge in and take a look. Even if we die, we'll die together." "All right," Monkey agreed readily. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and carried Monkey on his back, charging towards the black hole ahead. Before long, he was devoured by the black hole and vanished. "You guys!" Monkey King Scarlet Sea was enraged when he saw that. Initially, he wanted to capture the two of them alive. To think that the two of them would be so resolute and charge towards the black hole. He did not have time to stop them at all. Monkey King Scarlet Sea caught up and paused, looking at the black hole ahead with a dark expression. Another Peak King said, "Even with our cultivation, we don't dare to step in. If those two perfected spirits barge in, their essence spirits and bodies will definitely be destroyed without a corpse left. It's just a pity for the grade 12 creation Green Lotus." The third Peak King smacked his lips in pity. Monkey King Scarlet Sea clenched his fists and remained silent. After chasing for so long, he found nothing in the end. He was indignant. "The two of them are dead. Let's retreat." The Peak King at the side said. Monkey King Scarlet Sea did not move at all. He narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "If this is really a black hole, the two of them will naturally not be able to escape death. But what if it's not?" "You mean?" The other two Peak Kings exchanged glances in deep thought. "How can we be sure if this black hole is real or fake?" Peak King asked. That was the key question. Monkey King Scarlet Sea raised his brow but did not say anything. The remaining two Peak Kings seemed to have thought of something as well. They took 2 steps back and distanced themselves with wary expressions. Suddenly, Monkey King Scarlet Sea smiled and said faintly, "There's no hurry. Wait for the people behind." Among the 18-horse Monkey Kings, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the other 2 Peak Kings were the fastest and chased after Su Zimo, arriving first. As for the remaining Supreme and Ordinary Kings, they were much behind. For example, the movement technique of Ordinary Kings was even slower than Su Zimo. A moment later, the remaining 10-odd kings caught up one after another. Su Zimo carried Monkey on his back and barged into the black hole. Instantly, he lost his 5 senses and his sense of time and space. There was no sound or sense of direction. His surroundings were dark and an indescribable loneliness surged into his heart. However, before long, the loneliness disappeared. The powerful tearing power in the black hole did not appear either. It was as though the two of them had passed through a barrier and entered another space. Indeed, there was another world inside the so-called black hole. Su Zimo stabilized himself hurriedly and released his spirit consciousness, surveying his surroundings. The two of them were stunned. Everywhere the two of them looked, Corpses were strewn everywhere and countless divine weapons and dermic treasures were scattered. They extended all the way to the endless void ahead. It was impossible to see the end. It was clear how tragic the battle back then was. The battle had happened a long time ago and the flesh on the corpses had long rotted. However, one could still roughly guess the origin of the corpses through their shapes. This place seems... Suzimo murmured softly and did not continue. Monkey had a shocked expression and his eyes widened as he said slowly, "Most of the people who died here were from the ape race." Suzimo carried Monkey on his back and walked in midair. When the two of them passed by, they created a slight breeze that brushed past the battlefield. Countless corpses and divine weapons turned to ashes and dissipated in midair. After countless years, the corpses of these experts turned to dust after receiving a little external force. "Look over there." Suddenly, Monkey pointed at a tattered flag not far away. "That's the totem flag of the stone monkey lineage." Stone monkey lineage? Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. "I heard that the stone monkey lineage was exterminated at the end of the combat era and was long extinct." At that point, the two of them thought of a possibility at the same time. This battlefield should have been left behind from the combat era. It was also because they had experienced several eras that the corpses of these experts were so fragile that they dissipated into thin air with a gust of wind. This doesn't look like a simple battlefield. Suzimo looked into the distance in deep thought. The two sides of the battlefield were still empty. Only the front was filled with corpses that spread continuously. It was as though beneath their feet was a path made of corpses that led to an unknown place ahead. Right then, an ancient stele appeared in front of him. It was filled with traces of time and there were 3 words engraved on it that became blurry. Suzimo focused his gaze and distinguished carefully. Instinctively, he chanted, "Path to heaven," in the boundless starry skies. After the horse Monkey Kings arrived, Monkey King Scarlet Sea surveyed the crowd. In a flash, he arrived in front of a horse Monkey King and said indifferently, "Yellow Sand. Condense a soul token for me." Monkey King Yellow Sand was stunned for a moment before asking instinctively, "What for?" "Cut the crap," Monkey King Scarlet Sea berated. Monkey King Yellow Sand was only at the minor Grotto Heaven realm and naturally did not dare to disobey Monkey King Scarlet Sea. He cursed internally and obediently condensed a soul token before handing it to Monkey King Scarlet Sea. Monkey King Scarlet Sea received the soul token and looked at the black hole not far away. "Go in and investigate." "Huh." Monkey King Yellow Sand was stunned and stammered, That's a black hole." Another Peak King said in a deep voice, "Those 2 little bustards have already charged in. There should be another world inside and there's no danger. Don't worry." Those who could cultivate to this point were not fools and could naturally tell Monkey King Scarlet Sea's intentions. Monkey King Yellow Sand cursed internally. "If there's no danger, why didn't you guys enter yourself and instead made me take the risk?" Monkey King Yellow Sand's gaze flickered as he wanted to turn around and leave. However, he realized that Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the other 2 Peak Kings had already surrounded him and blocked all his escape routes. From the looks of it, if he did not go, he would be forcefully thrown in by the 3 of them. "Go on." Monkey King Scarlet Sea had a cold expression as he raised his hand and gestured. Monkey King Yellow Sand had an ugly expression and gritted his teeth in hatred. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only brace himself and prop up a Grotto Heaven, summoning all his dermic treasures and charging in with his eyes closed. Monkey King Scarlet Sea stared at the soul token of Monkey King Yellow Sand in his hands. 10 breaths, 100 breaths. The soul token was intact. Monkey King Scarlet Sea's eyes lit up. Success. If it was truly a black hole, Monkey King Yellow Sand would not be able to last more than 10 breaths given his combat strength, let alone 100. "Let's go." Monkey King Scarlet Sea thought of the creation Green Lotus in his heart and charged towards the black hole ahead without hesitation. When Suzimo saw the stele with the words "Path to Heaven" written on it, he stopped instinctively. Path to Heaven. Could the end of this path be the legendary Heavenly Court? In the battle of the Great Wilderness, Emperor Azure Flame and the others retreated in defeat and returned to the heavenly court. When the martial Tao prime body chased over, he felt a tremendous pressure and was forced to retreat. From this, it could be seen that there was an insurmountable barrier between the heavenly court and the medium kiliocosm, and there was no way through. Since there's no way out of this world, I'll carve out a path and shatter the firmaments to reach the heavenly court without returning. Looking at the words on the steel, an indescribable sense of desolation and tragedy reverberated in their hearts. The path to heaven was a path paved with blood and corpses. Su Zimo seemed to have seen an old ape with high fighting spirit leading the stone monkey lineage to conquer the high and mighty heavenly court. They fought in blood and pressed forward with indomitable will. Right then, a commotion sounded behind the two of them. Su Zimo turned back and saw a figure stumbling in. It was a horse monkey king. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He was injured and had used all his trump cards. As he fled, his essence spirit was exhausted. Even if the horse monkey king was only at the minor grotto heaven realm, he would not be able to defeat him. Furthermore, there was a high chance that this person was here to scout the way. Immediately after, it would definitely be Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others. Su Zimo did not dare to hesitate and carried Monkey hurriedly, continuing to speed forward. There was no path on the left and right, and he could only follow the path to heaven formed by the corpses. Perhaps it was not only for the sake of escaping. At that moment, Su Zimo wanted to follow the footsteps of their predecessors and walk through this road to see where the end of the path to heaven led. What was the so-called heavenly court? As the two of them advanced continuously and walked further and further on the path to heaven, the surrounding corpses gradually decreased. In fact, some of the corpses did not turn to dust after Su Zimo and Monkey passed by them despite the several eras that had passed. They were still relatively intact. The people who died here might have been Emperor Realm experts from back then. Su Zimo sighed internally. Apart from some experts of the Sanguine Ape lineage, the two of them also saw blessed heaven world badges scattered beside some corpses along the way. From this, it could be seen that an intense battle broke out between the Sanguine Ape world and the blessed heaven world before they arrived at the heavenly court. Through the corpses along the way, he deduced that the Sanguine Ape world should have already broken through the obstruction of the blessed heaven world in the battle back then. Thereafter, the Sanguine Ape world army seemed to have charged in without encountering much obstruction. There were no corpses for a long distance after that. However, layers of fog gradually appeared. The two of them continued forward. Before long, the number of corpses along the way increased once more and piled up densely on the road. It was clear that after the many experts of the Sanguine Ape world passed through the blessed heaven world, a relatively peaceful journey ensued and a huge battle broke out once more. Su Zimo swept his gaze and saw badges beneath the many corpses. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and picked one up casually to study. The badge was not a blessed heaven world badge, and its material shape was similar to the one hanging on the waists of the people of the heavenly court. However, the words on the badges were neither flame nor blue, but power. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Flame, blue, and power. What did these three badges represent? After stepping onto the path to heaven, Monkey did not say much. He was already severely injured to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had witnessed the corpses of countless clansmen along the way, he was sorrowful and depressed. His condition worsened and he was almost at the end of his rope. Su Zimo was secretly anxious. Monkey's injuries could not be delayed for long. He had to find a safe place as soon as possible and heal Monkey with the Lotus Life Finger. However, along the way, there were corpses everywhere and there was no place to hide. As for Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others, they chased closely behind. If they stopped now, the two of them would die even faster. The path to heaven beneath his feet extended in the void with layers of fog, as though it would never end. Su Zimo perked up once more and sprinted forward for a distance. Suddenly he stopped. The fog ahead dissipated and a pitch-black thick stone pillar appeared. It stood on the path to heaven and almost blocked the entire road. The thick stone pillar would probably take dozens of people to wrap their arms around it. It was filled with cracks and carving marks. Su Zimo could not make out anything. Carrying Monkey on his back, He walked along the edge of the stone pillar and circled around it carefully, intending to continue forward. However, the moment he arrived beside the stone pillar, he was stunned on the spot. There was no way out. Su Zimo looked over and saw a dark and deep void ahead. If he continued forward, he would truly enter the black hole without time, space, direction, or even the five senses. They would definitely die. The reason why he and Monkey were safe and sound in the black hole was entirely because of the existence of the path to heaven. However, the path to heaven was severed just like that. Su Zimo's vision darkened as he sighed gently. To think that even after fleeing on the path to heaven for so long, it would be a dead end in the end. Monkey seemed to have heard Su Zimo sigh and tried his best to open his eyes to look around. The first thing he saw was the pitch-black stone pillar in front of him. First, this pillar, cough, cough. There's something strange. Monkey's breathing was weak as he said intermittently, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked over with rapt attention, exclaiming softly. The scene before him was as though the path to heaven had been severed by the gigantic stone pillar beside him. Su Zimo circled the stone pillar. The top and bottom of the stone pillar could not be seen at all, as though it was horizontal between heaven and earth, reaching into the firmaments and descending into the nine nether. Indeed, the stone pillar looked a little strange and unusual. However, Su Zimo still could not see anything. He channeled his spirit consciousness and tried to put the stone pillar into his storage bag, but there was no reaction. Furthermore, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others would catch up soon, and he did not have much time to study it. Go closer, Monkey murmured softly. Su Zimo took a step forward and almost leaned against the stone pillar. Monkey grit his teeth and used the last bit of strength in his body to raise his blood-stained palm, leaning gently against the pitch-black stone pillar. Boom! Suddenly, the pitch-black stone pillar trembled and dust fell. Even the path to heaven trembled. The next moment, golden lights burst forth from the pitch-black stone pillar that was filled with cracks and dispersed the surrounding fog. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The golden light burst forth from the marks on the pitch-black stone pillar and formed a word written in a wild and unruly manner. Combat. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others chased along the path to heaven. Looking at the many corpses along the way, there was no sadness or anger in the eyes of Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others. Instead, they seemed abnormally excited. The corpses on this path were left behind at the end of the combat era. The taboo mystic classic, the combat totem, created by Great Emperor Combat back then, has been lost for several eras. Could it be buried here? 1 foot, there's a high chance, the horse Monkey Kings discussed secretly. Initially, they thought that this attack would be a simple massacre. To think that they would have the chance to obtain such an opportunity. Monkey King Scarlet Sea naturally thought of that as well. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and remained calm on the surface. It was no wonder why there were no corpses of experts of the combat era in the Sanguinape world. To think that they would all die here and no one would discover them after a few eras. The upper world was way too big. Within the vast starry skies, this black hole was like a grain of sand, and it was difficult for people to notice it. Even if anyone saw it, they would avoid it as much as possible, afraid that they would be implicated. Even if there were Emperor Realm experts who could withstand the damage of the black hole and happened to encounter it in the vast starry skies, how could they barge in rashly? No one knew if there were other dangers in the black hole. Emperor Realm experts would not charge into unknown dangers for no reason. Right then, a loud bang sounded from ahead. The path to heaven beneath their feet swayed slightly. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others stopped instinctively with bewildered expressions, not knowing what had happened ahead. Suddenly, the fog before everyone's eyes was torn apart by golden lights. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others followed the golden lights and looked into the distance. Before long, they saw the gigantic and thick pitch-black stone pillar and saw the word on it clearly. Combat. Monkey King Scarlet Sea murmured softly and his gaze intensified. If he was not wrong, the pitch-black stone pillar should be the divine weapon controlled by Great Emperor Combat back then. The divine weapon was clearly destroyed and was filled with cracks. It was almost shattered and no longer had the bearing of a great emperor weapon. Even so, the shattered great emperor weapon was still indestructible and was a rare utmost treasure. Su Zimo obtained the great emperor weapon, the hell suppression tripod, and it was extremely helpful to his cultivation journey. The heavens are truly on my side. Monkey King Scarlet Sea was delighted. The anger and sadness of losing his son had long vanished. Now that he had the chance to obtain the grade 12 creation Green Lotus, a great emperor weapon and even a taboo mystic classic, he was still thinking to himself, shower, shower. My nurturing of you for so many years was not in vain. To think that you would give me such a rare opportunity. Your death was truly worthwhile. Just as everyone was deep in thought, the golden lights that had just bloomed suddenly vanished. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others did not have time to think and moved hurriedly, speeding forward. Before long, everyone arrived before the pitch-black stone pillar. There's no way out? Before long, everyone noticed that the path to heaven was already severed behind the pitch-black stone pillar. Where are the two people just now? By the time Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others arrived, Su Zimo and Monkey had already vanished. There was no place to hide in the surroundings and the path to heaven had already ended. The two of them seemed to have vanished into thin air. Could it be that they knew that they would definitely die? So they charged into the black hole at the side and were already buried inside? A horse Monkey King speculated. Monkey King Scarlet Sea arrived before the pitch-black stone pillar and glared at a blood-colored palm imprint on it. His eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, the two of them should have already hidden in this great emperor weapon." Ha! Many horse Monkey Kings were slightly stunned and a hint of confusion flashed through their eyes. Another Peak King seemed to be in deep thought as he nodded slightly. There's a high chance that what Scarlet Sea said is true. Legend has it that great emperor combat's weapon is not only a divine weapon that can kill, it's also a spatial divine weapon. There's a world of its own inside. There's a high chance that the inheritance of great emperor combat is inside. Monkey King Scarlet Sea took out a weapon from his storage bag and cut his palm. He raised his palm that was dripping with blood and imprinted it on the pitch-black stone pillar as well. There was no reaction from the pitch-black stone pillar. Monkey King Scarlet Sea frowned slightly and his expression darkened. The other two Peak Kings were secretly delighted and hurried forward as well. They revealed their bloodlines and dripped them on the pitch-black stone pillar. Their blood landed on it, but the pitch-black stone pillar still did not react. The expressions of the two Peak Kings darkened as well. When the remaining horse Monkey Kings saw that, they advanced one after another and released their bloodlines. However, there was still no movement from the pitch-black stone pillar. What's going on? Could it be that our bloodline is not good enough? According to what I know, Great Emperor Combat back then had the bloodline of the connected arms sanguine ape. The horse monkeys discussed softly. It should have nothing to do with his bloodline. Suddenly, Monkey King Scarlet Sea said, "If it's related to the bloodline, it's understandable for that sanguine ape to enter. However, why can that human hide inside as well?" The horse Monkey Kings nodded to themselves. In terms of bloodline, they had an advantage over Su Zimo's human bloodline no matter what. Suddenly, Monkey King Scarlet Sea smiled. "It's fine if they beat us to it. Brother Scarlet Sea, do you have any brilliant ideas?" The two Peak Kings asked hurriedly. Monkey King Scarlet Sea said, "This combat divine weapon no longer has an owner. Although we can't enter the space inside, we can try to refine it." The eyes of the two Peak Kings lit up. If it was a true great emperor weapon, there was naturally no way they could refine it given their capabilities. However, the combat divine weapon was severely damaged and was no longer the same as before. Even its weapon spirit had probably dissipated. If they could refine it and make it their own divine weapon and spirit treasure, they would naturally be able to enter it at will and control everything to obtain the inheritance. A horse Monkey King said, "It's a great emperor weapon after all. Even if it's shattered, it won't be easy to refine it and take it for yourself. It might even take hundreds or thousands of years. At that time, the sanguine ape inside should have already obtained the inheritance inside." "Fufu," Monkey King Scarlet Sea sneered. So what if he obtained all the inheritances of great Emperor Combat? That sanguine ape is only at the hollow nether realm and that human is only at the paradise void realm. Can these two little bastards overturn the world? Don't forget, there's a black hole in the surroundings that isolates everything, including the heaven and earth essence chi. The horse-monkey kings were enlightened. The profundity of the grotto heaven was to open a chamber outside one's body that could reach the heavens and absorb heaven and earth essence chi from it. However, in a black hole, even their grotto heavens could not plunder the heaven and earth essence chi outside. Only Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the other two peak kings who had their grotto heavens cultivated to perfection and were on the path to heaven could absorb some heaven and earth essence chi through the power of the surrounding black hole. The two people who entered the pitch-black stone pillar were only perfected spirits. In this black hole that isolated everything, even if they obtained the inheritance of a great emperor, the replenishment of heaven and earth essence chi would not increase substantially. Even advancing a minor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone breaking through a major realm. Another peak king said, "It's worth it even if I have to waste tens of thousands or even 100,000 years with the two of them, let alone wait hundreds or thousands of years." Monkey King Scarlet Sea looked at the remaining 10-odd horse monkey kings. "You guys came with me this time round. Once we obtain the inheritance of great Emperor Combat, you'll naturally benefit greatly." The horse monkey kings were invigorated and revealed delighted expressions. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the other two peak kings exchanged glances and did not say anything. They had a tacit understanding. The most important goal of Monkey King Scarlet Sea's words was to assure the other horse monkey kings and keep them here. If anyone left and reported this matter to the emperor experts of the race, they would definitely not be the ones to obtain the inheritance of great Emperor Combat. "There's no time to lose. Let's begin." Monkey King Scarlet Sea discussed with the two peak kings before arriving in front of the pitch-black stone pillar. He sat cross-legged and a perfected grotto heaven appeared behind him, beginning to refine it. When Monkey King Scarlet Sea was done refining, he could regulate his breathing slowly and replenish the heaven and earth essence chi. The second peak king continued. The three of them took turns, allowing the combat divine weapon to be refined continuously within perfected grotto heavens. The remaining ordinary kings and supreme kings did not participate. They could not absorb the heaven and earth essence chi from this place and refine the divine weapon. After they were exhausted, it was extremely difficult for them to recover as well. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others were not wrong. Su Zimo and Monkey had indeed entered the pitch-black stone pillar. It was only right that Monkey could enter. The moment Monkey awakened his bloodline, he sensed the calling from within. He was surprised that Su Zimo could follow him in as well. The two of them hid in the combat divine weapon and paid attention to the commotion outside. When they saw that Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others could not enter this place, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. No matter what, they were at least out of danger for the time being. Su Zimo looked around. This place was rather empty and there were bare walls all around. There were no miscellaneous items and everything could be seen with a single glance. "I'll heal you first." Su Zimo made Monkey sit in front of him and used the bloodline of the creation green lotus to execute the lotus life finger. Pure and condensed life force surged into Monkey's body. In just a day, Monkey had mostly recovered. His face was rosy and his breathing was stable. "First, I'm fine now." Monkey knew that Su Zimo was injured and carried him all the way to escape. Coupled with the fact that Su Zimo was healing him, Su Zimo had expended a lot of energy. Therefore, he bounced up and stretched his muscles a few times as crackling sounds came from his body. Su Zimo nodded. As long as he rested for a while, he would be able to recover to his original state with the regeneration power of the grade 12 creation green lotus. "Strange." Monkey scratched his head. "First, you can enter this place, but why can't this group of horse monkeys?" Su Zimo glanced at the horse monkey experts guarding outside and shifted his gaze to the blessed heaven world badge on their waists, as though he had comprehended something. Back then, great Emperor Combat conquered all the way and fought against the blessed heaven world on the path to heaven. But now, This group of horse-monkey kings had chosen to submit to the blessed heaven world with the blessed heaven world badge hanging on their waists. This combat divine weapon would definitely not allow such people to enter. Great Emperor Combat had died for many years, and only this divine weapon was left standing alone in the black hole. However, if Great Emperor Combat still had any strength left, he would probably kill the horse-monkey kings without Suzimo and Monkey even attacking. As for the reason why Suzimo could enter this place, he speculated that it might be related to the phantom of Great Emperor Combat that the martial Tao Prime Body saw when he received the true martial 10th Tribulation. Perhaps that was the reason why the combat divine weapon did not reject him. The two of them rested here for another day before preparing to take a look around. Suzimo said, "According to the horse monkeys outside, Great Emperor Combat might have really left his inheritance here. Monkey, this is your opportunity. It's useless even if I obtain the inheritance of a great emperor." Monkey shrugged slightly and glanced at Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others outside. "If they guard outside, we'll never be able to leave. Heaven and Earth Essence Chi is isolated from this place. If we waste time here, neither of us will be able to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm, and our lifespans won't be able to last longer than those kings either." "It's fine." Suzimo patted Monkey's shoulder and smiled. "If this group of people keeps guarding outside, they'll all die here." "Ha!" Monkey blinked, not understanding where Suzimo's confidence came from. Suzimo recounted the situation of the martial Tao Prime Body to Monkey briefly. His connection with the martial Tao Prime Body had been severed indeed. However, he knew that the martial Tao Prime Body was in seclusion in hell. The crisis of the Great Wilderness had yet to be resolved. If nothing went wrong, the martial Tao Prime Body might return to the Great Wilderness from the Hell World in 200 to 300 years, and the two true bodies would re-establish their connection. If the martial Tao Prime Body could rush over, none of the horse-monkey kings would be able to escape. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was if the martial Tao Prime Body could help Dai Yu tide through the next calamity of the Great Wilderness. Suzimo and Monkey scanned their surroundings but could not see any way out. This place was like an empty secret chamber. "The wall here is a little strange." Suzimo stood in front of a wall and reached out, brushing past the cold stone wall gently. There were many spots on the stone wall that protruded slightly with distinct edges. However, they were covered in thick dust and could not be seen clearly. Suzimo waved his robe sleeve and released a stream of true essence, scattering the dust on the wall and looking over. "Eh?" Suzimo looked at the stone wall and exclaimed softly. There was a gigantic relief sculpture carved on the stone wall. It was an ape that was 100 feet tall. It was burly and had extremely long arms. It held a pitch-black staff in its hands and stood with its eyes closed. The relief sculpture on the stone wall was lifelike and the workmanship was practically divine. Even the fur on the ape's body was clearly visible and extremely detailed. The ape looked familiar. At the bottom of the relief sculpture were two words: "Combat Soul." Monkey murmured softly, as though he had thought of something. Joy appeared in his eyes and he was about to speak. Suddenly, the ape on the stone wall ahead opened its lantern-sized eyes that shone with a scarlet blood light. It opened its bloody mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar at Suzimo and Monkey. Roar! The relief sculpture was already extremely tall to begin with. Now that it seemed to have suddenly awakened and come to life, its roar released an unstoppable fighting spirit that surged over. Caught off guard, Suzimo was shocked and took a step back instinctively. His eyes met the bloodied eyes of the relief sculpture. In a drift, Suzimo seemed to have entered another space. Monkey had already vanished, but another young sanguine ape stood opposite him. The sanguine ape looked identical to the relief sculpture. Behind the sanguine ape stood the figure of 100 feet tall sanguine ape. Suzimo finally recalled where he had seen this sanguine ape before. When the true martial 10th Tribulation descended, an old ape with white fur appeared. If the old ape was younger, he should look like the sanguine ape before him. The sanguine ape before him was a young Great Emperor Combat. "Senior, come and fight." The moment Suzimo spoke, he was interrupted by a loud shout from Great Emperor Combat. Before he could react, Great Emperor Combat raised his staff and attacked him fiercely. The Sanguine Ape's cultivation realm was the same as his. However, with the help of the 100-foot-tall figure behind him, Great Emperor Combat's combat strength increased by more than 2 times. Great Emperor Combat's attacks were way too ferocious, and Su Zimo could only accept the challenge. Initially, he held back. However, the other party was Great Emperor Combat after all. Even when he was young, his combat talent was still abnormally terrifying. Since Su Zimo held back, he was disadvantaged before long, and was completely suppressed by Great Emperor Combat's attacks as he retreated continuously. After fighting for a long time, Su Zimo had been defending passively. As for Great Emperor Combat, he did not seem to know fatigue and became braver the more he fought. Su Zimo retreated repeatedly, but Great Emperor Combat was aggressive, as though he wanted to kill him. Even though he had respect for Great Emperor Combat, he was gradually enraged. Humph! Su Zimo released the peerless divine power of the 4 heads 8 arms and counterattacked domineeringly with the Duckweed Sword, Primordial Unity Horsetail Whip, Trinity Auspicious Jade, Creation Lotus Platform, and many other divine weapons and spirit treasures. Although Great Emperor Combat was domineering and brave, he could not withstand Su Zimo in his 4 heads 8 arms state. Before long, he was severely injured by Su Zimo. "You win," Great Emperor Combat said. The next moment, everything around him vanished. Su Zimo was still standing on the spot without moving. The scene earlier on seemed to be an illusion. Monkey stood not far away from him. He was tense and drenched in sweat with a frown, as though he was in a special state. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not disturb him rashly. He merely looked at the relief sculpture on the stone wall in deep thought. Before long, suddenly, Monkey shouted and snapped out of his stupor, panting heavily. "Did you just enter a special space and see an extremely powerful sanguine ape?" Su Zimo described the situation he had just encountered to Monkey. Monkey experienced almost the same thing as him. However, the Great Emperor Combat Monkey encountered was of the same cultivation realm as Monkey. First, this is the inheritance of Great Emperor Combat. Monkey clenched his fists slightly, as though he had comprehended something. So, Great Emperor Combat's taboo mystic classic, the Combat Totem, is not a painting but a relief sculpture. The moment he said that, cracks appeared on the stone wall in front of the 2 of them, and the relief sculpture collapsed with the stone wall. The dust dissipated. Beyond the ruins, the 2 of them saw a second stone wall with a relief sculpture. There are secret skills that increase the combat strength of one's physique and bloodline in the Sanguine Ape world as well. However, they're far inferior to the Combat Totem. This is a powerful secret skill that can help us fight those of a higher cultivation realm. One-Foot Monkey said, "Back then, Great Emperor Combat was invincible and established an era because he relied on the Combat Totem. Increase the combat strength of my physique and bloodline?" Su Zimo murmured softly. Monkey continued, "The combat soul is the foundation of the combat totem. If you cultivate this secret skill continuously, the combat soul will grow with it and increase your combat strength." Rumble. A tremor sounded from the second wall and countless dust and gravel fell, revealing another lifelike relief sculpture. Su Zimo and Monkey turned around. Apart from the relief sculpture of Great Emperor Combat on the second wall, countless cultivators of different races surrounded him. There were the dragon race that soared through the clouds, the god race that shone brightly, the heavenly eye race that was born with the heavenly eye, and the gigantic Kuan race. On the tall wall, the 10,000 races surrounded Great Emperor Combat. Behind Great Emperor Combat, a combat soul that was 1,000 feet tall condensed. It looked identical to him and had a violent aura. It was roaring at the 10,000 races with a torrential battle intent. Although the relief sculpture was in a still state, Su Zimo and Monkey seemed to be able to see experts of the 10,000 races joining forces and launching violent attacks against Great Emperor Combat. Below the relief sculpture were 5 words: "Combating the 10,000 races." Such boldness! Throughout history, Great Emperor Combat was probably the only one who dared to fight against the 10,000 races single-handedly. Suddenly, The relief sculpture of Great Emperor Combat opened its eyes and looked at Su Zimo and Monkey. The two of them separated once more and entered different spaces. Su Zimo faced Great Emperor Combat once more. The two of them were still of the same cultivation realm. However, a 1,000-foot-tall combat soul appeared behind Great Emperor Combat. This time round, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the increase in Great Emperor Combat's combat strength was even more obvious. Earlier on, it had only increased by 2 times. Now, the combat strength of Great Emperor Combat had already increased by 4 times. Of course, a 4-fold increase in combat strength was not much of a threat to Su Zimo. He released 4 heads 8 arms and controlled the duckweed sword and many other spirit treasures and dermic weapons. Coupled with 1 or 2 peerless divine powers, he defeated Great Emperor Combat easily. Su Zimo left the space once more. After 2 exchanges, Su Zimo had a rough understanding of the combat totem. This taboo mystic classic could increase the physique, bloodline, and essence spirit power of cultivators. Once a 100-foot combat soul was condensed, one's combat strength could be doubled. Once the combat soul grew to 1,000 feet, it would advance to a 2nd level and one's combat strength could increase by 4 times. From the looks of it, there did not seem to be anything special about the secret skill. Right now, Su Zimo possessed a peerless divine power that could increase his combat strength. After releasing the 8-tusk divine strength, his combat strength could even increase by 8 times. Under normal circumstances, it was enough to cultivate 1 dermic formulation to increase combat strength. Even if the 2 secret skills were released at the same time, they could not be stacked. Of course, Su Zimo knew in his heart that since it was a taboo mystic classic, it should not be that simple. Monkey had yet to break free from the space of the 2nd relief sculpture, and Su Zimo waited patiently at the side. He was not worried about Monkey's situation. According to his guess, the inheritance of Great Emperor Combat was similar to a test. As long as Monkey could clear Great Emperor Combat, he could escape from that space. As expected, 7 days later, Monkey woke up. He looked extremely tired and had expended a lot of energy. The two of them recuperated for a few days and only walked towards the 3rd relief sculpture after recovering. On the 3rd relief sculpture, there was only the back view of Great Emperor Combat. Compared to the first 2 relief sculptures, Great Emperor Combat looked even stronger and burly. Be it in terms of size or age, he was already at his peak. Beneath Great Emperor Combat was the boundless starry skies. Behind him was a combat soul that was 10,000 feet tall. It looked down at the world with an arrogant expression. At the bottom of the 3rd relief sculpture were 3 words: combating the universe. Right then, Great Emperor Combat turned around and glanced at the two of them. The two of them entered the strange space once more. This time round, Su Zimo was up against Great Emperor Combat, whose combat strength had increased by 8 times. Even he felt a hint of pressure. Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. He released the 8-tusk divine strength and increased his combat strength by 8 times as well. Thereafter, he fought Great Emperor Combat. Great Emperor Combat was indeed abnormally brave. Even against Su Zimo, who controlled 9 peerless divine powers, he was fearless and released violent attacks. The two of them fought back and forth. Su Zimo only defeated Great Emperor Combat after he made use of the state of the 4 heads 8 arms to release 9 peerless divine powers. After leaving the space, Su Zimo fell into deep thought. The first level of the combat totem, the combat soul, increased combat strength by 2 times. The second level, combating the 10,000 races, increased combat strength by 4 times. The third level, combating the universe, increased combat strength by 8 times. If there was a 4th level, there was a high chance that there would be a qualitative transformation and his combat strength would increase by 16 times. This time round, Monkey stayed in that space for an even longer period of time, 10 years. After all, not everyone was like Su Zimo, who could clear Great Emperor Combat's 8 times increase in combat strength with relative ease. After Monkey recuperated for a while, the two of them walked towards the 4th relief sculpture. On the 4th relief sculpture, Great Emperor Combat turned incomparably pale and the fur on his body was grayish-white. Only his blood-colored eyes were still emitting a strong fighting spirit. Behind Great Emperor Combat, The combat soul was already 100,000 feet tall. On the stone wall, Great Emperor Combat stood on a quietly flowing river and allowed the river to wash over his body. The fourth relief sculpture, combating past and present. The two of them entered the strange space once more. As Su Zimo had expected, the combat strength of the Great Emperor Combat he was up against this time round had increased by 16 times. Even if he released all his trump cards, 9 Peerless Divine Powers and the 2 Grotto Heaven Phantoms of the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb, he would not be able to defeat Great Emperor Combat. Great Emperor Combat smashed his Grotto Heaven Phantom into pieces and it dissipated on the spot. The first battle between the two of them ended in a crushing defeat for Su Zimo. Su Zimo recuperated and fought Great Emperor Combat once more. In the second battle, he still suffered a crushing defeat. They exchanged blows time and again, and he was defeated time and again as well. In this space, Su Zimo was beaten continuously by Great Emperor Combat. He could no longer remember how many times he had lost. However, as time passed and Great Emperor Combat hammered him continuously, the 4 relief sculptures from before flashed through his mind and a realization gradually appeared in his heart. The so-called combat soul was condensed with one's combat intent as the foundation and the power of the essence spirit. The stronger the combat intent, the stronger the combat soul and the greater the increase in combat strength for cultivators. The inheritance of the combat totem was way too strange. The taboo mystic classic did not have any cultivation technique incantations, and the relief sculptures were actually the combat intent of Great Emperor Combat for his entire life. That fearless and indomitable spirit that fought against the heavens and the earth. All the Dharmic Daos were contained in his repeated exchanges with Great Emperor Combat. Initially, Su Zimo was puzzled and could not even believe it. The two of them had the same cultivation realm and he had comprehended 9 peerless divine powers. Could be said that he was unprecedented. How could he not be able to defeat Great Emperor Combat? Even against the 4th level of the combat totem, combating past and present, where Great Emperor Combat possessed a 100-foot-tall combat soul and a 16 times increase in combat strength, he should be able to fight back. However, as his comprehension of the combat totem deepened, he gradually understood the profundities and differences. Simply put, the first 3 transformations of the combat totem were still considered top-tier cultivation techniques and secret skills according to common knowledge. After all, Su Zimo had once comprehended a peerless divine power that could increase his combat strength by 8 times. The first 3 transformations were not at the level of the taboo mystic classic. However, in the 4th level, combating past and present, the combat totem underwent a complete transformation and underwent a qualitative leap. This transformation was not only an increase in combat strength. Furthermore, it was an improvement in the Dharmic Tao. The 8-tusk divine strength that Su Zimo comprehended was only a peerless divine power after all. Due to the restriction of the Dharmic Tao, the 8-tusk divine strength could not increase the strength of the Grotto Heaven realm. It could only increase its combat strength on the basis of the perfected One realm. In other words, once Su Zimo advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, the increase in combat strength of that peerless divine power would be negligible. However, the 4th level of the combat totem was different. This was a Dharmic Tao of a higher level. Even after Su Zimo entered the Grotto Heaven realm, he could still make use of the Dharmic Tao of combating past and present to increase his combat strength on the foundation of the Grotto Heaven realm. Furthermore, it was 16 times. It was precisely because of this suppression in terms of Dharmic Tao that Great Emperor Combat was able to defeat Su Zimo repeatedly. For example, although Great Emperor Combat looked like he was still at the perfected One realm, he was able to release the strength of a perfected Grotto Heaven. Naturally, there was no way Su Zimo could defend against that. This was not a power that the perfected One realm could control. It was impossible for the true Great Emperor Combat to master combating past and present at the perfected One realm as well. The reason why this scene could appear was entirely because they were in this strange space. The ultimate goal of Great Emperor Combat was not to defeat Su Zimo either. Instead, he wanted to pass down his combat intent through continuous sparring. Su Zimo stayed the longest in this strange space. Year after year. As time passed by, Su Zimo gradually came into contact with the profundities of combating past and present and finally understood why the fourth level of the combat totem could raise the Dermic Dao to another level and increase his strength by 16 times. From the initial combat soul to combating the 10,000 races and combating the universe, the combat intent of Great Emperor Combat maintained a state of continuous improvement. Initially, he merely condensed a combat soul. Later on, he became enemies with the 10,000 races and looked down on the entire universe. As for combating past and present, it was even more bold. Great Emperor Combat wanted to ride the long river of time against the current and fight against the top experts that had appeared in this world in the past. The river flowing behind Great Emperor Combat was the river of time. During this process, Great Emperor Combat's body was washed away by the long river of time the entire time, and his lifespan was decreasing at a terrifying speed. 10,000 years in a single breath. The lifespan lost would never recover either. The reason why there was such a domineering secret skill was because he sacrificed his lifespan in exchange. The essence, chi and spirit of the secret skill matched Great Emperor Combat's combat intent. He pressed forward with indomitable will and never returned. Grotto Heaven Kings had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years. Apart from the period of time he cultivated before becoming a king and his declining combat strength, he could only maintain his combating past and present state for hundreds of thousands of years. With 10,000 years lost in a single breath, dozens of breaths passed by in the blink of an eye. However, in those dozens of breaths, he could push his combat strength to its peak and sublimate it to its limits with the secret skill of combating past and present. Unknowingly, Su Zimo had already stayed in this strange space for 100 years. After 100 years of tempering, Great Emperor Combat had already passed down the complete combat intent of combating past and present. The combat soul behind him gradually faded and could disappear at any moment. As for the combat soul behind Su Zimo, it became even more corporeal. Finally, Su Zimo separated from the space of the fourth relief sculpture. This time round, Monkey came around a few years earlier than him. The fourth relief sculpture dissipated and turned into dust. The two of them passed by the fourth relief sculpture and continued forward, seeing the fifth relief sculpture. On the fifth relief sculpture, Great Emperor Combat was already in his twilight years. His fur was pale and he wielded a staff, pointing angrily at the universe and roaring loudly. Below the fifth relief sculpture were 5 words: combating the 9 heavens. The next moment, Su Zimo and Monkey entered the strange space once more. This time round, the two of them separated from the strange space in an instant. The fifth relief sculpture dissipated and turned into dust. There were a total of 5 levels to the combat totem, and the inheritance of the taboo mystic classic had already ended. Su Zimo and Monkey exchanged glances in confusion. They encountered the same situation in their respective strange spaces. The old Great Emperor Combat attacked the two of them. The terrifying combat intent surged over like a tidal wave and drowned the two of them instantly. The next moment, the two of them woke up. Compared to the first 4 levels, the inheritance of the 5th level was incomparably short. It ended before the two of them could even react. What exactly was the 5th level of the Dermic Dao? According to the development road of the combat totem, the 5th level, combating the 9 heavens, should bring about an even more obvious increase to combat strength. However, why was the inheritance so short and ended instantly? The two of them exchanged their thoughts, but to no avail. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and analyzed. Perhaps our cultivation is insufficient, and we can't understand the true meaning contained in combating the 9 heavens. Monkey nodded and glanced at the situation outside. He frowned. That group of horse monkeys hasn't left yet. These dogs are truly patient. There was no news from the Martial Dao Prime body yet. The two of them could not leave this place for the time being and could only continue searching. Let's take a look over there. Monkey seemed to have sensed something and pointed in a direction. Before long, Monkey felt the bloodline in his body stir and became rather manic with a blood glint in his eyes. Su Zimo sensed something amiss as well. The atmosphere ahead was dark and the death chi was extremely rich. The two of them continued walking for a while more and stopped at the same time. More than 10 tombs appeared in front of him. Ancient headstones stood on it, indicating the identity of the owners of the tombs. The owners of these tombs were all experts of the sanguine ape world back then. They followed great emperor combat on the path to heaven to the very end, eventually dying and buried here. The two of them stood in front of the tombs in silence. In the end, there were only these 10-odd people left by great emperor combat's side. One could imagine the tragic battle back then. In the middle of the tombs were huge pits stained with blood. After a few eras, the blood had long turned dark. However, it was still not dry. Emperor blood. Monkey arrived before a huge pit and pointed at the blood in it. The bloodline here is similar to mine. It should be the blood of the connected arms sanguine ape. Su Zimo nodded. Under normal circumstances, even the blood of Emperor Realm experts can't last for a few eras. The Emperor blood should contain dermic Dao inheritances left behind by these Emperor Realm experts when they were alive. As long as the dermic Dao was not destroyed, the Emperor blood would be preserved. Unlike the combat totem, this was an opportunity that belonged to Monkey. Only the sanguine ape lineage could accept the bloodline of the connected arms sanguine ape and inherit the dermic Dao within. Monkey looked at the other three pits and sniffed them with a regretful expression. The bloodlines in the three pits are the stone monkey of numinous wisdom, six-eared macaque and red-buttocked horse monkey. The Emperor Realm experts who died here might have thought that descendants of the stone monkey, macaque and horse monkey lineages could inherit their dermic Daos and awaken their bloodlines if they came here. Unfortunately, when Su Zimo arrived at the tomb, he felt that something was amiss. The tomb gave him an unimaginable pressure. The tombs of more than 10 Emperor Realm experts were not enough. He felt a sense of déjà vu from Avicii, beneath the Fiend Cave and the Emperor's tomb. Those three places were where the great Emperor experts of the past were buried. Su Zimo looked at his feet and thought of a possibility. The 10-odd Emperor Realm experts were probably not the only ones buried beneath this tomb. Great Emperor Combat of the past was also buried here. The tomb of Great Emperor Combat was buried in his divine weapon. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he had thought of something, his eyes shone as he murmured, "Perhaps there's no need to alarm the martial Dao prime body?" Monkey leaped into the blood pool and half of his body was covered by the blood inside. His bloodline boiled and he roared into the skies, the veins on his neck bulging as he endured immense pain. There was a high chance that the bloodline of the connected arms sanguine ape in the blood pool was left behind by Great Emperor Combat. Even after a few eras, the remnant power in the blood of a great emperor could not be underestimated. If someone from another race touched the blood of a great emperor inside, they would probably be killed instantly by the power within. Monkey had already awakened the bloodline of the connected arms sanguine ape after all. However, the level of awakening was not high. Now that Monkey's blood chi had increased exponentially with the help of the blood of a great emperor, the power in the blood pool would do its best to help him increase his bloodline within a range that he could withstand. Su Zimo sat beside the tomb as well and began to cultivate in seclusion. The blood pool and the dermic Dao inside were indeed Monkey's opportunities. There was a high chance that this tomb would help him take the most critical step. At the same time, in the Hell world, the martial Dao prime body woke up slowly in front of the Hell Frost Springs. He opened his eyes and exhaled gently. Over the years, Essence Martial Grotto Heaven had absorbed and refined many Grotto Heaven fragments and was already on the verge of breaking through. It was only a step away. Furthermore, he had already refined the 9 Springs Hell Sutra completely and fused it into his martial Dao domain. However, he was still a little lacking if he wanted to advance to the Emperor Realm and condense a world. The martial Dao prime body stood up, prepared to enter the Hell Frost Springs and swim against the current towards the Nether River. Firstly, the heaven and earth of the Hell world were crippled and its dermic Dao was incomplete. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven and Martial Dao domain to break through here. Secondly, the Martial Dao prime body wanted to make use of the power of the Nether River to cultivate. The 9 Springs of Hell already possessed unbelievable power. The Nether River, which was the source of the 9 Springs and even nurtured the river of life of the ghost world, would definitely contain an even more mysterious power. The martial Tao prime body stood up and leaped into the source of the frost springs, controlling his body to sink continuously. Back when he first entered the source of the bitter springs, he had only just cultivated his martial Tao domain. He encountered immense resistance when he went against the current. In fact, he had to channel his bloodline to defend. But now, he had already cultivated the power of a world in the martial Tao domain and was already a quasi-emperor. Coupled with the fact that he had already comprehended all the dermic Taos of the Nine Springs Hell Sutra and fused them into his Tao body and domain, the power of the Hell Frost Springs no longer had any effect on him. The deeper he fell, the darker his surroundings became. There was no light in the depths of the Hell Frost Springs. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body burned with two purple flames before he could see his surroundings clearly. Arriving in the depths of the frost springs and sensing the direction of the surrounding water, the martial Tao prime body traveled against the current. After an unknown period of time, his vision cleared up and light returned. At the end of the gaze of the martial Tao prime body, there were 9 large rivers that were filled with waves. They were like galaxies that filled the skies and crossed endless time and space, emitting a completely different aura that surged over. At one end of the 9 rivers led to hell, forming the 9 springs of hell. On the other end was the most mysterious nether river in the hell world. The nether river was dark and sinister as it flowed quietly. However, every single drop of water seemed to contain peerless might that was enough to destroy the world. Back when the martial Tao prime body first came here, he could not last long in the nether river. In fact, he could not even break through the water and could only retreat in the end. But now, the martial Tao prime body had stepped into the nether river once more. This time round, the martial Tao prime body propped up the martial Tao purgatory and channeled his bloodline, resisting the immense pressure of the nether river as he advanced continuously. He wanted to break through the water and come above the nether river to take a look. Below the nether river, it was as though endless hands were tugging at his figure, wanting to pull him down. However, things were different now. Although the martial Tao prime body was only a quasi-emperor, his combat strength could suppress supreme emperors. Surrounded by the martial Tao purgatory that was filled with flames, his figure rose continuously. In the nether river, even the power of the martial Tao purgatory was suppressed to its limits. Splash! After an unknown period of time, the martial Tao prime body finally broke through the water and arrived above the nether river. The martial Tao prime body stood on the water and looked over. The surroundings were dark and nothing could be seen. There was no aura of life and it was dead silent. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly and continued forward in the direction of the nether river. If the source of the 9 springs of hell was the nether river, then what was the source of the nether river? As he ventured deeper and went against the nether river, the pressure ahead increased. In fact, the heart of the martial Tao prime body skipped a beat. Dai Yu had once said that there was great terror at the end of the nether river. As expected. Right then, the martial Tao prime body suddenly sensed a commotion in his martial Tao domain. There were a total of 6 supreme flames in the martial Tao purgatory. Among them, the nether ghost fire, tribulation fire, dragon phoenix flame, hellfire and martial spirit fire were clearly suppressed after arriving at the nether river. Only the red lotus karmic fire was not affected much. Furthermore, earlier on, the red lotus karmic fire in the martial Tao purgatory deviated once more. The fire tilted, as though it felt a certain attraction. More than 100 years ago, such a situation happened when the martial Tao prime body descended into the hell world and released the red lotus karmic fire. That mysterious guidance force had appeared again. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. The direction of this guidance force was neither in the direction or against the current of the nether river. Instead, it was horizontally across the nether river. The martial Tao prime body fell into deep thought and did not act rashly. The direction horizontal to the nether river made him even more uneasy. A moment later, the martial Tao prime body did not choose to cross the nether river. Instead, he floated in the nether river and no longer controlled his body as he used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the power of the nether river. He flowed downstream. The martial Tao prime body fell into a strange state and entered seclusion in the nether river to divine and perfect his dermic Tao. The source of the 9 springs of hell was the nether river. The martial Tao prime body's entire body was immersed in the Nether River and could help him better understand the profundities of the taboo mystic classic and transform it into his own strength. Time flew. The martial Tao prime body had been floating in the Nether River for 100 years. In the past 100 years, he had only awakened 4 times in seclusion. Every time he woke up, it was because his perception in the Nether River had changed. The first time he woke up, the martial Tao prime body suddenly sensed a powerful fiend might and combat intent horizontally in the Nether River. It was filled with torrential hatred and violent anger. He had felt that aura from the Azura race before. At the same time, the Nether River split off a tributary and surged in that direction. Azura world? The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Back then, he had a guess in his conversation with Dai Yu. There was a high chance that the Nether River had 7 tributaries that led to the 6 paths and the Netherworld. That was because Dai Yu had once gone against the current of the torrential waterfalls in the Beast World to enter the Nether River before falling into the Netherworld. The source of the 9 springs of the Hell World was also the Nether River. Similarly, the source of the River of Life of the Ghost World was also the Nether River. Now that he sensed a tributary of the Nether River surging in another direction, the martial Tao prime body thought of the Azura world immediately. The martial Tao prime body continued to drift in the Nether River and cultivated in seclusion. The second time he woke up, the martial Tao prime body sensed a dark, ferocious and violent aura on the side of the Nether River. It was familiar. Back then, he encountered a white pheasant in the starry skies and fell into an ignorant world where right and wrong were reversed. That was the aura emitted by all the living beings around him. The Beast World. As he had expected, the Nether River split into another tributary and surged in the direction of the Beast World. The martial Tao prime body continued down the river. The third time he woke up, the martial Tao prime body felt a thick aura of death. The strange thing was that the aura of death this time round came from above the Nether River. Indeed, the Nether River split into a tributary. However, it soared up and surged into the skies. It was a true reverse flow of the water. Such a strange scene was probably only possible in the Nether River. The martial Tao prime body looked up. If he was not wrong, there was a high chance that the tributary was surging towards the Netherworld above the Nether River. So, the Netherworld was shrouded above the Nether River? The existence of the Netherworld was indeed a little special compared to the 6 paths. The martial Tao prime body entered seclusion once more and drifted in the Nether River. The fourth time he woke up, he felt sinister ghost chi in the horizontal direction of the Nether River. Ghost World. The direction where the tributary of the Nether River surged into the Ghost World should be the river of life that nurtured countless ghosts. In the blink of an eye, 100 years passed and the martial Tao prime body woke up once more. This time round, he broke through the surface of the Nether River and looked in the direction of the tributary of the Nether River. He frowned and a deep confusion flashed through his eyes. He was back to square one. The Nether River split into another tributary and it surged towards the Hell World. How could this be? Throughout the entire process, he did not control his direction and merely followed the flow of the Nether River downstream. After spending 100 years, he finally took a detour and returned to the original Hell World. The Nether River had no source? Since it was the 6 paths, why was there no human Tao or heavenly Tao? This was very different from his initial guess. If the Nether River was a river that circled and flowed without a source, it should be static and not in a flowing form. Where did the power that pushed the flow of the Nether River come from? Since it was sourceless water, how was the Nether River formed? What was in the center of the Nether River? The martial Tao prime body thought that he might be able to unravel the many secrets of the Nether River and resolve some of the doubts in his heart if he followed the current. However, to think that 100 years later, everything about the Nether River would still be unknown. Instead, his doubts increased. Thankfully, his cultivation had improved greatly in the past 100 years and he had benefited greatly. He was only half step away from the Emperor realm and could break through at any moment. The martial Tao prime body extended his finger and ignited a ball of red lotus karmic fire. The moment the red lotus karmic fire appeared, It seemed to be guided by a force and pointed towards the center of the Nether River. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a long time before summoning the Hell Suppression tripod. It floated above his head. Sanskrit reverberated from the tripod and Buddhist light shone. Thousands of golden lights overflowed from the tripod like a waterfall and formed a barrier around the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body held the soul lantern in his left hand and the netherworld treasure mirror in his right. After making preparations, he began to cross the Nether River and headed into the depths. That direction was only guided by the red lotus karmic fire. The martial Tao prime body did not walk quickly and was extremely careful, as though he was walking on thin ice. As he ventured deeper and further into the Nether River, the uneasiness in his heart intensified, and he even felt his heart skip a beat. As he ventured deeper, the netherworld treasure mirror in his right hand began to stir, emitting a dangerous aura. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. In reality, there had always been a mysterious and evil weapon spirit hidden in the netherworld treasure mirror. Back in the Frost Springs Hall, the weapon spirit wanted to devour all his essence blood. However, at that time, he made use of the soul lantern to suppress the weapon spirit. There were no abnormal movements after that. However, Su Zimo knew that the weapon spirit had not died and was merely hiding. The reason why he would not use the netherworld treasure mirror unless he had no other choice was because he was wary of that. Unexpectedly, as he crossed the Nether River and approached the center, the weapon spirit in the netherworld treasure mirror began to become restless. The martial Tao prime body did not dare to continue forward. On the one hand, the pressure from the depths of the Nether River was too great, and that terrifying emotion enveloped his heart the entire time. On the other hand, with the weapon spirit of the netherworld treasure mirror causing trouble, it was easy for it to take the opportunity to break free from his control and cause unforeseen events. Right then, the martial Tao prime body vaguely saw a flame. Even the martial Tao prime body was not sure if it was a flame. That was because as he ventured deeper and further into the Nether River, the 6 flames in the martial Tao domain were clearly suppressed and the flames decreased. However, there was actually such a powerful flame on the river at the end of the horizon ahead. It was not suppressed and even illuminated the surrounding river red. 2 purple flames rose in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body as he glared fixedly at the ball of flame, wanting to see it clearly. There seemed to be something in the center of the ball of flame. However, it was too far away, and coupled with the fact that the ball of flame was too blinding, he could not see it clearly. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to give up, he swept his gaze from the corner of his eye and saw a dilapidated ancient ship beside the raging flame. The ancient ship looked extremely simple and was pitch black with no windows or sails. 2 pitch-black oars hung on both sides and floated on the river at the end of the horizon. It was naturally not strange for an ancient ship to appear on a river. However, this was the Nether River that was beneath the feet of the martial Tao prime body. The appearance of this dilapidated ancient ship was a little strange. Furthermore, although the dilapidated ancient ship was extremely close to the flame, there were no signs of it burning. Like a ghost, it floated on the river motionlessly. That's not right. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body frowned. If the ball of flame and the dilapidated ancient ship were above the Nether River, why did they float there the entire time instead of flowing down with the current? Suddenly, a sinister wind blew slowly from the depths of the Nether River and the surface of the river shone. The 6 flames in the martial Tao domain were extinguished instantly. The purple flames in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body were extinguished at the same time. A sharp pain came from his eyes and he closed his eyes instinctively. At the same time, an unprecedented fear rose in his heart, causing his heart to skip a beat and his scalp to tingle. That fear almost made him flee. That was not all. The purple flames that had been burning in the consciousness of the martial Tao prime body swayed from the sinister wind, flickering as though they could be extinguished at any moment. Those purple flames were his martial spirit. Once the martial spirit fire was extinguished, it would mean that his essence spirit would be destroyed and he would die. No matter how strong his combat strength was or how powerful the dermic Tao he created was, they would vanish into thin air. The hell suppression tripod trembled continuously and let out a faint and deep cry of sorrow, conveying an emotion of fear to the martial Tao prime body. Even the tragic cry of the hell suppression tripod was suppressed, and it did not dare to raise its voice. The Sanskrit in the tripod had already been interrupted. The spreading golden light of the soul lantern had long been disrupted. The martial Tao prime body closed his eyes and shielded the netherworld treasure mirror and soul lantern in front of him, retreating rapidly. He ran for a long way and only stopped when the fear gradually subsided and the martial spirit fire returned to normal in his consciousness. The martial Tao prime body took off his Mara mask, revealing a pale face covered in sweat. He panted heavily and opened his eyes slowly. Although he was already out of danger, he still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the scene earlier on. What was with that sinister wind? Where did it come from? The martial Tao prime body recalled the situation back then. The sinister wind was not strong and came like a breeze. However, immediately after, a series of terrifying changes appeared on his body. The martial Tao prime body lowered his head and took a look. Although he used the soul lantern to shield him earlier on, the golden flames in the soul lantern had long been extinguished. The flames of the soul lantern would have been extinguished by the time the sinister wind blew over. Gradually, the martial Tao prime body composed himself and temporarily gave up on the thought of continuing to investigate the Nether River. The danger of the great wilderness had yet to be resolved. If anything happened to him here and Dai Yu did not have any help, she would probably not be able to defend against Emperor Azure Flame's next attack. The martial Tao prime body put away the hell suppression tripod, netherworld treasure mirror, and soul lantern. Just as he was about to wear the Mara mask, his heart skipped a beat. Initially, the Mara mask was an emperor weapon. However, the martial Tao prime body released the weapon spirit within Heavenly Wolf and bestowed the latter with a rebirth. As a result, the might of the emperor weapon was greatly reduced. Given his current combat strength, the Mara mask was already useless and dispensable to him. Most of the time, he merely used it to conceal his appearance. If the martial Tao prime body had any weaknesses, the essence spirit in his consciousness, the martial spirit of the purple flames, was indeed relatively weak. The reason why it was relatively weaker was because the comparison was based on different cultivation realms. For example, if he met someone far beyond his cultivation realm, such as a peak emperor, the latter might be able to cause some damage to his martial spirit. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment and was prepared to reforge the Mara mask. Phew! The martial Tao prime body released 6 flames and threw the Mara mask over to burn. A few days later, although the Mara mask was burned red and almost transparent, there were no signs of it melting. The Mara mask was indeed extraordinary. Back then, Emperor Bo-Sun had collected countless natural treasures, rare ores, and synthesized the flesh of the clones of his 7 emotions to refine such a mask. Given the current combat strength of the martial Tao prime body, even a supreme emperor weapon could not withstand his 6 flames. Despite the fact that the Mara mask had lost its weapon spirit, it had yet to melt. If this continued, there would probably be no progress. Instead, it would affect his cultivation. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to give up, a thought flashed through his mind. He summoned the soul lantern and ignited it. With that, another golden flame appeared beneath the Mara mask. Before long, the Mara mask began to melt. The martial Tao prime body revealed a delighted expression and began to forge the mask. He did not intend to change much about the dermic Tao contained in the mask. He merely wanted to fuse a wisp of his spirit consciousness into it so that it could transform into a weapon spirit in the future. To him, the most critical step of reconstructing the Mara mask was not the process of melting and forging, but the final quenching formation. 49 days later, the forging of the Mara mask was completed and he was prepared to quench it. Ordinary quenching required a divine weapon to be placed in the spring water and cooled rapidly to take shape. The higher the grade of the spring water, the greater the improvement to the divine weapon. Up till this point of his cultivation, the strongest and most mysterious water source the martial Tao prime body had seen was the Nether River beneath his feet. The martial Tao prime body soaked the burning Mara mask into the Nether River. Xing! Bubbles appeared on the surface of the water and green smoke appeared. Peace returned to the river rapidly. The martial Dao Prime Body brought the remodeled Mara mask over and examined it. The appearance of the Mara mask did not change much. However, with a thought from the martial Dao Prime Body, the Mara mask suddenly turned into a dark and deep river surface with ripples. The Mara mask transformed into an emperor weapon once more. As for the mysterious power synthesized with the Nether River, it was even stronger than the original Mara mask. The martial Dao Prime Body wore the Mara mask once more. With this mask, the weakness of the martial spirit would no longer exist. The martial Dao Prime Body took a deep breath of air and retracted his soul lantern, prepared to continue his seclusion. However, before long, he took out the soul lantern again and looked at the golden flames burning on it, his eyes shining. Perhaps he could fuse the golden flames into his body. That way, he would be able to master a seventh flame, and his martial Dao Purgatory and the heaven and earth furnace would undergo another transformation, allowing his cultivation speed to increase greatly. In fact, there was a chance for him to break through and advance to the Emperor realm. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 280 years had passed since the Battle of the Great Wilderness. Blessed Heaven World. At the entrance of a secret ground hall, 6 world lords in charge of the blessed heaven world stood solemnly. They were all peak emperors. There were more than 100 emperor experts standing in the square outside the hall. Among them, there were nearly 20 peak emperors alone. Any single stomp of this group of people in the upper world could attract the attention of countless worlds. But now, be it the 6 world lords at the entrance of the hall or the 100-odd emperor experts with blessed heaven world badges on their waists, all of them had solemn expressions and stood respectfully, as though they were waiting for something. Even Grotto Heaven Kings were not qualified to stand here. Before long, suddenly, a gigantic crack appeared in the east of the secret ground of the blessed heaven world. A man in a dark green robe strode out with his hands behind his back. He had green hair and a sharp face. His gaze was like a torch as he looked down at everything in the blessed heaven world below. This was Emperor Azure Flame. When they saw Emperor Azure Flame descend, the expressions of the 6 world lords of the blessed heaven world at the entrance of the hall turned cold. They knelt down hurriedly and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Azure Flame." Immediately after, the 100-odd emperor experts in the square knelt on the ground one after another and welcomed him loudly. Emperor Azure Flame had an indifferent expression and merely nodded slightly. Behind him, 7 more peak emperors appeared. 6 of them were the 6 Seven Mansions demon emperors who had appeared in the Great Wilderness back then. The original demon emperor Horn Mansion was killed by the martial Dao Prime Body. The 7th peak emperor seemed to be the new demon emperor Horn Mansion and also had the serpent Wyrm bloodline. Xing. Suddenly, a white light flashed in the firmaments to the west of the blessed heaven world, as though a gigantic hole had been torn open by a sharp weapon. The next moment, a young man appeared. His eyes were narrow and there was a hint of coldness between his brows. The white-robed man wore a white robe and had a badge on his waist with the word Advent written on it. The moment this person appeared, the temperature of the blessed heaven world dropped and a chill ran down the backs of all the emperor experts below. "Greetings, Lord Baiyu." The 6 world lords of the blessed heaven world and the emperor experts below had just stood up when they knelt down again with respectful expressions. Lord Baiyu was in charge of killing. Although they were emperor experts, they were no different from ants in the eyes of Lord Baiyu. Immediately after Emperor Baiyu, 7 emperor experts appeared. Although their races were different, they were all peak emperors. The 6 world lords of the blessed heaven world were secretly speechless. Although they knew that people from the heavenly court were here, they did not know that there would be such a lineup. It was not only the 2 young masters, Emperor Azure Flame and Emperor Baiyu, who had descended. Even the 7 mansions of the east and west were here too. Right then, a crack opened in the north of the firmaments and the sound of a tsunami sounded. The next moment, a black-robed man walked over on the waves. He had bronze skin and a calm expression. On the badge tied to his waist was the word, Mystic. This person is here too. The hearts of the 6 world lords of the blessed heaven world skipped a beat. None of them stood up and maintained their kneeling postures the entire time. shouting, "Greetings, Lord Xianxia." Behind the black-robed man, 7 peak emperors appeared, the 7 mansions of the north. The 6 world lords of the blessed heaven world exchanged glances in astonishment. It was not strange for people from the heavenly court to come to the blessed heaven world. However, such a huge formation was truly rare. It had probably only appeared in the few calamities of history. Furthermore, with the arrival of all 3 of them, the person from the south would probably arrive as well. Could it be because of what happened to the Rakshasas in ground previously? Just as the 6 of them were letting their imaginations run wild, a red light indeed appeared in the sky to the south. It was as though a gigantic hole had been burned in the firmaments and a girl in a red dress walked out. Although the girl was young, she was already a peak emperor. On the badge tied to her waist was the word Flame One. "Greetings, Lady Yen Luo." The 6 world lords of the blessed heaven world knelt on the ground. Before long, 7 emperor experts appeared behind the red-dressed girl. The 7 mansions of the south. However, 6 of the 7 of them were peak emperors and 1 was only an ordinary emperor. Their auras were clearly much weaker. Sister Yen Luo is here as well. When Emperor Baiyu saw the red-dressed girl, the coldness in his eyes dissipated significantly. He smiled and greeted. Empress Yen Luo had a cold expression and ignored him. "Everyone, thank you for coming to help me this time round." Emperor Azure Flame looked at Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xianxia, Empress Yen Luo and the other experts and cupped his fists in thanks. "It's a small matter." Emperor Baiyu waved it off. "I heard that even your subordinate Demon Emperor Horn Mansion was killed. I was curious as well and wanted to see which ant was so arrogant." Emperor Azure Flame looked at the 7 mansions of the south behind Empress Yen Luo and asked with a frown, "Where's the original Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion?" Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion was a ground dragon and was one of the 7 mansions of the south. Initially, Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion was a peak emperor. However, the person before him was only an ordinary emperor. Empress Yen Luo said, "The youngest son of Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion ran to the Rakshasa sin ground of the blessed heaven world and died inside. Furthermore, the Rakshasa sin ground was shattered and countless Rakshasa sin spirits were nowhere to be found. Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion sensed that his youngest son was dead and chased after him. In the end, he died as well and his corpse could not even be found." After Empress Yen Luo said that, she looked at the emperors of the blessed heaven world kneeling below with a cold expression and asked slowly, "There's still no news after so long?" What they were afraid of had truly happened. The 6 world lords of the blessed heaven world shuddered when they heard that. One of the world lords said hurriedly, "All these years, we've already issued a bounty for their deaths. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a place for them in the medium kiliacosm. However, it's as though this group of Rakshasas and sin spirits have vanished into thin air. I don't know where they're hiding. Please punish us, Lady Yen Luo." Empress Yen Luo asked coldly, "Do you have any clues about who killed Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion?" "And no," a world lord of the blessed heaven world replied with a trembling voice. Emperor Azure Flame frowned. "Yen Luo, this new Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion is much weaker. I'm afraid it will affect the power of the 28 Mansions formation." The 28 Mansions formation was a formation formed by the 28 Mansions demon emperors behind them with their bloodlines as a guide and was extremely powerful. Empress Yen Luo said, "There's only this emperor left in the ground dragon lineage on my side. I can only let him temporarily take over the position of Chariot Mansion." Emperor Baiyu added, "A mere earthworm doesn't have the power of claws or teeth, nor the strength of muscles and bones. It's already not bad if you can find an ordinary earthworm emperor. Don't ask for too much." The so-called ground dragon had a terrifying name, but it was actually the earthworm race. The ground dragon race had weak bodies and bloodlines. It was not easy for them to cultivate to the emperor realm. At the side, Emperor Xianxia asked, "How many people are there on the other side? Do we even need to use the 28 Mansions formation?" "There aren't many of them," Emperor Azure Flame said. "Actually, there's only one single person that's capable." After pondering for a moment, A figure in a silver mask and purple robe flashed through Emperor Azure Flame's mind. There will only be two at most. What race are these two? Emperor Xianxia asked in a deep voice. The evil fiend race? At the mention of the evil fiend race, Emperor Baiyu and the others' hearts skipped a beat. If it was an evil spirit or a fiend, they could not be careless indeed. It has nothing to do with the evil fiends. Emperor Azure Flame shook his head. One of them is from the butterfly race and the other is from the human race. Fufu. Emperor Baiyu sneered. What's so special about two ants? Is there a need for the 28 mansions formation? If the four of us join forces, who below the great Emperor realm can defend against us? Emperor Azure Flame thought for a moment and nodded as well. That's true. With the three of you helping me, there's no doubt about this battle. It's just that I lost too badly last time and was indignant. I invited everyone over just in case. Yan Luo seemed to be getting impatient from waiting. When are we setting off? After settling this matter, I'll make preparations to ascend to the major kiliacosm after I return. Yes, it's about time to ascend. There's no longer any point in staying in this world. Emperor Xianxia nodded as well. Emperor Azure Flame and the others did not hide their voices. When the emperors of the blessed heaven world kneeling below heard that, they revealed envious expressions. The legendary major kiliacosm, a chance to live forever. A world lord of the blessed heaven world raised his voice. Lords, where are you planning to conquer? The emperors of the blessed heaven world are willing to be the vanguard and are at your disposal. This was a rare opportunity to make a contribution. The other emperors of the blessed heaven world agreed hurriedly. You guys, Emperor Azure Flame frowned. To be fair, with the help of Emperor Baiyu and the others, it did not matter if the emperors of the blessed heaven world joined. Another world lord of the blessed heaven world said hurriedly, Lords, with all of you stepping in and the blessed heaven world following, we can use this battle to establish our might and suppress the 10,000 races once more. All right, we'll bring some people along then. We'll set off once we gather 100 people. Emperor Azure Flame waved it off casually and looked at the 6 blessed heaven world lords. You guys have to preside over this place to survey the medium kiliacosm. There's no need for you to follow us. Yes, the 6 blessed heaven world lords could only agree. Thereafter, they chose 68 emperor experts who followed behind Emperor Azure Flame and the others, prepared to move. Lords, are you heading to the heavenly world? An emperor of the blessed heaven world said, seemingly wanting to impress. We've detected that there might be signs of the evil fiends reviving in the heavenly world. 3 experts who have died for many years have revived. I'm guessing that it might be the work of the Fiend Lord. Fiend Lord. At the mention of the Fiend Lord, Emperor Azure Flame and the others' expressions changed and a hint of fear flashed through the depths of their eyes. We're not going to the heavenly world. Emperor Azure Flame said in a deep voice, Everyone, follow me to the great wilderness. With that said, Emperor Azure Flame waved his hand gently and tore through the void in front of him, revealing a spatial tunnel that led the way. Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xianxia, Empress Yan Luo, and the 28 mansions emperors followed closely behind. They entered one after another and vanished above the blessed heaven world in the blink of an eye. The 6 blessed heaven world lords looked in the direction where Emperor Azure Flame and the others disappeared as a cold and excited glint flashed in their eyes. This time round, if the blessed heaven world attacked again and conquered the great wilderness, it would definitely shock the medium kiliacosm and the 10,000 races. Sword World, Myriad Sword Palace. The Iron Crown old man and the fat and skinny old man were sipping tea and chatting. Suddenly, the fat old man sighed. Based on my calculations, Su Zimo has been in the Sanguine Ape world for more than 200 years. The skinny old man said, I heard that there was a mess over there. That lad even killed people from the blessed heaven world over there. Now that he has escaped from the Sanguine Ape world, there's been no news of him and it's unknown if he's dead or alive. At the mention of Su Zimo, a look of worry flashed through the Iron Crown old man's eyes as well. When he heard that Su Zimo was in danger in the Sanguine Ape world, he moved immediately and searched for Su Zimo's whereabouts. He searched for decades but to no avail. Helpless, he returned to the sword world. Let's hope that he's blessed by the heavens. The Iron Crown old man sighed gently. Suddenly, the expression of the Iron Crown old man changed. As though he sensed something, he suddenly stood up from the cushion and looked into the distance, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the endless void. Before long, the fat and skinny old men stood up one after another and looked into the distance with bewildered expressions. What's going on? There must be more than 100 Emperor experts with such a powerful aura, right? What's with the commotion? Let's go take a look. The Iron Crown old man and the other two moved immediately and left the sword world, entering a spatial tunnel. It's the blessed heaven world. Not only that, there should be many experts of the heavenly court as well. The direction they're heading to seems to be the great wilderness. The Iron Crown old man and the other two did not dare to get too close and merely watched from afar. The fat old man had a conflicted expression as he sighed. To think that great Empress Blood Butterfly of the great wilderness would attract so much trouble after holding on alone for so many years. There are more than 100 Emperor experts, and they're enough to sweep through any super-large world in the medium kiliacosm. Now, they've mobilized so many people just to deal with a woman of the butterfly race. They're truly going all out to bully her. Sigh. I heard that a few years ago, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly had someone called Desolate Marshal by her side who fought alongside her. What's the use of Desolate Marshal alone? Forget it, we can't interfere in this matter either. The Iron Crown old man and the others shook their heads and sighed. Sanguine Ape World. An old ape who was in seclusion deep in the mountains seemed to have sensed something and suddenly stood up. A blood glint flashed through his turbid eyes as he looked into the distance. What a huge commotion! The old ape murmured softly and tore through the void casually, prepared to escape into a spatial tunnel and leave the Sanguine Ape World. World Lord! Not far away from him, another emperor said hurriedly, "Those two-horse monkey demon emperors are watching us. We can't leave the Sanguine Ape World casually. They just left not long ago." After saying that, the old ape escaped into the void and vanished. After an unknown period of time, in the starry skies, the old ape tore through the air and looked at the terrifying aura in the distant horizon in deep thought. The old ape murmured softly. It was no wonder why the two-horse monkeys suddenly left. So, they were summoned back by this huge move from the blessed heaven world. That's the direction to the great wilderness world. The old ape shook his head gently with a hint of anger and indignation in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he grit his teeth. They made such a huge commotion just to deal with that blood butterfly. Seriously. However, before long, the old ape's clenched fists relaxed and his original fighting spirit dissipated. He could not even deal with the internal and external troubles of the Sanguine Ape world, let alone interfere with the matters of other worlds. Heavenly World. Fiend Emperor Apocalypse of the Fiend Domain. Heavenly Lord Six Brahma of the Pure Land of Bliss and Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight of the Nine Firmament Immortal Domain woke up from seclusion at the same time. Looking into the distance, a smile flashed across the lips of the three experts. The 100 Emperor experts did not hide their auras and gathered together, emitting extremely shocking power fluctuations. Almost at the same time, the peak emperors of the various superworlds sensed something. This aura. The last time the blessed heaven world went on a massacre was in the Sanguine Ape world. If they attack again this time round, the great wilderness world will be finished. TM afraid it's not only the blessed heaven world. The mysterious faction behind it has also appeared. Poor demon Empress Blood Butterfly. She's one of the strongest peak emperors in the world and even has a chance of becoming a great emperor. To think that she's targeted by the blessed heaven world now. 100 emperor experts. Sigh. She's definitely going to die. That's why you must not offend the blessed heaven world. Throughout history, those who became enemies with the blessed heaven world ended up in a tragic end. Even many ancient great emperors did not meet with good ends. When Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was at the peak of her cultivation, she dominated the medium kiliacosm and defeated many experts of the 10,000 races single-handedly, establishing a peerless reputation. How domineering was she back then? Even some peak emperors of the dragon and god races were unwilling to fight her head-on and avoided her. Yet, look at what's happening right now. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. How much of a storm can a small butterfly cause? Great wilderness world. East Wilderness Butterfly Valley. Daiyu sat casually on the limestone in the valley. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Nine Tails, Demon Emperor Bai Zai, Demon Emperor Heaven Thrusting and Demon Emperor Mystic Snake stood below. The cultivation realms of the 5 Emperor experts were not high enough and they had yet to sense any danger. However, something major must have happened for Daiyu to suddenly gather them. They're here. Daiyu suddenly spoke. Who? Blue. The 5 demon emperors asked hurriedly. Daiyu nodded. Blue is not the only one. There are others as well as people from the blessed heaven world. How many emperor experts are there? Demon Emperor Divine Elephant asked in a deep voice. 100. Daiyu said indifferently. 100. Emperors. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and the others were shocked and their expressions changed starkly. Back when Emperor Azure Flame left, although he said that he wanted all the living beings of the East Wilderness to die with him, none of them expected Blue's foundation to be so terrifying that 100 Emperor experts appeared. The speed at which Emperor Azure Flame returned this time round was even faster than Daiyu had imagined. Initially, she speculated that Emperor Azure Flame would take hundreds of years to recover from his injuries. To think that he would make a comeback in just 280 years. How can we fight against 100 Emperor experts? Demon Emperor Divine Elephant had always been calm. When he heard the news, his face turned pale and he was at a loss. You guys can leave. Leave the great wilderness. Daiyu said. Demon Emperor Heaven Thrusting and Emperor Bai Zai were silent. When they heard the news, they had no intention of resisting at all. It was not that they were timid and afraid, but the difference was way too great. Back then, Demon Emperor Mystic Snake was so frightened by the martial Tao Prime body that he stayed in the East Wilderness. Right now, he was in no mood to fight and wanted to escape as soon as possible. I'll stay. After a short silence, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant pursed his lips. After all, I've followed you for so many years. I'll accompany you on this final journey. I'm not leaving either, Demon Empress Nine Tails said without hesitation. She had different feelings for Daiyu than others. Even if she had to die, she wanted to die by Daiyu's side. Thereafter, Demon Empress Nine Tails seemed to have thought of something and looked around, asking with a frown, Where's Desolate Marshal? He's not here. Daiyu was silent. Demon Empress Nine Tails realized what happened immediately and sneered. He escaped alone, right? I knew it. Men are unreliable. What a coward. Daiyu said. He merely left because he had something on. Humph. Demon Empress Nine Tails complained. Sister, why are you still protecting him at a time like this? Daiyu was unwilling to explain further on this matter. Listen to me. Among the 100 Emperor experts, there are more than 30 peak emperors alone. It's useless even if you guys stay here. Hiss. Demon Emperor Bai Zai and the others gasped. 30 peak emperors, what sort of power was that? A world could be called a super large world as long as they had more than 10 ordinary emperor experts. A super large world with a few peak emperors was already considered a powerful world. However, Emperor Azure Flame had more than 30 peak emperors following him this time round. Daiyu continued, Gather the living beings of the East Wilderness and steer your immortal boats. Try your best to take away the living beings of the East Wilderness and escape as far as possible. Sister, come with us, Demon Empress Nine Tails said hurriedly. Daiyu smiled and shook her head. If she stayed in the East Wilderness and fought with Emperor Azure Flame and the others for a while, Demon Empress Nine Tails and the others would still have a chance to escape. If she left, no one would be able to escape. Hurry and go. Daiyu waved it off and looked at Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Nine Tails and the others. You guys shoulder the lives of billions of living beings in the East Wilderness. Try your best to survive. Demon Emperor Mystic Snake nodded and was the first to leave. Thereafter, Demon Emperor Bai Zhe and Demon Emperor Heaven Thrusting bowed to Dai Yu before turning to leave. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and Demon Empress Ninetails were the last to move. Sister. The eyes of Demon Empress Ninetails reddened as she went forward and pulled Dai Yu's hands. I'll accompany you after I settle down those living beings of the East Wilderness. Yeah. Dai Yu nodded. By the time Demon Empress Ninetails settled down the billions of living beings of the East Wilderness, she should have died long ago. Before long, 5 gigantic immortal boats of the East Wilderness tore through the void and entered a spatial tunnel, secretly sailing away from the great wilderness world. Dai Yu had mixed feelings when she saw that. She had guarded the East Wilderness for many years and did not expect things to end up like this. At that moment, the East Wilderness had already become empty. Most of the living beings had already moved. Dai Yu stood in midair, prepared for the final battle of her life. Unfortunately, he was not by her side. However, Dai Yu was relieved. Thankfully, he was not by her side. Of course, there were regrets. The two of them had only been together for a short time. Furthermore, most of the time they were either discussing the Tao in battle or cultivating in seclusion. However, on second thought, Dai Yu realized that reuniting with him in the upper world was already the greatest surprise of her life. After an unknown period of time, suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky above the great wilderness and sand and rocks flew. An unimaginably terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings of the great wilderness world. At that moment, all the living beings in the great wilderness fell silent and trembled. They looked up at the firmaments in fear and did not dare to move. The great wilderness was silent. There was only a figure standing proudly in the world, wearing a blood-colored robe with a cold expression and a hint of pride between the brows. Rumble! The thunder approached from afar and was deafening. A gigantic crack opened in the firmaments, almost tearing the great wilderness world into two. 100 figures could be vaguely seen inside, emitting a terrifying aura. When the 100 figures descended into the great wilderness, the entire continent still trembled continuously, as though it could not withstand the pressure, and cracks burst forth. Strong winds howled and lightning flashed. In the world, the smudge of blood-red color was the only thing that remained standing tall and was blindingly bright. 100 emperor experts descended into the great wilderness and stood in the firmaments. There were 4 people in the lead, and one of them was Emperor Azure Flame. Dai Yu raised her head slightly and looked at the 100 emperor experts. However, there was no fear in her eyes. She had a cool expression and was abnormally calm. Apart from Emperor Azure Flame and the 7 mansions demon emperors behind him, she did not recognize almost everyone else. Among the emperors, the strongest should be the 4 people standing at the front. Apart from Emperor Azure Flame, there were 3 people beside him, a white-robed man, a black-robed man, and a girl in a red dress. The badges on the waists of the 3 of them were different from Emperor Azure Flame. As Dai Yu observed them, the group of emperor experts were also sizing her up. Experts from the heavenly court such as Emperor Bai Yu and Emperor Xianxia were curious as to what kind of person could cause such trouble for Emperor Azure Flame. It's indeed a small butterfly. Emperor Bai Yu smiled disdainfully. Emperor Azure Flame said, although she's only from the butterfly race, her combat strength is not weak. Brother Bai Yu, you might not have a chance of winning against her alone. Oh! Emperor Bai Yu did not agree. I'll have to give it a try later on. Emperor Azure Flame looked at Dai Yu. I've said it before. When I return to the great wilderness, I'll let you witness my true strength. Blood Butterfly, I'll give you another chance. Submit to me right now. Dai Yu smiled. That smile was filled with mockery. She could not even be bothered to refute. Emperor Azure Flame's expression darkened as he said slowly, Blood Butterfly, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well in the great wilderness world. Only by following me can you have the chance to ascend to the major kiliocosm and advance further. My patience is limited. This is your last chance. Dai Yu said indifferently, if there's a major kiliocosm, I'll ascend naturally and don't need anyone to grant me the opportunity to do so. Ha 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 ha. Those words caused everyone from Heavenly Court to burst into laughter. Empress Yen Luo pouted her lips. How ignorant. All of you living beings are merely ants imprisoned here. So what if you're peak emperors? Since ancient times, without the approval of the heavenly court, even great emperors can only be trapped here. Such a shocking secret was revealed by Yen Luo just like that. Dai Yu raised her brow slightly. You need the permission of the heavenly court to ascend to the major kiliacosm? That's right. Emperor Azure Flame said proudly. What does it mean by endless heavenly grace? This is the exact meaning of it. Such heavenly grace. Dai Yu murmured softly and paused for a moment. Thereafter, she smiled indifferently. I don't care for it. The emperors of the blessed heaven world looked at Dai Yu with envy and jealousy. The heavenly grace that they begged for was viewed with contempt by this person. Naturally, Dai Yu wanted to ascend to the major kiliacosm. However, if she had to bow down and accept the so-called heavenly grace of the heavenly court in order to ascend to the major kiliacosm, she would choose another path. She would flatten the heavenly court. Azure Flame. This woman has a lowly bloodline and doesn't know what's good for her. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself if you bring her along? Emperor Baiyu mocked. Emperor Azure Flame's expression was dark. Right in front of everyone, Dai Yu rejected his goodwill. He could not hold it in any longer and killing intent rose in his heart. Brother Baiyu, you're right. Emperor Azure Flame took a deep breath of air and his expression returned to normal. He smiled. An ant from a medium kiliacosm is ultimately a frog in the well. Fine, we'll kill her then. Not only do I want to kill her, I want to slaughter all the living beings of the East Wilderness and bury them with my fallen horn mansion. Suddenly, Emperor Xianxia said, there aren't many living beings left in the East Wilderness. Most of them should have escaped. Do you think you can escape? Emperor Baiyu sneered and waved behind him. Bond Mansion, go and smell where the living beings of the East Wilderness have fled to. Understood. Demon Emperor Bond Mansion, one of the 7 mansions of the West. Right in front of everyone, Demon Emperor Bond Mansion reverted to his true form. It was a 3-headed heavenly hound that was 100 feet tall, sniffing the air crazily. Before long, Demon Emperor Bond Mansion detected the direction in which Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and the others escaped. Dogs had the sharpest noses and were best at tracking. Even if those living beings had escaped into the void, Demon Emperor Bond Mansion could track down the auras left behind by them. Even if Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Ninetails, and the other emperors escaped on their own, it would be difficult for them to escape from the pursuit of Demon Emperor Bond Mansion. Let alone the fact that they were carrying billions of living beings from the East Wilderness with them now. With so many living beings of the East Wilderness gathered together with immense auras, it was too easy for Demon Emperor Bond Mansion to track them down with his keen sense of smell. Emperor Azure Flame glanced sideways and said to the 7 mansions of the East behind him, the 7 of you, follow Bond Mansion and bring back all the living beings of the East Wilderness that escaped. He wanted to slaughter all the living beings of the East Wilderness in front of Dai Yu. He wanted Dai Yu to know the consequences and price of disobeying him. He wanted Dai Yu to regret it. Right then, Dai Yu suddenly attacked. Even against 100 Emperor experts, Dai Yu still dared to make the first move and charged towards Demon Emperor Bond Mansion. After killing this heavenly hound, the chances of Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and the others escaping would be much greater. The fair palm descended. Although it looked weak, it carried an endless storm that seemed like it could tear everything apart. How dare you? Emperor Baiyu's gaze intensified and the blood chi in his body surged with an extremely strong killing intent. He waved his hand and punched towards Dai Yu's palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided. A look of shock flashed through Emperor Baiyu's initially confident face before his pupils constricted. Suddenly, countless blood scars appeared on Emperor Baiyu's arm as his flesh was torn apart by the terrifying storm, spewing out a grisly blood mist. With just a single move, Emperor Baiyu was already injured. It wasn't because Emperor Baiyu's combat strength was weak. He underestimated Dai Yu at the start and knew nothing about her strength. He did not even transform into his true form. However, over the years, Dai Yu's combat strength had increased with the help of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra. That was the reason for the current situation. The expressions of the Emperor experts changed when Emperor Baiyu was injured. Among them, Emperor Baiyu's combat strength was ranked in the top 3. If even he could not defend against a single move from the blood butterfly, how strong was she? At the side, Emperor Azure Flame was shocked. This blood butterfly was even stronger than before. Thankfully, they were well prepared this time round and had brought enough manpower. Otherwise, they would have returned in defeat. Thank you for your life-saving grace, young master. Demon Emperor Bond Mansion felt a sense of trepidation. If Emperor Baiyu had not stood in front of the blood butterfly earlier on and blocked it, he would have died on the spot from that palm strike. Roar! Emperor Baiyu retreated and reverted to his true form. Roaring. A murderous white tiger appeared with fresh blood flowing down one of its arms. Every single drop of blood contained endless killing intent. This was the true white tiger, the bloodline of the legendary sacred beast. Emperor Baiyu's body was snow-white, and he exuded a divine might with a ferocious aura. The moment he revealed his true form, his blood chi spread and the aura of the surrounding Emperor experts was suppressed. This was a bloodline suppression. Most living beings would feel a fear that came from the depths of their souls when they faced the white tiger sacred beast. Apart from the azure dragon, vermilion bird and black tortoise, who also had the bloodline of sacred beasts, as well as that butterfly. The butterfly race was innately weak, and it was extremely difficult for them to cultivate. Most living beings of other races possessed the power to kill them with ease. From the moment Daiyu was born, there were too many lives in this world that could make her feel fear. She grew and cultivated carefully, as though she was descending into an abyss. Looking back at her life, she had experienced countless dangers along the way. Each time she defeated an opponent or a race, she would overcome her fear bit by bit until she finally conquered it. The moment she stood at the peak of the medium kiliocosm and defeated the living beings of the 10,000 races, there was no longer a life form in this world that could make her feel fear. The baptism of endless bloodshed and countless life and death dangers tempered a powerful and fearless heart. The blood moon on her wings was condensed from the blood of the 10,000 races. Go on, bring her back. Emperor Azure Flame waved his hand. Demon Emperor Bond Mansion and the 7 mansions of the east moved immediately and headed out of the great wilderness world. Daiyu and Emperor Baiyu had already shattered the void of the great wilderness with a single head-on clash. It was difficult to establish a spatial tunnel here. Daiyu moved and charged towards Demon Emperor Bond Mansion and the others. Kill! Emperor Baiyu roared and shook the world. The white tiger's blood chi surged, and he released his bloodline phenomenon with a torrential killing intent. With a single leap, he lunged towards Daiyu. Boom! Emperor Baiyu was pushed back once more in shock and anger. He had already revealed his true form and released his bloodline phenomenon, but he could not defeat the butterfly in melee combat. Apart from Demon Emperor Bond Mansion, who had just left, the remaining 6 of the 7 mansions of the west lunged forward the moment they saw that Emperor Baiyu was disadvantaged, worried that the latter might meet with danger. Demon Emperor Legs Mansion transformed into a heavenly wolf. Demon Emperor Stomach Mansion transformed into a green pheasant. Demon Emperor Hairy Head Mansion transformed into a golden chicken. Demon Emperor Net Mansion transformed into a firebird. Demon Emperor Turtle Beak Mansion transformed into a spirit monkey. Demon Emperor 3 Stars Mansion transformed into a connected arms sanguine ape. Ow! Ow! Foo-foo! The howls of wolves, the cries of chickens and the screams of apes reverberated through the world. The 6 demon emperors reverted to their true forms, and their auras surged as they joined forces with Emperor Baiyu to attack Daiyu. Boom! 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 Daiyu was fighting 1 against 7, and there was even a peak emperor with the white tiger bloodline among them. In melee combat, she still had the upper hand and attacked the entire way. She endured the encirclement of 7 peak demon emperors and arrived outside the great wilderness world. How did that butterfly cultivate to such an extent? Demon Emperor Yen Luo frowned slightly. They resided in the heavenly court and possessed the bloodline of sacred beasts. They were blessed with a unique cultivation environment and endless cultivation resources to reach their current state. What did this blood butterfly have? If we don't attack, Bai Yu and the others won't be able to hold out. Demon Emperor Xianxia suddenly said. Emperor Azure Flame chuckled. Bai Yu wanted to test out the capabilities of this blood butterfly. If we head up now, we'll disturb his mood. He had suffered a huge loss against Dai Yu. He finally found some reprieve at the sight of Emperor Bai Yu suffering a loss as well and felt much better. It's just a butterfly. Lords, there's no need to trouble you guys. We'll resolve the burden for you. Immediately, a peak emperor of the blessed heaven world stood out. When they saw that Dai Yu was the only one on the other side, they were worried that they would not have the chance to make a contribution. When they saw that Emperor Bai Yu and the other three were at a disadvantage, they hurriedly volunteered. Emperor Azure Flame looked at Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo with a smile. Sure, it's a good thing to let them head forth for some training as well. Let's just hold the fort here. There's no need for us to hurry and attack. Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo nodded. 6 peak emperors of the blessed heaven world charged forward. One of them revealed his true form. It was a red-buttocked horse monkey. He had a burly figure and charged over while thumping his chest. There were 6 peak emperors, 6 mansions demon emperors and Emperor Bai Yu. This was a total of 13 peak emperors surrounding Dai Yu, who was alone. The battle caused the surrounding starry skies to collapse and many black holes burst forth. However, even black holes could not devour the 10-odd emperors in the battle. Even 13 peak emperors could not suppress that blood-colored figure. Every time Dai Yu attacked, she would stir up a terrifying storm that swept through the starry skies and tore through everything. Even peak emperors would be injured if they were not careful. Boom! 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 Emperor Bai Yu and the others finally could not hold on any longer and released their perfected worlds one after another. White Tiger Heaven, Yin Yang Heaven, Burning Heaven, Breaking Dawn Heaven. 13 perfected worlds appeared out of nowhere and supported a large part of the starry skies. They were world-shaking and even the stars quivered. Some stars could not withstand that power and exploded on the spot, turning into dust. Phew! Dai Yu released her perfected grotto heaven as well. Countless butterfly figures appeared inside and flapped their wings, stirring up a terrifying storm that tore through the surrounding 13 worlds. Fortunately, a battle of this level happened outside the Great Wilderness World. Otherwise, the entire Great Wilderness World would be reduced to nothingness. Almost all the remaining emperors of the Blessed Heaven World were supreme and ordinary emperors. When they saw Emperor Bai Yu and the others block Dai Yu head-on, they wanted to take the opportunity to show off and attack one after another. Kill! The Emperor experts of the Blessed Heaven World stepped forward and summoned their minor worlds. Dozens of worlds enveloped down and all the world power surged in one direction, the blood-colored figure in the center. Under normal circumstances, minor worlds and major worlds released by ordinary and supreme emperors were almost no threat to Dai Yu. However, there were 13 peak emperors who took on Dai Yu's frontal attacks while dozens of emperor experts attacked continuously on all ends. No matter how strong Dai Yu was, she could not defend against the encirclement of so many emperor experts. Before long, her storm world could no longer withstand the burden and swayed. The biting cold storm inside was suppressed and gradually calmed down. Right then, 5 gigantic spirit vessels tore through the air from the distant horizon at an extremely fast speed. Emperor Azure Flame was delighted when he saw the figures standing on the 5 spirit vessels. The 5 spirit vessels were Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Ninetails, and the others who had escaped from the Great Wilderness World previously. There was no way these spirit vessels that carried billions of living beings from the East Wilderness could escape from Demon Emperor Bon Mansion's perception, and they were caught up before long. Be it Demon Emperor Divine Elephant or Demon Empress Ninetails, they were only supreme emperors. They could not defend against peak emperor experts like Demon Emperor Bon Mansion and the 7 mansions of the East at all. After a short exchange, they were severely injured with their worlds shattered and casually thrown on the bow of the spirit vessels. Once the world of emperor experts was shattered, their combat strength would decrease drastically, and it would be extremely difficult to repair without source chi and source stones. Ha 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 ha! Emperor Azure Flame burst into laughter and declared, "Blood butterfly, none of the East Wilderness living beings you're protecting can escape from my hands. Yu noticed what happened in the distance as well, and her expression turned cold. A pair of gigantic wings appeared faintly behind her, and a blood-colored full moon appeared on it. The worlds of Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Ninetails, and the others shattered, and they were covered in injuries. They were stepped on by Demon Emperor Bon Mansion and the others and could not struggle powerlessly. They looked at Yu, who was surrounded by dozens of Emperor experts in the starry skies, and their eyes could not help but darken. The billions of living beings from the East Wilderness on the immortal boats revealed terrified expressions as well. When everyone thought of the threats Emperor Azure Flame made before he left back then, all of them had a faint premonition of what kind of outcome they would face. When Yu saw that, she suddenly roared. The roar contained endless killing intent and pierced through the boundless starry skies, as though it could reach the top of the world and the bottom of the oceans. The next moment, Yu revealed her true form. A gigantic blood-colored butterfly appeared in the world behind her. This blood butterfly almost overlapped with her main body. In the starry skies, 2 crimson moons appeared strangely. "Watch out!" When Emperor Azure Flame saw that, he shouted hurriedly, "This is her taboo technique! What's there to fear about a taboo technique?" Emperor Yu sneered in his heart. He possessed the White Tiger bloodline and knew a taboo technique as well. Right now, with dozens of Emperor experts attacking, what could the taboo technique of a butterfly do? Suddenly, the blood butterfly's wings trembled slightly. Woo! In the starry sea that filled the skies, an endless storm swept in all directions and destroyed life force. It was unstoppable. No one could describe the terror of this taboo technique. The taboo technique even tore wounds on Yu's wings and blood gushed out. The blood fused into the storm and transformed into a blood-colored storm that swept through the galaxy. The blood-colored storm looked exceptionally tragic and beautiful under the illumination of the crimson moons. White Tiger Soldier Talisman. Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. Without any time to think, he condensed a tiger talisman with the blood of the white tiger and released it. The blood-colored tiger talisman spread out in the starry skies, and the scattered white tiger bloodline transformed into a murderous army with a sword in hand. This was condensed from the blood of the white tiger and contained the killing Tao of the white tiger race. Even a peak emperor would not be able to defend against the army swarming forward and would be devoured and torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Although the other emperor experts did not know any taboo techniques, they hurriedly channeled their essence spirits and pushed their world power to its limits. The crimson moon storm swept in all directions. No one was spared wherever the moonlight shone, and the dozens of emperors were the first to bear the brunt. Although Emperor Yu and the other 13 peak emperors and many supreme emperors withstood almost all the damage of the crimson moonstorm, a trace of the blood-colored storm still floated out. This was the dermic Tao of the wind and was pervasive. Poof! 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 The ordinary emperors could not even defend against a single gust from the blood-colored storm. Almost instantly, the worlds of 5 ordinary emperors shattered and their emperor realm physiques were torn apart by the blood-colored storm. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died on the spot. Against the encirclement of dozens of emperor experts, Yu's powerful counterattack still killed 5 emperor experts. The remaining emperor experts of the blessed heaven world were alarmed and flustered. Crack, crack, crack. The moment the army condensed from White Tiger's blood descended, creaking sounds echoed and cracks appeared on the bodies of the soldiers and warhorses. Even Emperor Yu's taboo technique could not defend against the crimson moonstorm. Of course, Yu's condition was getting worse as well. Her storm world was covered in blood and was on the verge of collapse. Her wings were already dyed red with blood. Gore! A dragon roar resounded through the clouds. When Emperor Azure Flame saw that Emperor Yu and the others could not defend against it, he did not hesitate and reverted to his true form. The 10,000 feet long dragon body circled in the starry skies and opened its mouth, channeling its essence spirit and condensing a dermic Tao. It spat out a terrifying dragon breath towards Yu like a tidal wave. The dragon breath was even burning with green flames. These green flames had clearly exceeded the scope of world power and were at the threshold of the existence of the Tao. A second taboo technique. The blood-colored storm gradually subsided. With 2 taboo techniques, 14 peak emperors, dozens of supreme emperors and ordinary emperor experts working together, they finally suppressed DTEU's Crimson Moonstorm. Sigh! A sigh sounded billions of miles away from the starry skies. It's over. To think that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly could last until now alone. She withstood the siege of dozens of emperor experts and even killed 5, who among the emperors of the living beings of the 10,000 races is qualified to compare to her. She's the strongest person beneath the great emperor realm. What a pity! In the starry skies, a few divine consciousness fluctuations flashed. When the Iron Crown old man and the fat and skinny old men saw that, they shook their heads with conflicted expressions. To bully someone to this extent, it's really, let's go back. The Iron Crown old man sighed. The outcome of the Blood Butterfly was already decided. They were helpless to do anything and could not bear to continue watching. In the other directions of the starry skies, some emperor experts gradually retreated and disappeared as well. There was no longer any doubt about the outcome of this battle. Some emperor experts were worried that if they stayed here to watch the battle, they would eventually attract trouble and the hostility of the blessed heaven world. That's how terrifying the blessed heaven world is. Therefore, no matter what, don't become enemies with the blessed heaven world. Demon Empress Blood Butterfly is extremely talented and her combat strength is peerless. But so what now? She would still end up dying. There were also some people who stayed behind, wanting to see the outcome of the great wilderness world. On the starry skies battlefield outside the great wilderness world, Daiyu reverted to her human form with a pale expression. The only difference was that her blood-colored robe had an even darker color. The storm world behind Daiyu had already shattered and collapsed. She no longer had the strength to fight. Emperor Azure Flame looked down from above. When he saw that the outcome was decided, he looked at Daiyu in the center of the battlefield with a smug and cold gaze. I told you, Emperor Azure Flame said slowly, I'll slaughter all the living beings of the East Wilderness and use the blood of billions of living beings of the East Wilderness to offer sacrifices to the soul of Horn Mansion. And all of these calamities were caused by you and that desolate marshal. At that point, Emperor Azure Flame seemed to have thought of something and suddenly frowned. Wait, this isn't right. Someone's missing. Where's Desolate Marshal? Emperor Azure Flame looked at Demon Emperor Bond Mansion and the others and asked loudly. Demon Emperor Bond Mansion was a little confused. I sniffed carefully just now and only 5 auras escaped from the great wilderness world. We've already captured them. Impossible! Emperor Azure Flame shook his head and glared at Daiyu, saying coldly, Blood Butterfly, where's Desolate Marshal? Daiyu smiled indifferently without saying anything. Hee. Suddenly Emperor Azure Flame laughed with a mocking gaze. Didn't the two of you work side by side the previous time? Why are you the only one left today? That Desolate Marshal sure is impressive. He killed Demon Emperor Horn Mansion under me and caused a huge disaster. But now he's escaping all alone. Ha ha ha. You're about to die, but he hasn't even returned, and yet, you still want to protect him. Daiyu had an indifferent expression and her heart was calm. Why waste your breath on this bitch? Let's kill her first. Empress Yen Luo, who was at the side, seemed to be impatient as she urged. Who are you scolding? Right then, a man's voice sounded in the starry skies. Daiyu turned around when she heard that familiar voice. Right beside her, the starry skies collapsed silently, forming a black hole from which a figure walked out. Purple robe, black hair, silver mask. He had returned. Daiyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled. Who are you scolding? Back when her spirit consciousness descended on Tianhuang mainland, she seemed to have said something similar. You broke through? Daiyu asked. The dermic Tao cultivated by the martial Tao prime body was special, and even she could not tell the exact realm. The martial Tao prime body nodded. To be precise, he had only broken through halfway. The martial Tao domain had indeed taken another step forward and entered the Emperor realm, forming a world. However, there was still something lacking for the essence martial grotto heaven. It was not that he had encountered a bottleneck. It was just that time was too rushed and he had not accumulated enough. Furthermore, he sensed the danger of the great wilderness and returned from the Nether River. Even if he only broke through halfway, it meant that he had stepped into the Emperor realm and became a true Emperor expert. I'm late. When the martial Tao prime body saw Dai Yu injured and her world shattered, his heart ached. If he had not drifted down the Nether River for 100 years, Dai Yu might not have been bullied so badly. No, you're just in time. Dai Yu smiled with an unprecedented gentleness in her eyes. I still have some strength. Let's go together. Actually, Dai Yu's storm world was shattered and her taboo technique dissipated, leaving her with little combat strength. Furthermore, she had just fought dozens of Emperor experts and had expended a lot of energy. Right now, she was only at the end of her rope. In Dai Yu's opinion, even if Su Zimo returned, it would be useless and they would inevitably die. Since that was the case, she would die in battle with Su Zimo and have no regrets in her life. When she said that, she was already prepared to die. When he saw the determination in Dai Yu's eyes, the martial Tao prime body smiled and nodded as well, as though he could sense her intentions. He held Dai Yu's palm and said, "Let's go together." Although it was the same sentence, both of them had completely different outcomes in mind. Desolate Marshal actually dared to return. When she saw that figure, Demon Empress Nine Tails, who was slumped on the bow of the immortal boat, had a conflicted expression. Was this person really stupid? 100 Emperor experts. And yet he dared to come back? Although she had scolded Desolate Marshal for being timid and escaping at the last minute, an indescribable frustration surged in her heart as well when she saw him return. This is Desolate Marshal? Many emperors of the blessed heaven world frowned secretly. Logically speaking, the starry skies had just been shattered and others could not use spatial teleportation. How did Desolate Marshal descend directly? Desolate Marshal. After the Martial Tao prime body appeared, he ignored the 100 Emperor experts present and only spoke to Dai Yu. Emperor Azure Flame's expression was dark and he could not stand it any longer. You dare to come back? Good, very good. Emperor Azure Flame nodded repeatedly. Although he was smiling, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He's Desolate Marshal? Emperor Baiyu raised his brow slightly and sized up the Martial Tao prime body. However, he could not see anything special about him and pouted. He's just a human ant. Empress Yen Luo could not help but sneer as well. She raised her head. Desolate Marshal, you were asking me who I was scolding earlier on, right? Let me tell you now, I was scolding the bitch beside you. What do you want? To kill you. It was only then that the Martial Tao prime body turned around and looked at Empress Yen Luo and the others. Kill me? As though she had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world, Empress Yen Luo could not help but chuckle. She pointed at Desolate Marshal who was not far away. Do you know who I am? A human ant like you wants to kill me? The 7 mansions of the south behind Empress Yen Luo roared in laughter as well. I don't know who you are, the Martial Tao prime body said indifferently. All I know is that no one can save you today. How dare you? How arrogant! Before Empress Yen Luo could react, a few emperors of the blessed heaven world stood out instantly and shouted. Although they had joined forces with Emperor Baiyu and the others to fight Dai Yu earlier on, they did not manage to perform much. Right when they were worried that their contributions might not be noticed, Desolate Marshal appeared out of nowhere. All of them were eager to take him on, not wanting to miss out on such a good opportunity. 3 emperors of the blessed heaven world charged forward immediately. 2 were ordinary emperors and 1 was a supreme emperor. The 3 emperor experts split into 3 directions and did not underestimate their enemy. They propped up their respective worlds and suppressed forward. The Martial Tao prime body did not even look and merely hollered. Scram! Boom! That shout exploded like thunder in the ears of the 3 emperor experts. The 3 emperors paused and their eyes widened with stiff expressions. There was only endless fear in their eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the worlds of the 3 emperor experts and they collapsed instantly. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, The bodies of the three Emperor experts exploded and turned into a blood mist. Their essence spirits and bodies were destroyed and they died. Hiss! When the Emperor realm experts inside and outside the battlefield saw that, they gasped. Emperor Azure Flame had seen the methods of the martial Dao Prime body before. However, that move earlier on still made his heart skip a beat. With a casual shout, he killed 3 Emperor experts. One of them was even a Supreme Emperor. The eruption of such power was a little terrifying. In the Blessed Heaven world, the Emperor experts who were initially tempted temporarily retracted their thoughts. Desolate Marshal's combat strength was probably comparable to that blood butterfly. If not for the fact that there were so many peak emperors at the front, the remaining ordinary and supreme emperors would not even dare to act rashly. The attention of the martial Dao Prime body was not on those people at all. His gaze was fixed on Empress Yen Luo the entire time. Swoosh! Suddenly, in a flash, the martial Dao Prime body arrived before Empress Yen Luo. It was way too fast. The martial Dao Prime body was even holding Dai Yu's hand. He could still unleash such movement technique speed while carrying a person. Furthermore, no one expected Desolate Marshal to dare to attack Empress Yen Luo directly with so many Emperor experts eyeing him covetously and more than 30 peak Emperor experts present. You must be tired of living. Empress Yen Luo's reaction was extremely fast as well. With a shout, her blood chi surged and the vermilion bird that had been bathing in boiling lava rose behind her instantly. It reared its head and let out a long cry, emitting a searing heat that split everything. The martial Dao Prime body had a calm gaze. When he approached, he ignored Empress Yen Luo's methods and punched with a wave of his hand. It was a plain and simple punch. A straightforward fist technique that couldn't have been any more ordinary. However, when that punch was thrown, it instantly captured everyone's attention. The starry skies collapsed and an unstoppable aura and will descended, suppressing everything. The vermilion bird phenomenon behind Empress Yen Luo had just let out a long cry before it turned into a sorrowful cry. Boom! A loud bang sounded in the starry skies. The gigantic vermilion bird was shattered by a single punch from the martial Dao Prime body. Empress Yen Luo was sent flying as the armor fragments on her body mixed with blood splattered continuously. Empress Yen Luo's face was pale as she was shocked and furious. If not for the fact that she was wearing a treasure armor that blocked half of the damage, she would have died from that punch. When the Emperor experts saw that, they were even more shocked. What sort of power was that? Empress Yen Luo was a peak emperor and possessed the vermilion bird bloodline. To think that she would be half dead from a single punch from Desolate Marshal. It's only been more than 200 years, and this lad's combat strength has already reached such a level. Emperor Azure Flame had a grim expression and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Previously, Desolate Marshal had to spend some effort just to kill Demon Emperor Horn Mansion. But now, a single punch was already so ferocious. The martial Dao Prime body injured Empress Yen Luo with a single punch and did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He strode forward and caught up to Empress Yen Luo's figure that was sent flying with the might of the heaven-plowing stride. From above, he had a torrential aura and stomped down. Boom! Before his foot could touch Empress Yen Luo's body, the surrounding starry skies shattered and collapsed. The martial Dao Prime body wanted to stomp Empress Yen Luo to death. Dai Yu followed beside the martial Dao Prime body. When she saw the 2 ravines left behind by his single step in the starry skies, she could not help but recall the past in a daze. Empress Yen Luo had a shocked expression. What was Desolate Marshal trying to do? Was he going to kill her with a single punch and kick? She had just been punched by the martial Dao Prime body and her bloodline phenomenon collapsed. Her blood chi dissipated and her essence spirit was impacted, making it difficult for her to condense a dermic Dao for the time being. Splash! Right then, the tide surged and the vast Milky Way flowed over, shimmering with a resplendent light and engulfing Empress Yen Luo's figure instantly. At the same time, a gigantic divine beast appeared on the river like a coiling turtle and snake. Its eyes shone with a dark divine light, and it carried thick armor on its back, protecting Empress Yen Luo beneath it. It was Emperor Xianxia who had transformed into his black tortoise true form and arrived in time. Bang! The martial Tao prime body stomped on Emperor Xianxia's turtle shell with a muffled sound. This thick and ancient turtle shell could defend against almost all damage and was the strongest defense of the black tortoise race. Even so, Demon Emperor Xianxia's figure sank abruptly. His chest felt stuffy and his vision turned black. The power of that stomp was so ferocious that even the turtle shell on his back could not resolve it completely. At the same time, Emperor Azure Flame and Emperor Baiyu reverted to their true forms and released ferocious attacks against the martial Tao prime body. Dragon tails and tiger claws followed one after another. The martial Tao prime body did not dodge. He held Dai Yu's hand with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, punching twice in succession. Boom! One punch landed on the dragon tail and the low, 0-foot-long dragon body shuddered. Countless green dragon scales fell off, dripping with blood. Boom! The second punch landed on White Tiger's claw. Emperor Baiyu cried out in pain. The palm of the tiger claw was mangled by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body, and he could no longer feel his entire white tiger arm. The martial Tao prime body repelled 4 peak emperors with the bloodlines of sacred beasts single-handedly in an invincible manner. When she saw that, a strange glint flashed through Dai Yu's beautiful eyes and hope reignited in her heart. She exerted strength slightly, wanting to break free from the palm of the martial Tao prime body. However, the martial Tao prime body seemed to have sensed her intentions and tightened his grip. "What are you doing?" Although they were in a huge battle, the martial Tao prime body gave up his advantage to continue pursuing. Instead, he turned around and asked with a smile in the depths of his eyes, "If you bring me along, you won't be able to unleash your full strength." Dai Yu frowned slightly and looked at him angrily, her eyes filled with reproach and helplessness. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body burst into laughter and looked down at the emperors. A single hand is more than enough to deal with them. The emperor experts were enraged when they heard that. So be it that desolate marshal was flirting with Dai Yu in the middle of the battle. Now, he was even spouting nonsense and disregarding the emperor experts present. He was truly arrogant and condescending. "You?" Dai Yu wanted to say something but hesitated with a worried gaze. She knew her situation very well. Although she still had some energy remaining, her combat strength was greatly reduced and she could not help the martial Tao prime body at all. On the other side, there were still nearly 100 emperor experts, including more than 30 peak emperors. Among these peak emperors, there might be people who knew taboo techniques and might have other powerful trump cards. Dai Yu was worried that she would implicate the martial Tao prime body. As though he could tell the worry in Dai Yu's heart, the martial Tao prime body smiled. "We agreed to be together earlier on. Why are you going back on your word now?" Dai Yu sighed internally and stopped struggling. Earlier on, she was thinking that the two of them would die in battle together. But now, from the meaning of the martial Tao prime body, it seemed like he wanted to bring her along to kill together. Of course, the reason why the martial Tao prime body insisted on bringing Dai Yu along was not because he wanted to flirt with her. He was not that ridiculous. However, Dai Yu was severely injured and there were nearly 100 emperor experts eyeing her covetously. If he were to throw her aside, her life might be in danger if he was not careful. Only by bringing Dai Yu with him could he protect her. "You're about to die, yet you're still spouting nonsense. Kill!" Emperor Azure Flame hollered and raised his arm. Boom! The 28 mansions emperors and dozens of emperor experts of the blessed heaven world attacked at the same time. Countless divine weapons tore through the air. Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo charged forward once more. The 4 of them were murderous, but they still did not release their perfected worlds. In their understanding, they had the bloodline of sacred beasts and there was no way a lowly human before them could fight against them in melee combat. Furthermore, it was 1 against 4. Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu and Emperor Xianxia revealed the true forms of their sacred beasts. Coupled with the bloodline phenomenons of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger and Black Tortoise, their auras had already reached their peaks. Strangely, although Empress Yen Luo had the vermilion bird bloodline flowing in her, she did not transform into her vermilion bird form. "The world shall be the furnace and creation shall be the work." Yin and yang shall be charcoal and all living beings shall be copper. The martial Tao prime body let out a long chant. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic furnace appeared around him, almost bursting through the world and containing thousands of galaxies. Raging flames surged inside and the flames soared into the skies. Bloodline phenomenon, heaven and earth furnace. Clang, clang, clang. Many divine weapons descended and could not touch the body of the martial Tao prime body at all. They merely struck the heaven and earth furnace and collapsed. Some emperor weapons of ordinary emperors collided with the heaven and earth furnace and did not even have the chance to retract. They turned fiery red and became molten iron in a few breaths. With just the heaven and earth furnace, the martial Tao prime body isolated the 28 mansions and dozens of emperor experts of the blessed heaven world. Of course, the heaven and earth furnace could not last long either. At most 10 breaths. For the martial Tao prime body, 10 breaths were enough. When Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo closed in, they suddenly realized that there were no helpers around them. Everyone was isolated by the fiery furnace that tore through the world apart and burned red. Right then, suddenly, 2 divine lights burst forth from the endless flames ahead. The martial Tao prime body attacked. At that moment, Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 were panicking and their auras weakened. Given the combat talent of the martial Tao prime body, how could he miss this opportunity? Phew! The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath of air and circulated the bloodline in his body. He channeled the heaven and earth furnace and strode forward. Instantly, he raised his hand and punched 4 times. Bang! The 4 punches collided with the attacks of Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 and almost only made a deafening sound. The starry skies shook. At that moment, it was as though time and space had stopped. After a short pause, the 4 figures were sent flying and collided against the furnace walls of the heaven and earth furnace before falling again. Ah! The 4 of them screamed. The walls of the heaven and earth furnace had long been burned red and could even melt ordinary emperor weapons. When the 4 bodies of flesh and blood with the bloodline of sacred beasts collided against it, although they were not burned to ashes, they were singed and billowed with thick smoke. They were charred and looked miserable. The 4 of them spat out blood but did not dare to stop. They crawled up hurriedly and looked at the terrifying figure that was approaching in the flames with shocked expressions. Initially, they wanted to make use of the attack of the martial Tao prime body to leave the battle and join forces with the other emperor experts to attack together. To think that the heaven and earth furnace would isolate the 4 of them from the emperor experts outside. If the emperor experts outside could not charge in for the time being, they could forget about escaping. Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 exchanged glances and calmed down before long. Be it them or the 28 mansions outside, they still had other trump cards and backup plans after all. Kill! Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 joined forces once more and hollered, summoning their destiny weapons. It had to be said that the 4 of them who possessed the sacred beast bloodlines had strong blood chi and exuberant vitality. Even after being punched twice by the martial Tao prime body, their foundations were not injured and they still had extraordinary combat strength. Gore! Shriek! Roar! Ow! Emperor Azure Flame opened his dragon mouth and spat out a long green lance. It was wrapped in dragon scales and the tip of the lance was sharp, as though it could penetrate everything. Empress Yen Luo waved her hand and summoned a scarlet feather fan, accompanied by the cry of the vermilion bird. Emperor Baiyu opened his mouth and spat out a white light. It was a bone saber forged from white bones. It was filled with malevolent aura and killing intent. Emperor Xianxia summoned a heavy pitch-black armor with spikes on the back that could attack and defend. Dragon lance, bone saber, feather fan, turtle shell. The 4 divine weapons tore through the air with terrifying might accompanied by the roars of dragons, phoenixes, tigers, and ghosts. However, the moment the 4 divine weapons descended, the roars of the 4 sacred beasts sounded from the side of the martial Tao prime body and reverberated through the starry skies. The glabella of the martial Tao prime body shone, and an ancient bronze square tripod tore through the air and descended. The walls of the tripod shone with a bedazzling divine light. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger and black tortoise sacred souls woke up at the same time and transformed into gigantic bodies that were lifelike as they reared their heads and howled. Perfect timing! The martial Tao prime body snorted coldly. He was about to use the bloodlines of Emperor Azure Flame and the other three to reconstruct the Hell Suppression Tripod. The Hell Suppression Tripod was originally a great Emperor weapon. However, after shattering, the four sacred souls fell asleep one after another and their power was greatly reduced, no longer as strong as before. Although it had already been repaired and refined in the domain of the martial Tao prime body all year round, it still could not recover to its peak without a key opportunity. That opportunity was the bloodline of the four sacred beasts. In the medium Kiliacosm, be it the dragon world or parasol tree world, there were no bloodlines of the sacred beasts. They only existed within the heavenly court. The martial Tao prime body was almost certain that Great Emperor Infinite must have killed clansmen from the sacred beast bloodlines of the heavenly court in the past in order to construct this hell suppression tripod. However, there were also legends and many signs that Great Emperor Infinite had once become enemies with the Hell World and suppressed the Lord of Hell. He could not figure out the sequence of events. The moment the Dragon Lance, Bone Saber, Feather Fan and Turtle Shell descended, they were suppressed by the Hell Suppression Tripod and devoured one gulp, entering the tripod. Raging flames burned in the heaven and earth furnace, and it had already begun to forge and reconstruct the Hell Suppression Tripod. The martial Tao prime body advanced once more and borrowed the might of the heaven and earth furnace to fight 1 against 4, causing Emperor Azure Flame and the other three to retreat repeatedly and vomit blood. No matter what sacred beast bloodlines they possessed, they had to bow down in the heaven and earth furnace under the envelopment of the martial Tao's will. The sacred beast bloodlines transformed into threads that entered the Hell Suppression Tripod slowly. The aura of the Hell Suppression Tripod was increasing continuously. Emperor Azure Flame and the other three were enraged. Not only did Desolate Marshal injure them, he even wanted to use their bloodlines to refine and reconstruct the Hell Suppression Tripod. When Empress Yen Luo saw the Hell Suppression Tripod appear, her expression changed. As though she had thought of something, deep hatred and killing intent rose in her eyes. That tripod is that bald monk's weapon, Empress Yen Luo said coldly as she glared at the martial Tao prime body, an extremely terrifying power fluctuation surging in her body. Be careful, it's a taboo technique. Dai Yu sensed something and reminded hurriedly. Ah! Empress Yen Luo extended her arms and raised her head to scream. Her voice was extremely ear-piercing and penetrated gold and rocks. The bloodline in her body condensed continuously. Suddenly, a fiery red sparrow that was 10 feet tall rushed out of her body. The fiery red sparrow emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. After the little sparrow appeared, even the heaven and earth furnace trembled and one of the raging flames was suppressed. So, this is a taboo technique that's close to the threshold of a Tao? The martial Tao prime body murmured softly. However, a mere taboo technique alone was not enough to shake the heaven and earth furnace. At the same time, Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo released perfected worlds one after another, spawning incomparably violent powers that almost burst the heaven and earth furnace. Outside the heaven and earth furnace, the 28 mansions emperors and the emperor experts of the blessed heaven world propped up their worlds and attacked the heaven and earth furnace continuously. The heaven and earth furnace swayed continuously and the flames flickered. Finally, it could not hold on any longer. Boom! The heaven and earth furnace collapsed. Emperor Azure Flame and the other three finally escaped and stood together with the 28 mansions emperors and emperor experts of the blessed heaven world. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression. Unfortunately, his essence martial grotto heaven had yet to advance to the emperor realm. The essence martial grotto heaven was his Tao body. Once the essence martial grotto heaven entered the emperor realm, his Tao body would grow rapidly and rise to another level. At that time, even if he did not use the essence martial world, he might be able to shatter the perfected worlds of this group of peak emperors with the power of his bloodline and physique alone. As for now, he could only release the world evolved from the martial Tao domain. Martial universe. Kill! Emperor Azure Flame and the others did not intend to give the martial Tao prime body any chance to catch his breath. They roared once more and led the Emperor experts to charge forward. 90-odd Emperor experts propped up worlds that extended across the skies as they suppressed towards the martial Tao prime body. Even Dai you could not withstand such a ferocious attack earlier on. The envelopment of nearly 100 worlds was airtight and there was no room for the martial Tao prime body to dodge. All right, the martial Tao prime body hollered softly and his gaze intensified. A world that resembled an entire universe rose around him. 6 terrifying flames rose like gigantic fire dragons that danced and circled in the universe, emitting searing heat that incinerated everything and smelted the world. Among them, the Dragon Phoenix Flame, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Tribulation Fire, Hellfire, and Nether Ghost Fire did not look much different from before. Only the Martial Spirit Fire underwent a strange change. Originally, the Martial Spirit Fire was purple flames. However, the Martial Spirit Fire had already turned purple gold. Over the years, he had tried to smelt the golden flames in the Soul Lantern in the Nether River. Due to the uniqueness of the flames, the Martial Spirit Fire and the golden flames fused directly and were indistinguishable. Right now, the Martial Tao Prime Body had yet to control a 7th flame. However, the Martial Spirit Fire fused with the golden flames, causing the power of the Martial Spirit to increase greatly. The power of the Martial Spirit Fire rose as well and reached a terrifying level. Now, even without the Mara mask, his martial spirit was no longer a weakness. Rumble! The martial universe fought against the worlds of 90-odd emperors and let out a deafening bang. The next moment, the emperors were shocked. The 90-odd emperor worlds could not suppress the universe that the martial Tao Prime Body propped up. On the other hand, the flames in the universe burned even more fiercely. The flames illuminated the skies and shone with a myriad of rays of light, dyeing the galaxies red. The perfected worlds propped by peak emperors could still defend against the impact of the raging flames. Many minor worlds of ordinary emperors could not even defend against a single flame of the martial universe. There were more than 30 peak emperors blocking at the front and blocking more than half of the damage of the martial universe. However, some flames still flowed out and sparks flew. Even a single spark would be a huge disaster in the minor world of an ordinary emperor. An ordinary emperor could not dodge in time and a spark fell into his minor world. Phew! The minor world was burned red instantly and collapsed. The flames swept through the emperor's body and in the blink of an eye, he was burned to ashes without a corpse left. A flame landed in the major world of a supreme emperor. A fire spread rapidly and could not be stopped at all. The true form of the supreme emperor was a red-buttocked horse monkey. However, no matter how he channeled his bloodline and even released his bloodline phenomenon, he could not defend against the burning flames. Ah! The horse monkey emperor's entire body burned with flames and he was turned into a gigantic fireball as he let out a tragic cry. Suddenly, a dark green light appeared from the fireball and was filled with a strange power fluctuation. However, the dark green light could not escape either. Thereafter, the horse monkey emperor was burned to ashes in a few breaths. More than 90 emperor experts joined forces and suppressed with all their might. The moment they fought, emperor experts on this side died one after another and their formation was in chaos. In that short period of time, more than 10 emperor experts had already died and were burned to ashes. The 30-odd peak emperor experts were considered calm. However, how could the remaining supreme emperors and ordinary emperors dare to stay? In their panic, they retreated repeatedly, wanting to escape the range of the burning martial universe. Even the peak emperors of the blessed heaven world wanted to retreat, let alone them. If it was the emperors of the heavenly court present, they would have turned around and fled long ago. If this continued, they would be burned to death on the spot before desolate martial was exhausted. The faces of the peak emperors looked abnormally pale and terrified under the light of the flames. Splash! Emperor Xianxia's eyes flickered as he channeled his essence spirit. His body was filled with a terrifying aura as he pointed forward. From the 9 heavens, endless galaxies descended and crashed, stirring up countless waves. A taboo technique descended. The martial universe swayed slightly. The 6 fire dragons were indeed suppressed by the torrent of the galaxies. However, the flames of the martial universe showed no signs of extinguishing. Right now, it was not just Emperor Xianxia's taboo technique. Empress Yen Luo's taboo technique had yet to dissipate as well. 2 great taboo techniques combined with more than 30 perfected worlds of peak emperors could not shake the martial universe. Dayu's heart skipped a beat when she saw that. She knew that not only had the young scholar from the small town caught up to her, he had even surpassed her. Emperor Azure Flame and Emperor Baiyu had already released their taboo techniques when they dealt with Daiyu earlier on. They could not activate it again for the time being. When they saw that the situation was getting worse, Emperor Azure Flame and Emperor Baiyu glared at the 28 Mansions Emperors and hollered, "What are you guys waiting for? Form the formation." When the 28 Mansions Emperors heard that, they did not dare to hesitate. They did not join forces to form the formation right away because the 28 Mansions formation required them to release endless essence blood. This was a huge loss to their cultivation foundations to begin with. The longer the 28 Mansions formation circulated, the greater the damage to them. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not sabotage their foundations to set up the formation. Now that the 4 young masters were enraged and the situation was critical, the 28 Mansions Emperors did not dare to hesitate. They either bit the tip of their tongues or cut their arms and chests. Among the 7 mansions of the East, the WIRM, Dragon, Badger, Rabbit, Fox, Tiger, and Leopard took their positions and the figure of an azure dragon was vaguely formed. Among the 7 mansions of the North, the Xia, Cow, Bat, Rat, Swallow, Pig and Yayu took their positions and the figure of a black tortoise was vaguely formed. Among the 7 mansions of the West, the wolf, dog, pheasant, chicken, bird, monkey and ape took their positions and the figure of a white tiger was vaguely formed. Among the 7 mansions of the South, the N, sheep, water deer, horse, deer, snake and worm took their positions and the figure of a vermilion bird vaguely appeared. The 28 mansions revealed their true forms and an endless stream of essence blood flowed out of their massive bodies. They occupied unique positions in the 4 directions of the starry skies and formed a formation. Not only did the 28 mansions require the mansion's demon emperors to be of different bloodlines and races, they required each mansion's demon emperor to occupy a unique star position. Only then could the formation be formed. Once the 28 mansions formation was condensed, its might was so strong that even 100 peak emperor experts might not be able to shake it. The power released was comparable to 4 taboo techniques. A single taboo technique could kill a peak emperor expert with ease. The condensation of the 28 mansions formation and the 2 taboo techniques of Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo were equivalent to the release of 6 taboo techniques. The expression of the martial Tao prime body changed. The 28 mansions formation condensed rapidly. He could clearly sense that the martial universe was under a huge impact and was on the verge of collapse. To think that they would still have such a backup plan. Daiyu sensed danger as well and frowned secretly. If she had known earlier on, she would have risked her life to kill one of the 28 mansions. The 28 mansions formation enveloped down. The formation was filled with the emperor blood of the 28 peak mansions emperors and emitted a shocking might. The moment the formation descended, the 6 fire dragons in the martial universe were clearly suppressed. The flames on their bodies became smaller and smaller, even showing signs of extinguishing. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression. After sensing it carefully, he nodded. This formation is indeed something. Daiyu was worried. However, when she heard the martial Tao prime body speak nonchalantly, she could not help but turn around and ask, "You have a way to resolve it?" Under normal circumstances, this 28 mansions formation would indeed cause me a lot of trouble. But now, the martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. There's a flaw in this formation. The 2 of them did not hide their voices while conversing and the surrounding emperor experts heard it clearly. When Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 heard that, their expressions changed starkly. Back in the blessed heaven world, Emperor Azure Flame, had mentioned that Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion of the Seven Mansions of the South might become a weakness due to his lesser cultivation realm. To think that Desolate Marshal would see through it with a single glance. Protect Chariot Mansion. Emperor Azure Flame made a prompt decision and hollered. Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo knew the importance of the 28 Mansions formation. Once the formation was destroyed, they would lose their greatest reliance. The four of them had a tacit understanding and charged towards Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion at the same time, shielding him behind them. The ordinary emperors and supreme emperors who had just escaped saw many experts of the heavenly court suppress the martial Dao prime body once more and clearly had the upper hand. At that moment, they returned once more, prepared to take the opportunity to attack. However, the moment everyone approached, they heard Emperor Azure Flame roar. Emperor Azure Flame mentioned something about protecting Chariot Mansion before the four of them rushed to the latter's side with nervous expressions. The emperors of the blessed heaven world were shocked by that scene and became nervous, hesitating if they should advance or retreat. Before they could react, the martial Dao prime body who was in his universe suddenly moved. He took a step forward and stomped the ground, opening his mouth to roar in all directions. Roar! That roar contained the roars of dragons, the cries of phoenixes, the screeches of cranes, the neighs of horses, the howls of wolves, the yells of apes, the roars of tigers and the barks of dogs, the shouts of billions of living beings interweaved and gathered into a single point, condensing into a roar that reverberated through the starry skies and shook the 9 heavens. How lethal would the myriad beings' sound be now that the martial Dao prime body released it again after advancing to the Emperor realm? Among the 28 mansions, Emperor Chariot Mansion had the weakest cultivation and was only an ordinary emperor. Although Emperor Azure Flame and the other 3 stood in front of him, he could not defend against the impact of the myriad beings' sound. His body was shattered and his essence spirit was destroyed as he died on the spot. One of the 28 mansions' emperors was killed by a single roar from the martial Dao prime body. The other emperor experts shuddered as well and suffered an intense impact. The nostrils, ears and mouths of some mansions' demon emperors began to bleed, and they had frightening expressions like malevolent ghosts. "Young master, let's retreat," Demon Emperor Horn Mansion shouted. Although only one mansion's demon emperor died, the formation was shattered and the situation was reversed. If they continued fighting here, the casualties would probably be even greater. Emperor Azure Flame and the others hesitated. If they retreated just like that, they would really lose all their face. Not only did they fail to kill the blood butterfly after mobilizing a large force to come to the great wilderness, they even suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat thanks to the slaughter of this desolate marshal. How could they feel all right about that? The next moment, the 4 of them regretted it. That was because they suddenly realized that even if they wanted to retreat, Desolate Marshal might not agree. The counterattack of the martial Dao prime body had just begun. Right after that roar, the martial Dao prime body channeled his essence spirit and his spirit consciousness moved. Rumble! Suddenly, thick and gigantic gates appeared around him, shattering the starry skies with endless might. Some gates were surrounded by fiend chi and hellfire burned fiercely. A gigantic pitch-black vortex appeared around them, as though it wanted to devour everything. Some gates were surrounded by ghostly shadows that were covered in frost. Some gates were filled with sinister chi. Some gates were shrouded in yellow fog. 10 gigantic gates that emitted different auras enveloped the heads of the Emperor experts and suppressed the galaxy as they descended from the skies. A large shadow descended and the temperature plummeted. In a drift, the emperors felt as though they were in hell. A mansion's emperor could not dodge and was smashed by a gigantic gate. Although he had a perfected world to block the damage, he was not spared. Not only was the perfected world shattered, the emperor's body was smashed into a bloody pulp as well. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. After Demon Emperor Chariot Mansion died, it meant that the 28 mansions formation was broken. Now that the martial Dao prime body released his dermic Dao and descended with 10 gigantic gates, the Emperor experts present could not defend against it at all. The 10 gates were Dharmic Daos that the martial Tao prime body comprehended and cultivated in the Nether River with the help of the 9 springs of hell after entering the Emperor realm. Apart from 9 gates that corresponded to the 9 springs of hell, there was the actual Hell's Gate, and that was a total of 10 gates. Every single gate contained different Dharmic Tao powers that fused into the martial universe with shocking might. Even the mansion's emperors could not defend against the impact of the Hell Gates, let alone ordinary and supreme emperors. Once one was smashed by the descending gates, one would definitely die and have no chance of survival. Even if one merely bumped into a gate, they would be shattered into pieces and explode into a blood mist. Some emperor experts were lucky enough to avoid being smashed by the gates. However, if they did not escape in time, they might end up being devoured by the gates and dragged in. Poof, poof, poof. When the 10 gates of hell descended, wails sounded from the starry skies battlefield at once. Emperor blood splattered and dyed the starry skies. The emperors fled in all directions in defeat. Some emperor experts at the end of the starry skies who were watching the battle were shocked and dumbfounded when they saw that the blessed heaven world had lost. The mysterious faction that backed the blessed heaven world was defeated as well. Furthermore, it was a crushing defeat. 100 emperor experts with 30 peak emperors among them were crushed by Desolate Marshal single-handedly. Desolate Marshal trampled on their reliances such as the 28 Mansions formation, perfected worlds and taboo techniques, and stomped them beneath his feet. Even though they saw that with their own eyes, the emperor experts could not believe it. The blessed heaven world was actually defeated? What's the background of Desolate Marshal? He overturned the blessed heaven world alone. Could it be that the world is really about to change? That combat strength is probably comparable to a great emperor. In this generation, none of the emperor experts had seen the methods of a great emperor with their own eyes and did not know how strong a great emperor was. However, if they thought about it, it would probably be as such, wasn't it? With Desolate Marshal and Dai Yu in the great wilderness world, who in the medium kiliocosm could fight against them? The starry skies battlefield was in a mess and chaotic. It was not only the emperor experts of the blessed heaven world. Even Emperor Azure Flame and Emperor Baiyu were shocked as they turned to flee. Although the taboo techniques of Emperor Xianxia and Empress Yen Luo were powerful, they could not withstand the attacks of the 10 gates of hell. Accompanied by a series of loud bangs, the 2 taboo techniques were shattered and turned into nothingness. Emperor Xianxia's forte was defense. At that moment, he was beaten until he vomited blood repeatedly. The turtle shell on his back was even stronger than any emperor weapon and was indeed indestructible. It could still remain intact under the suppression of the powerful gates. However, the martial Tao prime body's attack smashed his turtle shell off his body. The turtle shell was smashed. When Emperor Xianxia saw Emperor Azure Flame and Emperor Baiyu escape, he released his secret skill as well, Golden Cicada Shedding. He threw away the heavy turtle shell and turned to run. If that was the case for Emperor Xianxia, it was even worse for Empress Yen Luo. Thankfully, there were the remaining 6 mansions emperors of the 7 mansions of the south who risked their lives to defend for a moment. Only then did Empress Yen Luo have a chance to catch her breath. However, how could the 6 mansions emperors defend against the impact of the 10 gates of hell? The 10 gates swept over and in a few breaths, the 6 mansions emperors of the south died without a single one surviving. They were either killed by the collision, smashed to death, or devoured by the hell gates. When the martial Tao prime body saw that the situation was set, he controlled the 10 hell gates with a thought and tore through the air, suppressing the escaping mansion's emperors. Demon Empress Net Mansion of the West transformed into her true form, the Baifeng. Her entire body burned with flames and she turned into a fiery light that sped into the distance. Unexpectedly, her vision darkened. A thick and powerful gigantic gate descended from the skies, shattering her perfected world and suppressing her body. Ah! Empress Net Mansion let out a tragic cry and was smashed into 2 by the Hell Gate. Before her essence spirit could escape, it was devoured by the Hell Gate and blood splattered on the spot. Emperor Leg's Mansion of the West tensed up and fled with his wolf claws stepping on starlight. Suddenly, sensing a huge danger, His wolf fur stood on end and he stopped hurriedly. Boom! A gigantic gate surrounded by fiend chi and burning with pitch-black flames descended and smashed a foot in front of him. If he had not stopped in his tracks, he would have been smashed into a pile of meat paste earlier on. However, before he could catch his breath, the gigantic gate surrounded by fiend chi suddenly emitted an unstoppable devouring power. The surrounding fiend chi revolved and formed a gigantic vortex, as though an ancient behemoth had opened its bloody mouth to devour all living beings. Emperor Leg's mansion propped up his perfected world and his wolf eyes widened. He let out low growls from the depths of his throat and resisted with all his might. However, his perfected world was burned by the pitch-black flames and corroded by the fiend chi. It could no longer hold on, and there was a creaking sound as a large number of cracks appeared, ready to collapse at any moment. Roar! Emperor Leg's mansion roared and was still struggling on the verge of death, unwilling to submit. Right then, countless pale and withered palms reached out from the gate and pulled Emperor Leg's mansion's wolf body and limbs, pulling him into the abyss bit by bit. This was the actual Hell's Gate. The pitch-black fiend chi was Avicii fiend chi. The pitch-black flames were hellfire. These countless pale ghost hands were the last straw that crushed Demon Emperor Leg's mansion. Demon Emperor Leg's mansion's mind and the perfected world he held up completely collapsed. Accompanied by a wolf howl, his huge body sank into the Hell's Gate bit by bit and disappeared. Be it Demon Emperor Leg's mansion or Demon Emperor Net mansion, the two of them did not know why the martial Tao prime body targeted them directly among the remaining mansion's demon emperors. The true form of Demon Empress Heart Mansion was the nine-tailed demon fox, and she was a natural beauty. Now that she was covered in injuries, her pitifulness only added to her beauty. However, the martial Tao prime body had no mercy for the fairer sex and did not even look at Demon Empress Heart Mansion. The Hell Gates descended and killed her mercilessly. When she saw that, Demon Empress Nine Tails on the immortal boat outside the Starry Skies battlefield seemed to have thought of something, and her heart skipped a beat. She turned around and looked at the excited tiger, Little Fox, and the other two who were watching and discussing in the cabin, as though they had understood something. To think that at a time like this, that man still has his sworn siblings in mind. Demon Empress Nine Tails murmured softly. Starry Skies battlefield. Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Bai Yu and the others released a secret skill together and pointed towards the firmaments. Suddenly, a gigantic crack opened above the starry skies and emitted endless might. Multicolored light filled the air, and there were thousands of auspicious lights. In fact, immortal sounds could even be heard faintly from within. Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Bai Yu and the other two sped towards the crack. Trying to escape? The martial Tao prime body controlled the 10 Hell Gates to chase after the mansion's emperors. As for himself, he held Dai Yu's hand and moved. With a single step, he crossed the endless starry skies and caught up to the four of them. In the starry skies battlefield, space was chaotic and shattered, preventing teleportation. As for the movement technique of the martial Tao prime body, it had already surpassed the Emperor realm and touched the threshold of the Tao. Although it was not teleportation, it surpassed teleportation, and he arrived instantly. Even the edge of the world was merely inches away from his feet. The entrance to the heavenly court was right in front of them. However, Emperor Azure Flame and the other three suddenly felt their hearts palpitate, as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. The four of them could not help but turn around. When they looked over, the four of them were almost scared out of their wits. The purple-robed and silver-faced desolate marshal held the palm of the blood butterfly and followed behind them. He was close and within reach. The silver mask covered his face, and the four of them could not see anything other than a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea and burned with two purple flames. However, they were cold. Why you? Emperor Bai Yu was flustered and wanted to berate loudly. However, when he saw those eyes, he was so frightened that he could not say a word. Desolate Marshal, are you really going to show us no mercy? Emperor Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he berated fiercely. Emperor Azure Flame gritted his teeth as well. Desolate Marshal, if you dare to kill us, the two of you will have to die as well. As the four of them threatened, They condensed their spirit consciousnesses in secret. Die! Suddenly, after the four of them communicated with their spirit consciousnesses, they released their essence spirit secret skills at the same time and released them towards the martial Dao prime body. When the essence spirit secret skills of the four of them were combined, they could almost kill all peak emperors. However, the four of them were not confident against Desolate Marshal. It would be best if their essence spirit secret skills could kill Desolate Marshal. Even if they could not kill him, if they could injure him or delay him for a moment, the four of them would obtain a chance to escape back to the heavenly court. For essence spirit secret skills tore through the air. As though Desolate Marshal could not defend in time, he did not do anything. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of Emperor Azure Flame and the other three as their eyes shone. It must be because Desolate Marshal thought that victory was in his grasp and relaxed that he did not notice it. Furthermore, they were too close. Even if Desolate Marshal was prepared, he would probably not be able to defend in time. Four essence spirit secret skills landed on the martial Dao prime body. However, to the disappointment of Emperor Azure Flame and the other three, Desolate Marshal seemed to be unscathed and the flames in his eyes were still burning. Under the gazes of Emperor Azure Flame and the other three, the silver mask seemed to have suddenly turned into a lake. Under the impact of the essence spirit secret skills of the four of them, it only rippled slightly before calming. The power of the essence spirit secret skill was devoured and resolved by the nether river water synthesized in the Mara mask, disappearing without a trace. Wah! Emperor Azure Flame and the other three were first disappointed before fear filled their faces. Not only was Desolate Marshal not dead, he was not affected at all. In that case, they might be the ones who would die. The burning eyes of the martial Dao prime body stared fixedly at Empress Yen Luo. He condensed his martial spirit and a purple-gold flame suddenly surged from his glabella. The moment the flame appeared, an intense aura of death enveloped Empress Yen Luo's head. Even her essence spirit felt an intense burning pain. In her consciousness, her essence spirit was originally burning with layers of flames. However, when the purple-gold flame of the martial Dao prime body appeared, the flames on her essence spirit were suppressed instantly and flickered, threatening to be extinguished at any moment. Empress Yen Luo was truly flustered. She was different from Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu and Emperor Shen Senator. If she died here, no one could save her at all. In fact, no one might even be able to avenge her. Desolate Marshal, Empress Yen Luo said hurriedly, "Let me off and I'll give you guys a chance to ascend to the major Kiliacosm. I won't go back on my word." The martial Dao prime body was unmoved and had a cold expression. He said indifferently, "I've already said that no one can save you today. You're dead meat." Why? When she saw the purple gold flames descend, Empress Yen Luo shrieked and shouted, "You're going to kill me just because I called her a bitch?" Yes. The martial Dao prime body only replied with a simple word. He did not want to say anything else. If he had not arrived in time, die you would have died. The situation between the two of them was long irreconcilable. The moment she said that, the purple gold flames entered Empress Yen Luo's consciousness and burned her essence spirit to ashes in the blink of an eye. The martial spirit fire that had synthesized with the flames of the soul lantern was way too terrifying. It was fatal towards essence spirits and souls. At this point of the battle, the emperor experts of the heavenly court who had the word flame hanging on their waists, including Empress Yen Luo, were completely wiped out. Right then, dragon roars, phoenix cries, tiger roars and ghost howls sounded from the hell suppression tripod. The hell suppression tripod had obtained the bloodlines of the four sacred beasts and devoured the destiny weapons of Emperor Azure Flame and the other three. It had completely transformed and was reborn. The next moment, Sanskrit resounded through the world. The hell suppression tripod released bedazzling golden light that dyed the heavens. Coupled with the blazing flames of war on the starry skies battlefield, it illuminated the starry skies for thousands of kilometers as though it was daytime. Endless golden light vaguely revealed a dignified Buddha in the firmaments, looking down at the world and the starry skies. Beneath the gigantic Buddha, the purple-robed and silver-faced martial Dao prime body stood on the starry skies, and was surrounded by the phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. His black hair danced wildly, and his gaze was deep and majestic, like the only god in the world. It was an extremely shocking scene. In fact, the Emperor experts watching at the end of the starry skies even had the urge to prostrate themselves. At that moment, the light on the Martial Tao prime body suppressed billions of kilometers of the starry skies, causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim. Yu looked at the man beside her and smiled gently as though she had thought of something. Back in Tianhuang mainland, Su Zimo left a sentence on the wall at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Once the dust clears, light shines through the mountains and rivers. This is the moment, Yu murmured softly. Starry Skies Battlefield. Emperor Azure Flame, Emperor Baiyu, Emperor Xianxia, and the other Emperor experts looked at that figure with deep fear in their eyes. The entrance of Heavenly Court was right in front of them. However, everyone felt as though it was far away and they could never reach it. An incomparably powerful will press down on the heads of the three of them no matter how they struggled. They could not break free. The Martial Tao prime body stepped on the starry skies and threw the hell suppression tripod forward. Boom! The hell suppression tripod tore through the air and the four sacred souls surrounded it. Dragon roars and Sanskrit interweaved and released an unstoppable aura that could destroy everything. Not to mention that Emperor Baiyu was severely injured. He might not be able to defend against this attack even at his peak state. Emperor Baiyu's eyes widened in shock. He could only watch helplessly as the hell suppression tripod charged over. Suddenly, the Martial Tao prime body seemed to have sensed something and his eyes rippled. After returning from hell, he had a calm expression even when surrounded by nearly 100 Emperor experts. However, earlier on, he saw a figure flash. Its speed was way too fast. Even with his perception and vision, he could not see its full appearance. However, a familiar feeling surfaced in his heart. Furthermore, the Martial Tao prime body sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the figure. Bang! The hell suppression tripod collided with something and paused instantly with a dull thud. The hell suppression tripod did not move at all. Even the four sacred souls from earlier on tunneled into the tripod walls once more, and the Sanskrit stopped abruptly. Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. Just as the hell suppression tripod was about to collide with Emperor Baiyu, a figure suddenly appeared. That person stood in front of Emperor Baiyu and extended his palm. He actually blocked the hell suppression tripod that the Martial Tao prime body threw out with one hand. The person raised his arm and blocked the hell suppression tripod with his palm. The man and tripod remained motionless. The hell suppression tripod covered most of the person's body and even his appearance could not be seen. Only his skinny feet were revealed beneath the hell suppression tripod. Because of this delay, Emperor Baiyu and the other two obtained a chance to catch their breath. The powerful will that enveloped Emperor Baiyu and the other two seemed to have dissipated after this person appeared. The three of them felt as though they had been pardoned and had just escaped death. Before they could even see who saved them, they turned to escape and rushed into the entrance of the Heavenly Court. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. It was only then that the person slowly moved his arm away. The hell suppression tripod shifted slightly, and the first thing that was revealed was a thin shoulder and a snow-white long eyebrow that slumped down onto the shoulder. The pupils of the Martial Tao prime body constricted slightly, as though he recognized this person. Instantly, he released Yu's palm and moved, shielding her behind him. Yu's heart shuddered. Even against nearly 100 Emperor experts, the Martial Tao prime body stood shoulder to shoulder with her calmly and suppressed the Emperors with a single hand. Right now, the Martial Tao prime body was so nervous against this person that he wanted to protect her behind him. Who was this person? The person moved the hell suppression tripod away slowly and threw it casually by his feet, revealing his true appearance. The person had a hunched back and looked withered. His two white brows hung on his shoulders, as though he was on the verge of death. He looked at the Martial Tao prime body calmly. The Tomb Keeper. Back then, the Martial Tao prime body met the Tomb Keeper for the first time on Grand Taiwei Mountain. After that, he, Yunju, and Mo Qing came out of Avicii and were surrounded by the 8 heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries. The ones who saved them were the Tombkeeper. However, when the Martial Dao Prime Body explored the depths of the Greater Avicii, the person who pushed him down the dry well in the ancient city was also the Tombkeeper. It could be said that everything he experienced in the Hell world was caused by the Tombkeeper. He had some guesses about the identity of the Tombkeeper. However, he did not expect the Tombkeeper to appear at that moment and save Emperor Azure Flame and the other two. After entering the Emperor realm, there were not many experts who could threaten the Martial Dao Prime Body. The Tombkeeper was one of them. The methods displayed by the Tombkeeper earlier on meant that he might be even more terrifying than the Martial Dao Prime Body had imagined. Due to the sudden appearance of the Tombkeeper, the Martial Dao Prime Body did not continue chasing. He did not know why the Tombkeeper was here and could only focus all his attention on the Tombkeeper and be on guard. The remaining emperors of the Blessed Heaven world and the Heavenly Court were able to escape and quickly disappeared at the end of the starry skies. Of course, be it the Blessed Heaven world or the Heavenly Court, they suffered heavy losses in this battle and returned in defeat. More than half of the dozens of emperor experts of the Blessed Heaven world died. Nearly half of the Heavenly Court's 28 mansions were destroyed as well. In fact, Empress Yen Luo, who possessed the bloodline of a sacred beast, was dead as well. The surrounding sky gradually darkened. A world enveloped them silently and isolated the three of them from the outside world. A few tombs appeared behind the Tombkeeper. Among them was a tomb with a wordless headstone. The Tombkeeper emitted an extremely dangerous aura. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body could not sense the Tombkeeper's hostility towards him, so he did not attack rashly. Should I call you the Tombkeeper or Great Emperor Heaven Burial? The Martial Dao Prime Body's eyes were deep as he stared fixedly at the Tombkeeper's face and asked slowly, revealing those shocking words. Dai Yu was stunned when she heard that. The Martial Dao Prime Body had mentioned the Tombkeeper to her. However, she had never thought that the Tombkeeper would be related to Great Emperor Heaven Burial. When the Tombkeeper heard that, he had a calm expression and did not explain anything, as though he was in silent acknowledgement. The Martial Dao Prime Body said, Fiend Emperor Apocalypse? Emperor Bosun and Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight were all from the heavenly world in the past. In this generation, they revived with the help of the tombs of great emperors. This means that the three emperors all know the Heaven Burial Sutra. As for you, you happen to be guarding a tomb in the heavenly world. The Martial Dao Prime Body had many speculations about whose tomb the Tombkeeper was guarding. It was only when he understood the meaning of heaven burial that he realized that the Tombkeeper might be guarding his own tomb. As for Great Emperor Heaven Burial's tomb, it was in the fiend domain of the heavenly world. Anything else? The Tombkeeper asked calmly. The Martial Dao Prime Body continued, In Tianhuang mainland where I'm from, there was once an extraordinary figure called Blood Fiend. He cultivated a clone technique called the Three Corpses Technique. That Three Corpses technique was imparted to him by the weapon spirit of this Mara mask on my face. The reason why the weapon spirit knows the Three Corpses technique is because his master was once Emperor Bosun. Emperor Bosun cultivated the three clones of the Buddha body, 6 desires body and 7 emotions body. From a certain perspective, the realms and intents of the three clones completely surpassed the immortal Buddha and demon bodies of Blood Fiend. As the Martial Dao Prime Body spoke, he observed the Tombkeeper. However, the Tombkeeper's expression was as calm as an ancient well. The Martial Dao Prime Body said, However, Emperor Bosun was way too notorious. He was once an expert among peak emperors. That's why I never expected him to be someone else's clone. It wasn't until Fiend Emperor Apocalypse and Immortal Emperor Dawn Twilight revived one after another with the help of the tombs of great emperors that I realized that they might be the true three corpses. Cultivating the three corpses to the level of peak emperors separately and helping them revive using the tombs of great emperors as well as the Heaven Burial Sutra. I'm afraid Great Emperor Heaven Burial is the only one with such methods and means. After saying that, the Martial Dao Prime Body heaved a sigh of relief. Those speculations had been circling in his heart for many years, and he wanted to obtain a definite answer as well. Even if his guess was completely correct, he still had some doubts. For example, who was the ancient fiend Bo-sun who existed in the same generation as Buddha in the ancient legends? What was his relationship with the Emperor Bo-sun of this generation? Also, if all of this was done by Great Emperor Heaven Burial, it meant that he had lived for several eras until this generation. But how was that possible? Even though there was a limit to the lifespan of a great emperor, could Great Emperor Heaven Burial, the tomb keeper in front of him, live forever? You guessed a lot right. The tomb keeper finally spoke. However, the tomb keeper's next sentence stunned the Martial Dao Prime body on the spot. However, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not Heaven Burial. Suddenly, the Martial Dao Prime body fell silent. He believed that the tomb keeper would not lie and there was no need for him to lie as well. Given the tomb keeper's cultivation, if he was really Great Emperor Heaven Burial, it was fine for him to admit it frankly. After a long silence, the Martial Dao Prime body asked slowly, "Who are you?" The Martial Dao Prime body had asked that question once when the two of them first met. The other party had once answered him with the words tomb keeper. Now that the Martial Dao Prime body asked that question again, he clearly did not want to hear the same answer. The tomb keeper seemed to have recalled something and his gaze was dazed. After a long while, he came back to his senses and said indifferently, "I can't remember my real name. However, for many years some people called me the Fiend Lord." The Fiend Lord. The Martial Dao Prime body had the Mara mask covering his face after all, and he looked relatively calm. However, his heart was in turmoil. Even Daiyu, who was standing behind him, suddenly took a deep breath when she heard that sentence. The legendary Fiend Lord who stirred up a catastrophe that swept through the medium kiliacosm in a few eras and caused a huge calamity was now standing in front of the two of them. Furthermore, the Martial Dao Prime body had interacted with him a few times. The white-browed old monk was skinny and hunchbacked with a lifeless aura. How did he possess the bearing of the Fiend Lord? The Fiend Lord was the Lord of Azura and ruled countless belligerent, brave and ferocious Azuras to go against powerful existences of the heavenly court. What kind of fiendish might and spirit was that? If the Tomb Keeper had not admitted it personally, the Martial Dao Prime body and you would never have thought that the legendary Fiend Lord would be this old monk who looked like he was in his twilight years. Apart from being shocked, more doubts surged in the heart of the Martial Dao Prime body. The Martial Dao Prime body took a deep breath of air and looked at the old monk before him. He was in no hurry to ask and gradually calmed down. Since the Fiend Lord chose to appear voluntarily, there should be an answer to the doubts in his heart. The Fiend Lord was way too enigmatic and had too many mysteries. However, the Martial Dao Prime body was certain of one thing. The Fiend Lord, or rather, the faction behind the Fiend Lord, had been fighting against the Heavenly Court for several eras. Now that the Fiend Lord chose to appear and enveloped him and Daiyu in this world without any hostility towards the two of them, the greatest possibility was that he wanted to rope them in. That being the case, the Fiend Lord would definitely be sincere enough to answer the doubts in the heart of the Martial Dao Prime body. The Fiend Lord, Heaven Burial, Empress Evil, Six Paths, Ghost Mother, the Heavenly Court, the ancient great emperors. There were way too many mysteries. What do you want to know? As though he could read the thoughts of the Martial Dao Prime body, the Tomb Keeper took the initiative to ask. The Martial Dao Prime body pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Everything about the Heavenly Court. Throughout history, the Heavenly Court was the core of all mysteries and catastrophes." In the depths of the Tomb Keeper's eyes, an imperceptible admiration flashed by and disappeared in an instant. He said faintly, "The formation of the Heavenly Court originated from the 9 huge factions of the major kiliacosm. The 9 heavens shall serve as the court and enslave all living beings. The Heavenly Court is the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens." As though he had thought of something, the Martial Dao Prime body waved his robe and scattered the badges of many people of the Heavenly Court on the ground with different words written on them. Flame, Blue, Advent, Mystic. The Martial Dao Prime body asked, "The names behind these badges are 4 of the 9 heavens?" "That's right." The Tomb Keeper nodded. "In the middle is Power Heaven, in the east is Blue Heaven, in the northeast is Autumn Heaven, in the north is Mystic Heaven, in the northwest is Nether Heaven, in the west is Advent Heaven, in the southwest is Vermilion Heaven, In the south is flame heaven, and in the southeast is illumination heaven. Together, they make up the 9 heavens. Daiyu was enlightened. So, the blue that backed Emperor Azure Flame was blue heaven of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens shall serve as the court and enslave all living beings. The martial Tao prime body murmured softly. Indeed, Emperor Azure Flame and the other experts did not take the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliacosm seriously. This was a kind of contempt that came from the depths of their bones. The Tombkeeper said, "At this point in your cultivation, you should have already guessed that living beings of the 10,000 races can ascend to the major Kiliacosm after entering the Emperor realm. However, because of the existence of the 9 heavens, the medium Kiliacosm was isolated from the major Kiliacosm, and the path for the living beings of the 10,000 races to ascend has been blocked. That was the reason why there were no ascenders in the medium Kiliacosm for countless years. This was also the reason why we joined forces with the ancient great emperors to conquer the 9 heavens for the past few eras. In the great wilderness world, the martial Tao prime body and Dai, you had once discussed the Tao and had indeed speculated about that. That was because after advancing to the Emperor realm, it was abnormally difficult to increase world power. Source Chi and Source Stones were required. However, such treasures did not exist in the medium Kiliacosm. In other words, according to the circulation of the laws of heaven and earth, after living beings advance to the Emperor realm, they should head to an environment with Source Chi and Source Stones to cultivate. That place could only be the major Kiliacosm. Why? The martial Tao prime body was silent for a long time before asking in a deep voice, "What's the benefit of the 9 heavens enslaving all living beings? Why would the 9 heavens block the path of the living beings of the 10,000 races to ascension?" The Tombkeeper said, "In the medium Kiliacosm, all cultivation resources, including spirit Chi, essence Chi, and source Chi, can be called cosmic energy. In this universe, such energy is not endless. Mortals have less than 100 years of lifespan. After they die, their souls will return to the world and their flesh and blood will dissipate. All energy will return to nature. Some will be absorbed and some will be released. It won't destroy the balance of the world. However, the existence of cultivators broke this balance." As though he had comprehended something, the martial Tao prime body murmured softly, "Therefore, when living beings of the 10,000 races step into a certain cultivation realm and break free from the shackles of the world, they will always attract the heavenly tribulation. The stronger the person undergoing the tribulation transcendence, the stronger the heavenly tribulation attracted. It's because the heavenly Tao wants to destroy the ascender and let the power in his body return to the world to restore balance. However, no matter how unsympathetic the heavens are, it will still leave a trace of life for those undergoing the tribulation transcendence." The Tombkeeper nodded and continued, "The living beings of the 10,000 races are constantly cultivating and reproducing. Be it the immortal Tao or demon Tao, they have to continuously absorb the spirit Chi, essence Chi, and source Chi of the medium Kiliacosm to snatch cultivation resources. The higher your cultivation, the longer your lifespan and the more energy you can absorb. The implication of someone with a long lifespan is that he will constantly be absorbing energy without releasing it. In that case, the cultivation resources of the world will gradually dry up. It's the same for the major Kiliacosm." When he heard that, the martial Tao prime body was enlightened. The greatest benefit for the 9 heavens to cut off the path for the living beings of the 10,000 races to ascend is that they can monopolize the cultivation resources of the major Kiliacosm. That was the reason why the great emperors of the ancient era wanted to conquer the 9 heavens and crush the heavenly court to kill their way to the major Kiliacosm. Since you're enemies with the heavenly court, why did you save Emperor Azure Flame and the other 2 just now? The martial Tao prime body asked with a frown. The Tombkeeper sized up the martial Tao prime body, as though he wanted to see through his cultivation. A moment later he shook his head. "With your current combat strength, you shouldn't have much chance of winning against the few great emperors of the 9 heavens. It's fine that you killed some of those mansions' emperors. However, those few young masters with the bloodlines of sacred beasts have dermic Tao imprints left behind by great emperors. Once you kill any of them, the great emperors backing them would be alarmed. The martial Tao prime body did not retort. His essence martial grotto heaven was not cultivated to become a world yet. Right now, in terms of combat strength, he could already sweep through all experts below the great emperor realm. However, he was indeed not confident against a true great emperor. That's strange. Suddenly, Daiyu asked, Empress Yen Luo should be the young mistress of flame heaven as well. Why didn't you appear to stop us when she died? Her? Hee. Suddenly, the tomb keeper laughed. Even if we kill her, Great Emperor Flame Heaven won't be able to sense it and won't be able to avenge her. Oh! The martial Tao prime body and Daiyu revealed puzzled expressions and waited for the tomb keeper's explanation. Suddenly, the tomb keeper changed the topic and looked at the martial Tao prime body. You've been to Greater Avicii before. What have you encountered? The martial Tao prime body recalled for a moment before nodding. He said in a deep voice, during the process, there seemed to be two consciousnesses trapped inside. The tomb keeper said, you should be able to guess that one of the consciousnesses is the Lord of Hell. The martial Tao prime body nodded. Be it the medium kiliacosm or the Hell world, it was rumored that the Lord of Hell had once been suppressed by Great Emperor Infinite back then. As a result, the Hell world shattered, causing the great Tao of the world to be incomplete, and it was never repaired. After the tomb keeper said that, he suddenly stopped speaking. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to ask, a thought flashed through his mind, and he could not help but be shocked when he thought of a possibility. The martial Tao prime body said slowly, are you trying to say that the other consciousness in Greater Avicii is Great Emperor Flame Heaven of the Nine Heavens? The tomb keeper nodded. The martial Tao prime body and Daiyu exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Back then, Great Emperor Infinite used his flesh and blood to transform into Avicii. Coupled with the Hell suppression tripod, he suppressed two great emperors for an era until this generation. One of them came from the heavenly court and the other from Hell. However, at the same time, an even greater doubt surged in their hearts. Since Great Emperor Infinite was so domineering and could suppress two great emperors, why not kill the two of them completely? It was understandable for him to suppress Great Emperor Flame Heaven since he wanted to conquer the Nine Heavens. However, why did he suppress the Lord of Hell at the same time? What happened back then? According to the Fiend Lord, he had been joining forces with the ancient great emperors to fight against the heavenly court for several eras. Now that the heavenly court still existed, it meant that all their conquests in the past had failed. Every great emperor that tried to conquer the Nine Heavens met with bad endings and died in defeat. How did the Fiend Lord manage to survive until this generation? Just how strong was the heavenly court? The martial Tao prime body said, if I'm not wrong, the Lord of Hell should be on your side. Yes. The tomb keeper nodded. The martial Tao prime body continued. In that case, why did Great Emperor Infinite suppress a great emperor of the heavenly court and the Lord of Hell? The Nine Heavens shall serve as the court and enslave all living beings. The martial Tao prime body believed that Great Emperor Infinite would definitely choose to conquer the Nine Heavens and destroy the heavenly court after knowing the goal of the Nine Heavens. That was because the heavenly court should not have existed. That monk? At the mention of Great Emperor Infinite, the tomb keeper suddenly paused and revealed a reminiscent expression. A moment later, he revealed a conflicted smile. It was difficult for the martial Tao prime body to tell what emotions were mixed in that smile. However, he vaguely felt that the tomb keeper might have a trace of admiration for Great Emperor Infinite. The tomb keeper said slowly, he's a complicated person. After knowing the origin and goal of the heavenly court, Infinite decided to join forces with us to conquer the Nine Heavens and break the rule and enslavement of the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm. The Nine Heavens are independent and interconnected, forming a Nine Heavens formation. Unless the formation is broken, there's no way to kill our way into the Nine Heavens. When he heard that, the martial Tao prime body was enlightened. If the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil wanted to conquer the Nine Heavens, the first step would be to lead everyone to descend into the medium kiliacosm. In order to prevent the Fiend Lord and the others from attacking the Nine Heavens formation, the the heavenly court would definitely lead an army to descend as well. The martial Dao prime body said, in other words, once this battle breaks out, the medium kiliacosm will become a battlefield for the heavenly court and the netherworld to collide. That's right. The Tomb Keeper nodded. It was precisely because of that the medium kiliacosm was involved when the battle broke out and living beings of the 10,000 races were not spared. That was because the medium kiliacosm was the center of the battle and the final battlefield. The so-called catastrophe that swept through the medium kiliacosm was because of this battle. Actually, it's precisely because of the seal of this nine heavens formation that the heaven and earth essence chi of the medium kiliacosm is so thin. The Tomb Keeper said, source chi in the major kiliacosm sinks down and a lot of power is absorbed by the barrier between the major and medium kiliacosm. The sedimentation is heaven and earth essence chi. Most of the rich and pure heaven and earth essence chi is sealed by the nine heavens formation and controlled by the living beings of the heavenly court. If not for that, most of the living beings of the 10,000 races here would not find it so difficult to cultivate, and their cultivation speed would have been much faster. When he heard that, the martial Dao prime body could not help but recall a period of time when the green lotus true body had just ascended to the medium kiliacosm and descended on the dragon abyss star. The heaven and earth essence chi on the dragon abyss star was thin. It was the same for most regions in the vast starry skies. Only some powerful worlds could gather the heaven and earth essence chi as much as possible with various natural treasures, immortal herbs and trees. Each heaven conquest battle was extremely tragic. The Tomb Keeper said, for several eras, the heavenly court established the blessed heaven world in the medium kiliacosm to monitor and patrol the medium kiliacosm. They established the 9 sin grounds and intimidated the living beings of the 10,000 races. Even if some worlds know of the evil of the heavenly court, they won't dare to resist. Some choose to be neutral, and some follow us to conquer the 9 heavens. However, most of them will stand on the side of the heavenly court. The martial Dao prime body felt extremely sympathetic towards that point. For the past few eras, countless worlds had chosen to conquer the 9 heavens back then. After they were defeated, they were annihilated in the long river of time and their bloodlines were severed. After Great Emperor Darkness was defeated back then, the entire darkness world disappeared completely. Under such circumstances, how many worlds would dare to resist the heavenly court? Furthermore, there was also the intimidation and subtle influence of the blessed heaven world for many years. Every time the heaven conquest battle ended and the side of the Fiend Lord was defeated, the truth of the heaven conquest would be buried and erased by the heavenly court who was the victor. As time passed, in the hearts of the living beings of the 10,000 races, the evil fiends became the culprits behind the catastrophe. As such, it was only right to kill the evil fiends. In fact, the blessed heaven world even set up an evil fiend battlefield to encourage paragons and monster incarnates of the living beings of the 10,000 races to enter and kill the evil fiends in exchange for treasures. Sword cultivators like the 8 peak masters of the sword world were righteous and open-minded. However, when they heard about the evil fiends and sin spirits, they would still be filled with killing intent. Even the Iron Crown Old Man of the Sword World did not dare to tell everyone in the Sword World about this, even though he knew that the sword cultivators of the 9 sin grounds were not guilty. Apart from some Emperor experts, no one in the current medium kiliacosm knew of the existence of the heavenly court. Even he and Dai Yu had just learned that not only did the heavenly court block the path of the living beings of the 10,000 races to ascension, it even sealed a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi. The Tomb Keeper continued, most worlds stand on the side of the heavenly court. Under the instigation of the blessed heaven world, they will definitely fight us. In the era of the infinite era, the Lord of Hell's Hell army was enraged and burned the flames of war to some neutral worlds and races, causing countless innocent living beings to die. At that point, the Tomb Keeper paused for a moment before saying, because of that, Infinite attacked. The Tomb Keeper did not say much about this battle and merely said a few words. However, the martial Dao prime body could still imagine the grief and indignation of Great Emperor Infinite when he saw countless innocent living beings struggling in the flames of war, running, crying for help and dying. Infinite took action to suppress the Lord of Hell. The few people of the heavenly court were surprised and excited and thought that Infinite had suddenly changed sides and joined them. The Tombkeeper continued. However, right after that, Infinite attacked again and severely injured Flame Heaven. He killed the 4 Sacred Beast Emperor experts of Blue Heaven, Flame Heaven, Advent Heaven and Mystic Heaven, and took their bloodlines and souls to refine the Hell Suppression Tripod. Thereafter, he refined himself and transformed his flesh into a Vici, suppressing the Lord of Hell and Flame Heaven within. The Hell Suppression Tripod descended and sealed the Lord of Hell and Flame Heaven completely, until today. Right from the beginning, Yu listened to the Tombkeeper recount the past quietly. It was only at that moment that she suddenly said, "Great Emperor Infinite is not a complicated person." "Oh!" The Tombkeeper raised his long eyebrows. Yu said, "Great Emperor Infinite suppressed the Lord of Hell because he could not bear to see many innocent living beings implicated by the flames of war. He attacked to suppress Great Emperor Flame Heaven because he wanted to break through the 9 heavens and fight for a chance for the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm to ascend. Both times, Great Emperor Infinite attacked because of the compassion in his heart." The Tombkeeper smiled disapprovingly but did not argue with Yu. In his opinion, countless people would definitely sacrifice their lives to conquer the 9 heavens. The living beings of the 10,000 races had always been enslaved and reared by the heavenly court. Who wasn't innocent? Although Infinite suppressed Flame Heaven, he sacrificed himself and suppressed the Lord of Hell as well. That heaven conquest battle also ended in failure. Wasn't all of this contrary to their original intentions? The Martial Dao Prime Body pondered for a moment and asked, since Great Emperor Infinite had already suppressed Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell, why didn't he kill the 2 of them and only trap them in Greater Avicii? Great Emperor Infinite was indeed compassionate. However, the Martial Dao Prime Body believed that Great Emperor Infinite was not pedantic. Be it the massacres of the Lord of Hell or the sins of the 9 heavens, both were intolerable in the eyes of Great Emperor Infinite. Since that was the case, why did he leave a trace of life for the 2 great emperors? More importantly, billions of years had passed since the Infinite Era. Not to mention that the Lord of Hell and Flame Heaven only had a single wisp of consciousness left. Even if their flesh, blood and souls were intact, could their lifespans last until this generation? At the mention of that, a look of admiration flashed through the Tombkeeper's eyes. The reason why this happened was because Infinite realized that he could not kill Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell with his strength. Oh! The Martial Dao Prime Body frowned slightly. With Great Emperor Infinite's strength, he could not kill Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell. The 3 of them were great emperors. If Great Emperor Infinite could defeat Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell, why couldn't he kill the 2 of them? What was so special about Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell? The Tombkeeper had an ancient expression and said faintly, "The few of us and the 9 people of the heavenly court can be considered to have endless lifespans and are immortal." Immortal! The Martial Dao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat. Were there really people with eternal life in the medium kiliacosm? The Martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently, "Endless lifespan might not equate to immortality. It was normal for one to have an endless lifespan. Once he met an expert stronger than him and was killed, his immortality would be relegated to a long lifespan instantly. True immortality meant absolute indestructibility as well." The Tombkeeper could tell what the Martial Dao Prime Body was implying and smiled. "You're not at our cultivation realm yet, so you naturally can't understand. The only way to kill us completely is..." At that point, the Tombkeeper suddenly paused and changed the topic. "In short, in the medium kiliacosm we can live forever. Even if we fail to conquer the heavens and our souls are shattered, we will return in the next era." The Martial Dao Prime Body narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of a possibility. The Netherworld. If he was not wrong, the Lord of the Netherworld should be on the side of the Fiend Lord. As for the Lord of the Netherworld, he controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. If the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil died and their souls entered reincarnation, with the help of the Lord of the Netherworld, they might be able to reincarnate with their memories. That's not right. Before long, the martial Tao prime body overturned that possibility. Earlier on, the Fiend Lord's words revealed that there were a total of 9 great emperors in the heavenly court who were just like them, immortal existences. If that was the case, even if his guests could explain the situation over at the Fiend Lord's side, the great emperors of the heavenly court were irreconcilable with the Fiend Lord. Why could they possess immortality as well? How long is a great emperor's lifespan? The martial Tao prime body asked. 100 million years. The tomb keeper said a shocking number. Emperors had a lifespan of 10 million years and could reach a lifespan of 100 million years after becoming great emperors. It was almost a qualitative leap. It was no wonder why there was such a huge difference in combat strength between great emperors and emperor realm experts. Great emperors were experts that should only exist in the major kiliocosm to begin with. Although the lifespan of a great emperor was 2 million years, almost all the great emperors recorded in history did not meet with good endings because of the heaven conquest battle. Why is it that although great emperors have lifespans of 2 million years, you guys have endless lifespans and are immortal? The martial Tao prime body asked. The tomb keeper said indifferently, the opportunity for immortality lies in the major kiliocosm. If you can ascend to the major kiliocosm, you'll naturally have a chance to comprehend the reason. Given your current cultivation realm, you won't be able to understand even if I explain it to you. The martial Tao prime body was deep in thought. There were some things that the tomb keeper was clearly holding back. Even if the martial Tao prime body asked, he was unwilling to say it explicitly. However, the tomb keeper still revealed a lot of information from his words earlier on. The tomb keeper had once said that the heavenly court was composed of 9 huge factions of the major kiliocosm. This also meant that the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court should also be from the major kiliocosm. The reason why the 9 great emperors could possess endless lifespan was likely because their cultivation realms were above great emperors. It was the same for the Fiend Lord and the others. Perhaps for some special reason, the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court as well as the Fiend Lord and the others could descend from the major kiliocosm. However, in the medium kiliocosm, due to the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws, the combat strength of these people would be reduced and they could only unleash the strength of a great emperor. There shouldn't be any great emperor experts in flame heaven in this generation, right? Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked. That's right. The tomb keeper nodded and looked at the martial Tao prime body with admiration. The martial Tao prime body had once thought of something. The hell world had long been broken in the infinite era. Why had it not been repaired after so many years? In fact, it became as difficult as ascending to the heavens to step into the emperor realm in the hell world, let alone becoming a great emperor. At that moment, he finally understood. The hell world was the hell Tao and the great Tao cultivated by the Lord of Hell. As for the Lord of Hell, he was severely injured and suppressed by great Emperor Infinite in Greater Avicii. Naturally, the hell world could not repair itself. Even if the hell world could be repaired, no great emperor experts would be born in the hell world. That was because the Lord of Hell was not dead. This meant that his great Tao imprint was still in the hell world. As long as the great Tao imprint was not destroyed, other living beings would not be able to become great emperors in this world. The same was true for flame heaven. The 9 great emperors of the heavenly court corresponded to the 9 heavens. Each heaven corresponded to a different great Tao imprint. Great Emperor Flame Heaven was suppressed by Great Emperor Infinite in Greater Avicii. Although he was trapped for more than an era, he did not die. This meant that the great Tao imprint in Flame Heaven had not dissipated. However, Flame Heaven was one of the 9 heavens after all. It possessed endless pure heaven and earth essence QJ and countless natural treasures. As such, the situation was much better than in the hell world. Therefore, Emperor Realm experts would still be born in Flame Heaven. However, the fact that Great Emperor Flame Heaven's Great Tao imprint was still around meant that no other Great Emperor experts would be born in Flame Heaven. Back then, Great Emperor Infinite chose to trap Great Emperor Flame Heaven in Greater Avicii. That was equivalent to crippling a Great Emperor of the Heavenly Court. In this generation, the Heavenly Court only had 8 Great Emperors. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as though he had thought of something. Perhaps Great Emperor Infinite had other motives for choosing to suppress Great Emperor Flame Heaven in Greater Avicii. It was no wonder why Empress Yenluo was so agitated and resentful when she saw the hell suppression tripod and even cursed a monk. Martial Dao Prime Body asked. After more than an era, did the remaining 8 people of the Heavenly Court not think of saving Great Emperor Flame Heaven? It's not that easy for them to save him, the Tombkeeper said. Furthermore, Flame Heaven isn't dead at all and won't die. He's just suffering in Greater Avicii. More than an era can be said to be a long time for you guys. However, it's nothing for people like Flame Heaven. Furthermore, the 8 of them have to preside over the Heavenly Court and protect the 9 heavens formation. They won't leave so easily. With a thought, the Martial Dao Prime Body understood the reason. The Fiend Lord's faction wanted to kill their way into the 9 heavens at all times. If the 8 great emperors from the Heavenly Court wanted to leave and head to Greater Avicii, it would be easy for the Fiend Lord's faction to take advantage of the situation. The 4 Daos of the Fiend Lord's faction could go against the 9 heavens for several eras. Even when they were defeated, they could make a comeback that was definitely not a fluke. Furthermore, in the depths of the 4 Daos, there was an extremely mysterious netherworld that controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Perhaps that was also something that the Heavenly Court was wary of. The Tombkeeper continued, in the previous era, the 8 people of the Heavenly Court had the intention to save Flame Heaven. However, they were worried that they would be trapped and did not attack personally. Instead, they let another person come to Avicii. Another person? Avicii referred to the infinity of space, time and suffering. Even emperors could not escape. Apart from great emperor experts, who else was qualified to enter Avicii? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the mind of the Martial Dao Prime Body, as he recalled a legend that Heavenly Wolf had mentioned to him. Back then, the 2 of them wanted to head to Avicii. Heavenly Wolf was extremely afraid of Avicii and mentioned something. It was said that Great Emperor Longevity had once come to the heavenly world and stopped in front of Avicii for a long time. In the end, he did not enter. The person you're talking about is Great Emperor Longevity? The Martial Dao Prime Body asked. That's right. At the mention of Great Emperor Longevity, the Tombkeeper seemed to be a little disdainful. It was completely different from when he mentioned Great Emperor Infinite. The Tombkeeper said, Longevity cherished his life too much and sought after a long fespan. In the end, he only lived for 20 million years and met with a bad. The Martial Dao Prime Body was stunned. It turned out that Great Emperor Longevity did not die because his lifespan was exhausted. Instead, he met with a bad end. The Martial Dao Prime Body frowned and asked, in the previous era, Great Emperor Longevity did not help you guys conquer the 9 heavens, so you guys killed him? Heh! The Tombkeeper laughed. You're only half right. Longevity cherishes life. Before him, several great emperors of the medium Kaihakasm were all defeated and died. Therefore, even though he knew the evil of the Heavenly Court, he did not dare to be enemies with them. Instead, he chose to join the Heavenly Court and prayed for a chance to ascend to the major Kaihakasm and obtain immortality. However, he was too naive and underestimated the methods of those few experts from the Heavenly Court. In their eyes, most living beings in the major Kaihakasm are ants, let alone living beings of the 10,000 races in the medium Kaihakasm. Longevity thought that he could obtain the rewards of the Heavenly Court by lowering his status as a great emperor and wagging his tail to beg for mercy. However, in the eyes of those few, he's at most a dog. The Martial Dao Prime Body was silent. The Tombkeeper had just said that the 9 great emperors of the Heavenly Court were all from the major Kiliakasm and were above the cultivation realms of great emperors. However, he did not explicitly mention how much stronger than great emperors they were. Just how strong were the 9 in the major Kiliakasm, such that Great Emperor Longevity was nothing but a dog with a wagging tail in their eyes. The Tombkeeper continued, Longevity did not obtain the chance to ascend to the major Kiliakasm. But the Heavenly Court did not keep him idle either. Instead, they asked him to head to Avicii and save Flame Heaven. Longevity arrived before Avicii and stood for 3 years. Eventually, he did not go down still. Perhaps it was out of fear, Or perhaps he figured it out himself that the heavenly court would not let him ascend to the major kiliacosm even if he saved Flame Heaven. Suddenly, the tomb keeper laughed with a chilling and hair-raising tone. I wonder if it was because he's too stupid or he thought too kindly of those few from the heavenly court. However, he dared to return to report even though he did not complete the mission given to him by them. Suddenly, the Martial Tao Prime Body thought of a possibility. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he still asked with difficulty. He was killed by the great emperors of the heavenly court? The tomb keeper said indifferently. The fact that he went against their wishes was already a huge crime. For many years, he was never given the chance to ascend and must have resentment in his heart. Do you think those people from the heavenly court would have let him live and allow the chance of him joining forces with us? There was nothing pitiful about Great Emperor Longevity's outcome. It was probably his just deserts. Compared to Great Emperor Infinite, Great Emperor Zenith Heaven, and the other Great Emperor experts who tried to conquer the 9 heavens and died in battle, the death of Great Emperor Longevity was way too pathetic. However, when he heard that, the Martial Tao Prime Body's heart was still a little heavy as he sighed gently. That was because the 9 heavens was the court and blocked the path of all living beings to ascend. Coupled with the fact that they did not possess the environment and cultivation resources of the major kiliacosm, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens for a single great emperor to be born in the medium kiliacosm. For that to happen, endless years had to pass and countless monster incarnates and paragons had to endure life and death situations to be eliminated. After the longevity era, countless top experts appeared. For example, the former Emperor Bo-Sun and Emperor Immortal vanquishing. In this generation, the various superworlds also had peak Emperor experts and even a peerless monster incarnate like Dayu. However, up till this day no one could attain the Great Emperor realm. Yet so what if one became a Great Emperor? In the eyes of the few people of the heavenly court, their lives were still worthless. Great Emperor Longevity did not choose to resist the heavenly court. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of losing his life or because he compromised to attain the great Tao of longevity that he sought. For the entirety of his life, Longevity merely sought longevity. Great Emperor Longevity was even willing to put down his dignity as a great emperor and compromise. However, in the end, he did not even get the chance to live forever. Although Longevity was rather capable still, he managed to escape from the heavenly court and returned to the medium kiliacosm. The tomb keeper continued. However, when he returned, he was already on his last breath. Before long, he died. When they heard about Great Emperor Longevity's past, the Martial Tao Prime Body and Dayu sighed internally. Even at the cost of his life, Great Emperor Longevity wanted to return to the medium kiliacosm where his roots were. The Martial Tao Prime Body believed that Great Emperor Longevity regretted it at the last moment. He regretted putting down his dignity and compromising. However, he no longer had the chance. The only thing he could do was to return to the medium kiliacosm and leave behind his inheritance to give back to the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm. After a long time, the Martial Tao Prime Body took a deep breath of air and stayed down. He asked again, "Have you guys never thought of saving the Lord?" The tomb keeper was expressionless, as though he did not hear anything and did not reply immediately. The Martial Tao Prime Body's heart skipped a beat when he suddenly recalled something else. That matter lingered in his heart for a long time without any clues. It was only at that moment that he gradually made headway. "You attempted to." The Martial Tao Prime Body looked at the tomb keeper and said slowly, "Tens of thousands of years ago, a huge change happened in Avicii. It shook and almost collapsed, causing the Hell Suppression Tripod and Mara Mask to fall into Tianhuang mainland. You were near Avicii back then, so I'm guessing that you had something to do with that unforeseen event." When he heard that, the tomb keeper's long eyebrows twitched slightly. The Martial Tao Prime Body continued, "Previously, I guessed that you were Great Emperor Heaven Burial because I thought that you wanted to save Emperor Bo-Sun who was trapped inside, causing this unforeseen event and the upheaval in Avicii. However, from the looks of it, that commotion should be because you wanted to save the Lord of Hell in Greater Avicii. Since Emperor Bo-Sun was one of the 3 corpses of Great Emperor Heaven Burial, he would not be in any danger in Avicii. Instead, he could use Avicii to cultivate. Even in the battle back then when Emperor Bo-sun fell into Avicii, the martial Dao prime body even suspected that he might have done it on purpose. If the change in Avicii was really caused by the Tomb Keeper, there was only one possibility: it was not because of Bo-sun. It was for the sake of the Lord of Hell trapped in Greater Avicii. That's right. The Tomb Keeper was calm after being guessed by the martial Dao prime body and nodded. Thereafter, the Tomb Keeper lowered his gaze and glanced at the hell suppression tripod that had fallen by his feet. With a gentle move of his finger, the hell suppression tripod flew towards the martial Dao prime body. The force was not strong and it was clear he was returning it. The martial Dao prime body received it casually. Immediately after, the Tomb Keeper said casually, "I crushed this tripod back then. Now it's as good as new." Indeed, back when he heard Heavenly Wolf mention it, the martial Dao prime body wondered if the hell suppression tripod was shattered in the infinite era or in the unforeseen event tens of thousands of years ago. Today, he had finally gotten confirmation from the Tomb Keeper's words. Even if Great Emperor Infinite was already dead, the strength of the Fiend Lord was evident from the fact that he could crush this Great Emperor weapon with his bare hands. The Tomb Keeper said, "Infinite is indeed extraordinary. Even after I crushed the hell suppression tripod, I could not save the Lord of Hell. Unless we possess the power to destroy Greater Avicii, the two of them will be trapped inside forever. Even the Fiend Lord could not do anything. He once said that he and those few from the Heavenly Court had cultivation realms above great emperors. However, due to the restriction of heaven and earth laws, they could only unleash the combat strength of great emperors in the medium kiliacosm. If even the Fiend Lord could not do anything, there was probably no one in the medium kiliacosm who could save Great Emperor Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell. Great Emperor Infinite sacrificed himself and used his flesh to forge Avicii to trap the two great emperors. This move was truly powerful. The martial Dao prime body said, "You pushed me to hell because you wanted me to have a relationship with hell. That way, I'll naturally stand with you guys against the Heavenly Court." That's right. The Tomb Keeper was extremely calm and relatively frank. "I did have those thoughts when I pushed you into hell. However, I had another consideration. Once the Heaven Conquest battle starts again, the Hell Army will have no leader and no one can restrict them. If they enter the medium kiliacosm, it will be a huge disaster for the living beings here. If you become the new Lord of Hell, you can control this Hell Army and restrain them. At the very least, you won't let the calamity of the infinite era happen again. I believe you won't refuse." The Tomb Keeper was right. He gave the martial Dao prime body a reason that he could not reject. If this hell army was uncontrolled or fell into the hands of some extremely vicious person, who knew how much calamity it would cause in the medium kiliacosm. Actually, even if the Tomb Keeper did not take the initiative to rope him in, given Suzimo's character, he would still choose to conquer the 9 heavens in the end. It was the same for Dai Yu as well. This was also the same choice made by most ancient great emperors. Right from the beginning, Dai Yu rarely spoke. At that moment, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Is the legendary Great Empress 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden related to the 9 Heavens?" The Tomb Keeper smiled when he heard that. "You're very smart. The 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden was originally from the 9 Heavens. Although she was born in the Heavenly Court, she did not agree with their actions. Therefore, she descended into the medium kiliacosm and became a great emperor. She joined forces with us and started the first Heaven Conquest battle. So that was the case. The ancient Great Empress 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden was originally from the 9 Heavens. In other words, the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden could have had better choices. She was born in the Heavenly Court. As long as she stepped into the Emperor realm, she could choose to ascend to the major kiliacosm at any time. There was no need for her to do any of what she did. However, she still chose another path that was extremely difficult and had a slim chance of survival. There were several Heaven Conquest battles, but none of them succeeded. Even in this generation, the martial Dao prime body was not confident of participating in the Heaven Conquest battle. The foundation of the Heavenly Court was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The great emperors of the Heavenly Court were not something that the great emperors of the medium kiliacosm could compare to. At the very least, those great emperors had endless lifespans and immortality. As for great emperors who attained the Tao in the medium kiliacosm, after they died, they would truly die and have no chance of revival. However, the martial Tao prime body guessed that although the Fiend Lord and a few great emperors of the heavenly court were said to be immortal, they were not without weaknesses. If they were really beaten until their souls dissipated, it should probably take a long time for them to be reborn and recover to their peak. Otherwise, every heaven conquest battle would not have to wait for an era to begin. In this generation, although the heavenly court only had 8 great emperors, the Fiend Lord was also missing the Lord of Hell. Furthermore, it was still unknown who could become a great emperor in the medium kiliacosm. The great emperor of the medium kiliacosm was extremely important to the heaven conquest battle. If the great emperor was on the side of the Fiend Lord, they might stand a chance in the heaven conquest battle. If the great emperor was on the side of the heavenly court, the Fiend Lord would still have no chance of winning. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a moment. In this generation, the heavenly court has 8 great emperors. How many do you have on your side? You, Brahma Ghost Mother, who is in charge of the Ghost Tao, and Empress Evil, who is in charge of the Beast Tao. Who else is there? The Lord of the Netherworld, the legendary great Emperor Feng Du. So, a total of 4 people. Feng Du. When the Tomb Keeper heard that name, his white brows twitched slightly, and his expression fluctuated before disappearing rapidly. The abnormality that flashed across the Tomb Keeper's face was quickly captured by the martial Tao prime body. He immediately asked, "Isn't the Lord of the Netherworld a great emperor? Be it the existence of the Netherworld or the Lord of the Netherworld, they were both rather mysterious." He had only heard about the Netherworld and great Emperor Feng Du from Yuxia King Fear as well. However, with Yuxia King Fear's identity and strength, he probably did not know much about the Netherworld and the information might not be accurate. The Tomb Keeper pretended not to hear the martial Tao prime body's question and only said, "The combat strength of the 2 of you in the Emperor realm can indeed be said to be at the peak. However, there can only be 1 great emperor in the medium kiliacosm. Apart from the 2 of you, other peak emperors have a chance to attain their Taos as well. Without becoming a great emperor, it'll be difficult to fight against the heavenly court." The Tomb Keeper was clearly avoiding the question of the Lord of the Netherworld. Given the identity and background of the Tomb Keeper, if he did not want to answer, it would be useless no matter how much the martial Tao prime body asked. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body could already sense that the Tomb Keeper had the intention to leave. He ignored the question about the Lord of the Netherworld and asked again, "Where did the Nether River come from? Also, where are the heavenly Tao and the human Tao in the 6 paths of reincarnation?" The Tomb Keeper ignored the question of the martial Tao prime body and continued, "You should have already attracted the attention of the few people of the heavenly court in today's battle. Of course, those few people might not take it to heart even if you haven't become a great emperor. This is your chance. Be careful in the future. Before you become a great emperor, try not to attack as much as possible and don't cause such a huge commotion. See you soon." Before the martial Tao prime body could ask anything else, the Tomb Keeper's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. The world formed around the Tomb Keeper dissipated as well. The surrounding battlefield was in a mess. Emperor blood dyed the starry skies red, and the corpses of many emperor experts floated in the starry skies. While the martial Tao prime body and the other 2 were chatting, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Ninetails, and the other emperors of the East Wilderness had already led everyone from the East Wilderness to clean up the battlefield and collect treasures. Although their worlds were shattered and their combat strength was greatly reduced, they were still able to wrap things up with ease. When the martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu reappeared in the starry skies, Demon Emperor Divine Elephant and Demon Empress Ninetails went forward to pay their respects and handed over the many storage bags and treasures they obtained from clearing the battlefield. The martial Tao prime body chose a few storage bags to hand to Tiger, Little Fox, and the others. He handed the remaining storage bags to Dai Yu. Dai Yu shook her head gently and merely took a storage bag. "I only need source stones to repair my world. The rest are useless to me." At Dai Yu's cultivation realm, whether she could become a great emperor or not required more comprehension of Dermic Tao and some opportunities. The martial Tao prime body took out a few storage bags and distributed them to Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Ninetails, and the other 5 Demon Emperors of the East Wilderness before putting away the remaining storage bags. Demon Emperor Divine Elephant, Demon Empress Ninetails, and the others received the storage bags and were overjoyed. In every storage bag, not only were there treasures that Emperor Realm experts cultivated for their entire lives, there were also world fragments of Emperor Realm experts. The mansion's emperors of the heavenly court had even more treasures in their storage bags. There were even some source stones in the storage bags given to them by the martial Tao prime body. With the help of these cultivation resources and treasures, not only could their worlds be repaired successfully, there was even a chance for their cultivation realms to advance further. After the battle ended, the great wilderness finally regained its long-awaited peace. In Butterfly Valley, the martial Tao prime body and Dai Yu returned hand in hand. What do you think of what the Fiend Lord said? The martial Tao prime body asked. Dai Yu pondered for a moment. He should be holding back and did not reveal everything. In fact, he even intended to avoid some questions. That's right. The martial Tao prime body nodded. The Tomb Keeper's appearance this time round had indeed resolved many of his doubts. However, there were still too many unknowns about the background of the Tomb Keeper, the background of the 4 Daos and the Netherworld. The only thing he was certain of was that the Fiend Lord, Empress Evil, and the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court were all from the major Kiliacosm, and their cultivation realms were above great emperors. That was why he dared to claim that his lifespan was endless and he possessed immortality. As for why the Fiend Lord and the others fell from the major Kiliacosm, he did not know. It was as Dai Yu said, the Tomb Keeper held back and the martial Tao prime body sensed it as well. At the very least, in the Heaven Conquest battle, the Fiend Lord's faction might not be here for the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliacosm. They might have their own motives and selfish motives. Dai Yu continued, although he held back and might even be hiding something, it's worth believing in his words. The martial Tao prime body nodded. After this interaction, the Tomb Keeper gave off the feeling as someone straightforward. There were some things that the Tomb Keeper would avoid talking about if he did not want to answer. At the very least, he did not choose to lie. Furthermore, much of the information that the Tomb Keeper said could be verified with the information obtained by the martial Tao prime body. After returning from Hell, the martial Tao prime body knew the situation on the side of the Green Lotus True Body. He also learned that the Green Lotus True Body had entered Great Emperor Combat's tomb and obtained the inheritance of the Combat Totem. The last move of the Combat Totem was called the Combating the 9 Heavens. When the Green Lotus True Body first saw that name, he did not think too much about it. It was only when the Tomb Keeper said that he understood that there were really 9 heavens in Combating the 9 Heavens. Combat Soul, combating the 10,000 races, combating the universe and combating past and present. Finally, the last move was a battle between Great Emperor Combat and the Heavenly Court. On the path to heaven, the power badges that were left behind were from experts of Power Heaven, one of the 9 heavens. When the martial Tao prime body recalled the figures of the great emperors he saw during the true martial 10th tribulation, he could not help but sigh. It's a pity for those ancient great emperors. They sacrificed their lives to conquer the 9 heavens just to break out of their cages and give all living beings of the world a chance to ascend. However, in exchange, they were slandered for countless years. Some descendants of great emperors were even imprisoned in the evil fiend sin grounds and cursed for generations to come. They were slaughtered by the 10,000 races and would never see the light of day. The martial Tao prime body felt sorrowful. Even if the matter of the 9 heavens is made public now, how many people will believe it? How many people are willing to believe the Fiend Lord's words? Dai Yu was silent. To her, it was easy to tell who was more trustworthy. That was because one side had been thinking of ways to hide the truth and erase all traces of the past for countless years. There was another reason why the martial Tao prime body was more willing to believe in the Fiend Lord. It was because of all the ancient great emperors. Even if the Fiend Lord's faction failed in conquering the heavens, they could be reborn. However, once the ancient great emperors of the medium Kiliacosm died, it meant a full and complete death. Even though they knew that there was a slim chance of survival and they might not even be able to return, they still attacked the 9 heavens without hesitation. These ancient great emperors were all top geniuses throughout the long river of time. The martial Tao Prime Body said, "It's not like they can't tell that the Fiend Lord and Empress Evil have other motives as well. However, they still made this choice." Daiyu said, "That's because the heavenly court shouldn't exist. The existence of the heavenly court is the greatest evil." The two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. At that moment, the two of them made the same decision as those ancient great emperors. Conquer the 9 heavens. For themselves and for all living beings. What are you thinking? When Daiyu saw that the martial Tao Prime Body would occasionally fall into deep thought and daydream, she could not help but ask. The martial Tao Prime Body said, "Something happened on the side of the Green Lotus. The two true bodies had just communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Daiyu had some understanding of the existence of the Green Lotus true body as well. She asked, "Is there danger? Where is it?" The martial Tao Prime Body said, "Over at the Sanguine Ape world." Daiyu frowned when she heard that. It will probably be too late. Even a peak emperor would take nearly a day to rush over. It's fine. The Green Lotus should be able to take care of it himself. The martial Tao Prime Body smiled indifferently. Even if he's in danger, I can rush over in time. I can reach there in a single thought. You can rush over to the Sanguine Ape world with a single thought? Daiyu was surprised when she heard that. Lean. The martial Tao Prime Body nodded. Daiyu said, "Under normal circumstances, only great emperors can do that. Only when a great emperor attains the Tao and leaves his Tao imprint in the medium kiliacosm can a great emperor's spirit consciousness envelop every corner of the medium kiliacosm, allowing him to arrive anywhere instantly. Even a peak emperor would need at least a day to cross countless worlds and the endless starry skies. However, once one became a great emperor, their spirit consciousness would increase exponentially and envelop the medium kiliacosm. With their Tao imprint, they could descend anywhere in the medium kiliacosm with a single thought. This was the terrifying strength of a great emperor. The difference between emperors and great emperors was like heaven and earth. That was the reason why Daiyu found it unbelievable. Only great emperors can do this? The martial Tao Prime Body was slightly stunned. In my martial universe, I cultivated 10 hell gates. It's like 10 gates opening at the same time. Indeed, they can break through the spatial barrier and descend in every place in the medium kiliacosm. It was precisely because of this that the martial Tao Prime Body could return to the great wilderness world from the hell world. The 10 gates of hell. Daiyu had witnessed the power of the 10 gates of hell before. Even the mansion's emperors could not defend against them and were shattered into pieces with their souls dissipating. To think that the 10 gates of hell could be used this way as well. In reality, the enigmatic powers of the 10 gates of hell were not limited to that. When the Frost Hell Gate was first condensed, the martial Tao Prime Body had yet to advance to the Emperor realm and could not control the Frost Hell Gate to sense the situation inside the Frost Hell world. But now, the 10 gates of hell was completely connected through the 9 hells and greater Avicii. The martial Tao Prime Body could even sense the consciousnesses of 2 great emperors trapped in the deepest depths of the greater Avicii through the Avicii Gate. Of course, it was impossible for the martial Tao Prime Body to release the 2 consciousnesses. He would not choose to erase these 2 consciousnesses either. That was because if he killed the consciousnesses of Great Emperor Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell, it would be equivalent to saving them and allowing the 2 of them to be reborn. Before mastering the method to completely kill Great Emperor Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell, he would not act rashly. However, he could make other arrangements with the help of the 10 gates of hell. The martial Tao Prime Body had once said that he wanted to give all living beings of hell greater opportunities and could even guarantee that Hell Lord Bitter Springs would not die. That was the arrangement. He could make use of 9 hell gates to send Grotto Heaven experts of the 9 hells into the medium kiliacosm. These Grotto Heaven kings had been stuck at the Grotto Heaven realm for countless years. It was only because of the hell world that they could not break through. If he brought these Grotto Heaven kings and quasi-emperors to the medium kiliacosm, as long as they were given some time, most of them would advance to the Emperor realm. Hell Lord Bitter Spring's lifespan would increase as well. At that time, the overall strength of the Hell Army would increase by a huge level. Actually, the difference between the two true bodies had been increasing ever since they cultivated. Although the Green Lotus true body seemed useless, in Su Zimo's heart, it had an irreplaceable status and role. The Green Lotus true body was his escape route. The Martial Dao Prime body was a variable of the world and was way too special. Even the Dao he cultivated was unprecedented. In the past, the Martial Dao Prime body once felt an extremely terrifying sense of danger. Su Zimo did not know when that danger would descend. Even without that danger, he had a slim chance of survival if he attacked the Heavenly Court. After all, in the past few eras, several great emperors had not succeeded. If the conquest of the 9 heavens ended in failure again this time round, the Martial Dao Prime body could at least protect Dai Yu if he risked his life. Even if the Martial Dao Prime body was dead, he still had a chance to stay with Dai Yu. Of course, this was also his selfish motive. These were just precautions. Everything was still unknown. At that moment, something else flashed through the mind of the Martial Dao Prime body. In the previous battle with Emperor Azure Flame and the others, he casually killed many Emperor experts of the Blessed Heaven world. When 2 Horse Monkey Kings died, a dark green light appeared. At that time, the battle was intense and he did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, that power should have originated from some curse of the witch race. Why were there witch curses on the 2 Emperor experts of the Blessed Heaven world? That day, the Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 could not bear to see Demon Empress Blood Butterfly being surrounded and bullied, so they returned to the Sword World in advance. A few days later, the peak masters of the 8 sword peaks arrived together and barged in extremely rashly. They did not report anything and all of them had shocked expressions. Something major has happened in the great wilderness world. Lu Yun was shocked. Calm down. The skinny old man frowned and glared at Lu Yun and the others, berating. You're all peak masters of the various sword peaks. Look at you guys. We knew about this a long time ago. The Iron Crown Old Man sighed gently. For some reason, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly offended the faction behind the Blessed Heaven world and fought against 100 Emperor experts alone. It was not easy for her to kill 5 people before she died. It can be considered an honorable death. Since ancient times, none of the worlds that fought against the Blessed Heaven world were spared. What a pity for the great wilderness. The fat old man sighed as well. The 8 peak masters of Sword Peak looked at the 3 emperors of the Sword World in shock. Lu Yun pondered for a moment and said, World Lords, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly is not dead. The skinny old man frowned and asked, What did you say? She's not dead. Could she have escaped from the hands of 100 Emperor experts? She didn't escape. Lu Yun gulped. I heard that it's her Dao companion. The one with the Dao title Desolate Marshal has returned. How could Desolate Marshals return be of any use? The skinny old man sneered before Lu Yun could finish. Lu Yun continued. Desolate Marshal returned and killed dozens of Emperor experts single-handedly. The Blessed Heaven world suffered heavy casualties and returned in defeat. I heard that the Emperor's blood dyed the starry skies red in that battle in an extremely tragic manner. The Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 jumped up. What? The skinny old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed at the same time. World Lords, please calm down. Lu Yun coughed lightly. The Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 blushed. The 3 of them knew that Lu Yun would never lie about such a major matter. Could Desolate Marshal have already become a great emperor? The fat old man instantly thought of a possibility. However, before long, the fat old man shook his head. That's not right. If he becomes a great emperor, all living beings in the medium kiliocosm should be able to sense it. Quick! Tell us what happened. The Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 took a step forward and pulled Lu Yun over, asking in a deep voice. Almost at the same time, the major worlds received the news one after another, causing an uproar. The emperors were astounded and the 10,000 races were shocked. Sword World. Lu Yun and the others described the many rumors they heard in detail. The Iron Crown Old Man and the other 2 were not completely satisfied inside. Why did we come back? If we had known earlier, we would have stayed there for a while longer. The fat old man complained. Many battle scenes were spread over after countless mouths. Even so, everyone was incomparably shocked and emotional when they heard it. He single-handedly swept through nearly 100 Emperor experts. What kind of combat strength was that? The skinny old man was secretly speechless. Desolate Marshal is truly fearless. He even killed many experts of the heavenly court behind the blessed heaven world. Before the Green Lotus true body left the sword world, he had discussed a lot with the Iron Crown old man and the other two, and they mentioned the existence of the heavenly court. The fat old man analyzed. Desolate Marshal is fearless and might have the backing of an incredible expert like the Fiend Lord. Lu Yun said, Emperor Desolate Marshal became famous in a single battle and shocked the 10,000 races. He's probably the expert with the highest chance of becoming a great emperor in this generation. Not necessarily. The Iron Crown old man shook his head. It's not that simple to become a great emperor. Desolate Marshal has the strongest combat strength, but he might not be able to become a great emperor. To be precise, any peak emperor expert in the medium kiliocosm can take that single step forward. At the very least, Demon Empress Blood Butterfly has a high chance of becoming a great emperor. The fat old man lamented. The two of them are Tao companions. Notwithstanding great emperors, the two of them can probably do whatever they want in the medium kiliocosm if they join forces. It's truly unexpected. The skinny old man sighed. I thought that Demon Empress Blood Butterfly was already a peerlessly ruthless person. Who would have thought that there was someone even more ruthless behind her? Yulan asked. The two of them are so powerful. Do they have a chance of becoming great emperors at the same time? Impossible. The Iron Crown old man shook his head. You guys haven't entered the emperor realm and don't understand the reason. Throughout history, only one great emperor can be born in every era. There has never been a situation of two great emperors standing side by side. As long as a great emperor is alive and his imprint is not destroyed, no one else will ever be able to become a great emperor. As though he had thought of something, the fat old man looked at the 8 peak masters of Sword Peak and asked, Has there been any news of Su Zimo recently? Lu Yun and the others' expressions darkened as they shook their heads. The Iron Crown old man had a conflicted expression. Su Zimo possesses the bloodline of the Grade 12 creation Green Lotus and comprehended 9 peerless divine powers at the Perfected One realm. It's unprecedented. If he's given enough time, he will definitely have a chance to become a great emperor in the future. However, experts like Desolate Marshal and Dai Yu are too dazzling in this generation. I'm afraid a great emperor will be born before he even grows further. A strange black hole floated in the vast and endless starry skies. The battle in the great wilderness caused a huge commotion in the medium kiliocosm. Only that strange black hole was silent and isolated from the world. In the black hole there was a path to heaven. At the end of the path stood a gigantic pitch-black stone pillar. Surrounding the stone pillar were 18 Grotto Heaven kings. 3 of them sat at the front and were peak kings who were taking turns refining the pitch-black stone pillar. 280 years had passed. Monkey King Scarlet Sea had long made up his mind that he would not hesitate even if he had to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of years here. The great emperor weapon itself was secondary. Most importantly, there was a high chance that the inheritance left behind by Great Emperor combat was hidden in the Great Emperor weapon. The taboo mystic classic, the combat totem. The person trapped inside also possessed the bloodline of a Grade 12 creation Green Lotus and was a rare utmost treasure. Inside the pitch-black stone pillar. More than 100 years ago, Su Zimo and Monkey had already obtained the inheritance of the combat totem. Monkey entered the blood pool containing the connected arms Sanguine Ape bloodline and received the baptism inheritance. As for Su Zimo, he sat in front of Great Emperor Combat's tomb and comprehended the secrets of the Grotto Heaven. Actually, back in the land of day and night, he had a chance to advance further and step into the Grotto Heaven realm the moment he entered the Paradise Void realm. However, after weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Su Zimo did not take that step. His Tao fruit had not been cultivated to the perfected realm. Furthermore, he had a bold and even crazy thought. Up till this point of Su Zimo's cultivation, with the help of the creation green lotus body, he was able to cultivate the immortal, Buddhist, fiend, and demon Taos. In fact, there was no conflict in his body with the four dermic Taos, and they all became his creation. In terms of the immortal Tao, the taboo mystic classics he had were the three pure ones Jade Manual and the Zenith Heaven Sword classic. For high-grade cultivation techniques, he also had the Exalted Mystic Spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and Void Thunder Manual, etc. In terms of the Buddhist Tao, the taboo mystic classic he had was the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Apart from that, he had many secret skills such as the Great Vajra Seal and the Great Mount Meru Seal, etc. In terms of the Fiend Tao, he had the taboo mystic classic, the Heaven Burial Sutra. In terms of the Demon Tao, he had the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness imparted to him by Dai Yu, as well as the newly cultivated Combat Totem. In fact, he inherited secret skills of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise sacred beasts as well. There were 9 peerless divine powers synthesized in his Tao fruit. At the very least, at the perfected one realm, he was already incomparably powerful and unparalleled. Su Zimo was prepared to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. However, he was not only going to condense a single Grotto Heaven. He was going to condense 5 of them: Immortal Grotto Heaven, Buddhist Grotto Heaven, Demon Grotto Heaven, the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb, and the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. In terms of the Fiend Tao, he only cultivated a single taboo mystic classic, and it was relatively weaker in comparison. Coupled with the Zenith Heaven Sword classic, it formed the Zenith Sword Tomb that represented the Fiend Tao. He had developed this thought back in the land of day and night. If he could condense 5 Grotto Heavens the moment he advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, his combat strength would definitely increase exponentially and reach an extremely terrifying level. Since ancient times, no one had done this. That was because it was impossible. The power required to condense 5 Grotto Heavens was way too immense. His Tao fruit had synthesized 9 peerless divine powers and had been cultivated to a perfected state. The power released could only help him condense 2 Grotto Heavens at most. It was simply impossible to condense 5 Grotto Heavens. When Su Zimo found out that this was the tomb of Great Emperor Combat, he thought of a solution. Now that he had accumulated for more than 100 years and the time was ripe, he caught the opportunity to enter the Grotto Heaven once more. Boom! This time round, Su Zimo no longer hesitated. The Tao fruit flew out of his glabella and exploded under the channeling of his spirit consciousness, erupting with an extremely terrifying power that tore through the void instantly, blasting out a gigantic black hole that reached the heavens. Su Zimo's eyes widened and were bloodshot. With the help of his spirit consciousness, he tried his best to control the immense power and gradually split the black hole in the void into 5. Apart from releasing a terrifying power, all the dermic Taos that were originally fused into the Tao fruit were released at that moment. Su Zimo divided the dermic Taos rapidly and sent the dermic Taos representing the immortal Tao into the first Grotto Heaven. He fused the dermic Taos that represented the Buddhist Tao into the second Grotto Heaven. The first 2 Grotto Heavens absorbed almost all the power released by the Tao fruit and gradually stabilized. However, because he did not have enough strength to support the remaining 3 Grotto Heavens, they were already showing signs of collapse. Su Zimo hurriedly circulated the Heaven Burial Sutra and absorbed endless power from the Great Emperor's tomb into the 3rd and 4th Grotto Heavens. At the same time, he fused the dermic Taos of the Demon Tao in the Tao fruit into the 3rd Grotto Heaven with thousands of resplendent runes. Demons were buried in this Great Emperor's tomb. The condensation of the Demon Tao Grotto Heaven met with no resistance. The 4th Grotto Heaven was the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb that represented the Fiend Tao. The Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb contained the intention of burial to begin with and was similar to the dermic Tao of the Great Emperor's tomb. With the power of the Great Emperor's tomb, it was only natural for the 4th Grotto Heaven to be condensed. However, the 5th Grotto Heaven was the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. It was already difficult to fuse the power of the Great Emperor's tomb into it. Su Zimo was long prepared and channeled the 2 divine stones, illumination and nether glow, in his eyes. 2 divine lights, one black and one white, injected into the fifth grotto heaven that was about to collapse and gradually fused with the yin-yang dermic Tao inside. With the help of the illumination and nether glow divine stones, he propped up the fifth grotto heaven. The 5 grotto heavens had just condensed and were slightly unstable at first, as though they could dissipate at any moment. However, as time passed, the 5 grotto heavens gradually stabilized. If Monkey opened his eyes now, he would definitely see an extremely shocking scene. 6. There was only Su Zimo, who sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His black hair fluttered even though there was no wind, and 5 grotto heavens with terrifying auras surrounded him. The first grotto heaven was surrounded by the aura of the 3 pure ones. The stars were resplendent and lightning flashed, manifesting various shocking phenomenons. In the second grotto heaven, Buddhas stood in the void and chanted loudly. Divine dragons circled around them, accompanied by divine elephants. In the grotto heaven, Buddhist light shone and Sanskrit reverberated, heavenly flowers fell, and golden lotuses gushed onto the ground. In the third grotto heaven, there were wild bovines plowing the sky, stone bears leaning on trees, anacondas slithering everywhere, sanguine apes flipping mountains, divine steeds galloping, tigers and leopards roaring, dragon kings stepping on the sea, great pungs soaring, and divine elephants crossing the river. The 12 demon kings appeared. Apart from the 12 demon kings, there was also the faint appearance of the azure dragon, the vermilion bird bathing in flames, the white tiger holding a corpse, and the black tortoise stepping on the waves. The fourth grotto heaven was filled with deathly silence. Long swords pierced through the headstones like tombs that buried the 9 heavens. In the fifth grotto heaven, day and night alternated as the sun rose and the moon set. A black fish and a white fish spun and chased around one another's tails continuously in the world. Su Zimo was in the middle of the 5 grotto heavens and received nourishment from them. His aura rose rapidly. Be it his physique, bloodline, or essence spirit cultivation realm, they were improving rapidly. Apart from having grotto heavens, the reason why grotto heaven kings were powerful was because their physiques, bloodlines, and essence spirits had become even stronger after being tempered by grotto heavens. And now, Su Zimo's physique, bloodline, and essence spirit were refined by 5 grotto heavens at the same time. Although the creation green lotus was still at grade 12, its strength increased rapidly after being nourished by the 5 grotto heavens, as though it had been reborn. In his consciousness, Su Zimo's essence spirit sat cross-legged on the creation lotus platform. His body shone with light and his aura rose continuously. At the paradise void realm, Su Zimo's essence spirit realm was already at lesser mastery of the grotto heaven realm. Now that he had entered the grotto heaven realm and condensed 5 grotto heavens, his essence spirit skipped 2 realms and reached the perfected grotto heaven realm. In fact, Su Zimo had a feeling that he could even fight the martial Dao prime body who had just entered the martial domain realm. If he released the secret skill of combating past and present, with the augmentation of the long river of time on his side as well as the ability to decrease lifespan for the other party, it was unknown who would win. Right then, Su Zimo seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Perhaps it was because he had used the Heaven Burial Sutra to absorb the power of the Great Emperor's tomb to prop up the grotto heavens earlier on, causing the surrounding tomb to shake continuously. In the middle of the tomb there were originally 4 blood pools. However, at that moment, apart from the one monkey was in, the blood water in the other 3 blood pools leaked out. Strangely, the blood water seemed to have received some guidance and surged towards the blood pool of the connected arms sanguine ape. The blood water in the 3 blood pools came from the stone monkey of numinous wisdom, 6-eared macaque, and red-buttocked horse monkey, respectively. Although they were of the same race, the 3 bloodlines were incompatible with monkey's connected arms sanguine ape bloodline and rejected each other. Wah! Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. Many of the blood water in the 3 blood pools had already surged into the blood pool where monkey was. Initially, there was only one bloodline in the blood pool and it came from the same source as monkey. With the help of the blood water in the blood pool, monkey had already awakened the connected arms sanguine ape's bloodline completely, and his combat strength increased greatly. Given the power contained in the blood water, monkey even had a chance of breaking through and entering the paradise void realm. However, when the other 3 bloodlines flowed in, They immediately brought a huge danger to Monkey, who was cultivating. Ah! Monkey cried out in pain, and his body suddenly twitched, as though he was enduring immense pain. In truth, even without Suzimo, the bloodlines of the other 3 blood pools would have taken the initiative to look for Monkey. They had waited here for far too long, but there had been no successors. Now that someone from the ape race had finally barged in, regardless whether he was a connected arm sanguine ape or any other bloodline, the other 3 bloodlines would not let the dermic Tao inheritances in them be severed just like that. Therefore, the 3 bloodlines took the initiative to look for Monkey, wanting to rush into his body and become a part of his bloodline. When the 4 bloodlines entered Monkey's body, an intense conflict broke out. The battlefield of the 4 bloodlines was Monkey's body. One could imagine the pain Monkey was enduring. Monkey's body exploded and blood mist spewed out. The 4 bloodlines were the rarest and strongest of the ape race. Even 2 combined would take Monkey's life, let alone 4 combined. There was no sentience in those bloodlines at all. They merely relied on their consciousness to search for a successor and had no regard for Monkey's life and death. That was the reason for the current situation. Monkey's body expanded gradually with a pained expression, almost deranged. Veins popped out on his neck and more blood surged from his wounds. However, his life force was depleting continuously. When Suzimo saw that the situation was bad, he hurried forward and released his lotus-life finger to stabilize Monkey's injuries. It was also a freak combination of circumstances. Under normal circumstances, it was definitely difficult for the 4 strongest bloodlines of the ape race to synthesize. However, Suzimo's lotus life finger contained the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Only the bloodline of the grade 12 creation Green Lotus had a chance to stabilize the 4 bloodlines in Monkey's body and resolve the danger. Of course, that freak combination of factors allowed Monkey to welcome the greatest opportunity of his life. Be it the connected arms sanguine ape, stone monkey of numinous wisdom, 6-eared macaque, or red-buttocked horse monkey, they were the rarest and strongest bloodlines of the ape race. However, above those 4 rare and powerful bloodlines, there was another legendary one. Notwithstanding the medium chiliocosm, even in the major chiliocosm there was only a single one. At the beginning of the world, the first ape BOM was of this bloodline, and its name was the Chaos Fiend Monkey. A moment later, Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Monkey's condition was gradually stabilizing and he was out of danger. Right then, a tremor came from the ground and the surrounding space swayed, as though it was suffering a huge impact. Suzimo frowned and looked at the excited horse monkey kings outside. This emperor weapon of combat had been shattered. The reason why it could last for more than 200 years without being refined by the 3 peak kings outside was entirely because of the remnant wills in the 4 blood pools within. Right now, the 4 powerful bloodlines had fused into Monkey's body. The remaining remnant thoughts and many lineage memories in the bloodlines gradually fused with Monkey as well. Without the support of these remnant thoughts, this emperor weapon of combat was equivalent to an ownerless item. That way, it gave Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others a chance. At the end of the path to heaven, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the other 18 kings looked at the emperor weapon of combat that swayed continuously in front of them. Their eyes shone with excitement and they were invigorated. Success. Refining the emperor weapon of combat was far smoother than they had imagined. The emperor weapon of combat was rising slowly from the abyss. Accompanied by a violent shake, countless dust fell. The gigantic word on the rod shone with golden light once more and became even more blinding. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the other 2 peak kings took turns refining the emperor weapon of combat. Today it happened to be refined by Monkey King Madan, one of the 3 peak kings. After this refinement, his essence spirit and grotto heaven power were almost exhausted. To think that he would see the light at the last moment. Brother Madan, if you can't hold on, why don't you let me do it? The other peak king was a little jealous and could not help but say, "Haha, thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Mada. I can still hold on." Monkey King Madan burst into laughter. There was no way he would let Mada take advantage of the situation now that success was at sight. Monkey King Scarlet Sea had a calm expression and did not say anything. The Emperor weapon of combat was already crippled. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to repair it with countless natural treasures. To him, the true treasures were the inheritances in the Emperor weapon of combat. There was no way Monkey King Madan could devour these inheritances alone. If Monkey King Madan did not know what was good for him and wanted to monopolize it alone, he did not mind sending Monkey King Madan to the afterlife. Those two little bastards are way too naive to think that they can escape by hiding inside. Monkey King Madan was in a good mood when he saw that he was about to refine the Emperor weapon of combat and said casually. Although he looked relaxed, most of his attention was on Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada behind him. Afraid that the two of them would attack from behind for the sake of the Emperor weapon of combat, Monkey King Madan chuckled. Let's see how frightened these two little bastards will be after I succeed. Right then, Monkey King Madan suddenly felt an intense sense of danger and was shocked. He had a nervous expression and instinctively shielded his peak grotto heaven behind him. Looking back, he thought that it was Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada who had attacked him. However, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada did not move at all. The other horse Monkey Kings stood on the spot as well. Monkey King Madan seemed to have sensed something and his heart skipped a beat. That's not right. That sense of danger did not come from behind him, but from in front of him. However, there was only the Emperor weapon of combat in front of him. How could there be danger? Right then, a green figure seemed to flash before his eyes. It was way too fast. Monkey King Madan's attention was partly on refining the Emperor weapon of combat and partly on Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Most importantly, refining the Emperor weapon of combat consumed too much essence spirit and grotto heaven power. Not only was his reaction a little slow, even his dodging movements were much slower. In a fight between experts, an instant was enough to determine the outcome. Piak. Monkey King Madan wanted to retreat. However, Su Zimo charged out of the Emperor weapon of combat at an even faster speed and attacked like lightning. Many horse Monkey Kings saw a green figure descend from the skies and slapped Monkey King Madan's head, shattering it instantly. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. The horse Monkey Kings could not react for a moment. They were stunned and shocked. This was a peak king. He was slapped to death just like that without even having the chance to dodge or counterattack. Him! The moment the green figure appeared, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada sensed it and recognized Su Zimo immediately. After all, the two of them were conserving their energy and were in good condition, so they could sense the abnormality immediately. Furthermore, the two of them were very close to Monkey King Madan. If the two of them had the intention to save him, they might have a chance. However, another thought flashed through their minds at the same time. They could kill him using a borrowed knife. If Su Zimo killed Monkey King Madan, there would be one less person to share the treasures inside and the Emperor weapon of combat would fall into their hands. The two of them had a tacit understanding. As long as they hesitated for a brief moment, Monkey King Madan would die. Just like that, Su Zimo killed him with a single palm strike in front of the two of them. When they saw Monkey King Madan die, the two of them were secretly delighted but did not reveal anything on the surface. Oh! Monkey King Scarlet Sea sized up Su Zimo and raised his brow in surprise. You've actually advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm? In just over 200 years, he found an opportunity and became a king. Of course, that speed was extremely fast. However, Monkey King Scarlet Sea was not surprised by that. It was because there was no heaven and earth essence chi in this special environment. How did Su Zimo obtain enough power to break through to the Grotto Heaven realm? That's right, it must be the inheritance and treasure left behind by great Emperor combat back then. At that thought, Monkey King Scarlet Sea's heart burned with greed, and he still did not sense any danger. In his opinion, so what if Su Zimo entered the Grotto Heaven realm? He would only have a minor Grotto Heaven at most and was an ordinary king. This was someone he could trample to death with a single stomp. How dare you kill my clansman? Little bastard. You're courting death. An ordinary king of the horse monkey lineage wanted to show off and berated loudly. He propped up his grotto heaven and charged towards Su Zimo aggressively with a raised staff. Monkey's transformation was not over yet. If the Emperor weapon of combat was refined by the horse monkey kings outside, Su Zimo was worried that something else would happen. He had already stepped into the grotto heaven realm and wanted to try out the methods of the grotto heaven realm. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and charged out of the Emperor weapon of combat, dealing with the Peak King closest to him immediately. Just as Su Zimo was about to charge towards Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Ma Da, a figure charged out from the side. This other horse Monkey King stared at him and cursed as he charged over. The horse Monkey King descended from the skies with a staff in hand and slashed down with the might of a mountain. The grotto heaven behind him suppressed with an imposing aura. Su Zimo stood on the spot and looked at the charging horse Monkey King. At that moment he had countless methods to release. Melee combat, essence spirit, bloodline, dermic treasures, puppets. However, on second thought, Su Zimo still chose to summon his grotto heavens. Although he had successfully condensed 5 grotto heavens, he did not know how much combat strength each grotto heaven could unleash or what would happen when he went against other minor grotto heavens. Due to some curiosity, Su Zimo propped up a minor grotto heaven behind him. The minor grotto heaven was filled with red, green, and purple light. There were also stars that filled the skies, bedazzling and thunderous. Immortal grotto heaven. Rumble. What shocked everyone present was that the moment Su Zimo's grotto heaven appeared, the minor grotto heaven of the horse Monkey King in midair had already begun to collapse. It was completely helpless and turned into countless grotto heaven fragments in the blink of an eye. Without the protection of the minor grotto heaven, before the horse Monkey King's figure could descend, he was riddled with holes and bled profusely from the starlight that burst forth from the immortal grotto heaven. Before he could escape, another bolt of lightning flashed and landed on him. The horse Monkey King was reduced to ashes instantly without a corpse left. Wah! The horse Monkey Kings opened their mouths subconsciously in shock. The difference was way too great. Before the clansman could even touch the comber of Su Zimo's clothes, his essence spirit was destroyed in midair. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the horse Monkey Kings would have even thought that Su Zimo had condensed a major grotto heaven. Although they were both minor grotto heavens, in front of the immortal grotto heaven that Su Zimo supported, the horse Monkey King's grotto heaven was simply vulnerable like paper. Not to mention them. Even Su Zimo was shocked. However, before long he calmed down. After all, the immortal grotto heaven had a taboo mystic classic like the Three Pure Ones Jade Manual as its foundation, and it synthesized many top-notch cultivation techniques. Countless powerful dermic Dao runes were nurtured in the grotto heaven. The horse Monkey King opposite him had only released a minor grotto heaven as well, but how could it compare to the immortal grotto heaven? Monkey King Scarlet Sea frowned and could vaguely sense that Su Zimo seemed to be a little troublesome. Kill! The remaining 11 ordinary kings of the horse monkey lineage reacted quickly and were enraged. They hollered and attacked at the same time, releasing their minor grotto heavens. Boom! 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 11 minor grotto heavens enveloped down, wanting to shatter the immortal grotto heaven. However, the immortal grotto heaven remained unmoved. Enveloped by the immortal grotto heaven, Su Zimo was unharmed as well. Not only that, the dermic Dao runes that surged out of the immortal grotto heavens made the 11 grotto heavens sway and even show signs of collapse. What? The 4 peerless kings of the horse monkey lineage were shocked and their expressions were grim. Even 11 minor grotto heavens could not suppress the minor grotto heaven of this single person. Monkey King Scarlet Sea seemed to have thought of something and his eyes intensified. It seemed like this lad had obtained many benefits from the Emperor weapon of combat. Among them should be the taboo mystic classic. If not for that, this lad's minor grotto heaven would not be so powerful. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks had already begun to appear on the minor grotto heavens of the 11 ordinary kings of the horse monkey lineage. The horse monkey kings widened their eyes in shock. Although it was clearly the combination of 11 grotto heavens, it was as though Su Zimo's grotto heaven had suppressed the 11 kings. Bang! 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 When the four supreme kings saw that the situation was bad, they hurriedly propped up their grotto heavens and suppressed it. If they did not attack now, a few of the ordinary kings of the horse-monkey lineage would die. For grotto heavens appeared at the same time and released an extremely terrifying grotto heaven power, attacking the immortal grotto heaven continuously. The Dermic Dao runes in the immortal grotto heaven dimmed gradually and were greatly suppressed. Even so, the foundation of the immortal grotto heaven was still there and did not collapse. He can still hold on? The four peerless kings of the horse-monkey lineage were secretly alarmed, and the killing intent in their eyes intensified. This human had just entered the grotto heaven realm, and the minor grotto heaven he condensed was already so terrifying. If he was allowed to continue cultivating and developing, what would happen when he advanced further and condensed a major grotto heaven? A total of 15 grotto heavens of various sizes, including the 4 supreme kings and 11 ordinary kings, exerted strength at the same time, wanting to obliterate the Dermic Dao runes of the immortal grotto heaven and kill Su Zimo. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo had a calm expression. In fact, he did not even attempt to counterattack intentionally. Instead, he carefully sensed the power of the immortal grotto heaven and compared it against them. "You guys are too weak." Right then, Su Zimo shook his head gently and said indifferently. Immediately after, on the other side of the immortal grotto heaven, the void collapsed strangely in front of everyone and condensed another minor grotto heaven. A second grotto heaven appeared. Hiss! When they saw that, even Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada's expressions changed starkly. This human had actually cultivated 2 grotto heavens when he entered the grotto heaven realm. In the second grotto heaven, majestic gods and Buddhas appeared. Their palms were pressed together and they looked down at the surrounding 15 horse monkey kings, chanting booming Sanskrit. Green lotus flowers descended from the skies and immortal golden lotus flowers surged on the ground. Gore! Roar! Beside the Buddhas, divine dragons and divine elephants circled and roared into the skies. Even Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada were shocked by such a phenomenon, let alone the ordinary kings and supreme kings present. What grotto heaven was that? Although their peak grotto heavens were infinitely powerful, no phenomenon like that had appeared. The Buddhas appeared and Sanskrit reverberated. Divine dragons and divine elephants roared as heavenly flowers fell, while lotuses gushed out from the ground. The Buddhist grotto heaven descended. The Sanskrit of the Buddhas and the roar of the dragons and elephants sounded and spread throughout the path to heaven. The 15 horse monkey kings surrounding Su Zimo suffered the greatest impact. The 11 ordinary kings in the beginning could barely hold on against the Dermic Dao runes of the immortal grotto heaven. The moment the second Buddhist grotto heaven descended and Sanskrit sounded, the 11 minor grotto heavens collapsed. They were not the only ones. Even the grotto heavens of the 4 supreme kings swayed continuously. Their lights dimmed and they swayed, ready to collapse at any moment. Just 2 minor grotto heavens were so powerful. "We can't let this person live." Monkey King Scarlet Sea hollered and took a step forward without hesitation, supporting his perfected grotto heaven. Behind him, a scarlet blood sea appeared with a majestic aura and an incomparably domineering aura. The power of the grotto heaven was powerful and invincible. Fortunately, there's the 2 of us presiding over here. Monkey King Mada rejoiced internally as well and said in a deep voice, "We have to kill him today." However, in the next moment, they saw the most unforgettable and shocking scene in their lives. The remaining 17 horse monkey kings attacked at the same time. Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada propped up perfected grotto heavens at the same time and surrounded Su Zimo. The might of the 2 perfected grotto heavens was extremely ferocious. The blood sea surged and torrential waves gushed everywhere. Among the living beings of the 10,000 races, there were many who were good at using the Dermic Dao of flames. However, the strongest were the Divine Feng, the Divine Huang race and the Illumination Dragon lineage of the Dragon race. There were also many who were good at using the Dermic Dao of water. The strongest should be the Kuan race. However, as the strongest bloodline of the horse monkey lineage, the red-buttocked horse monkey, apart from being proficient in yin and yang, was also innately close to the dermic Tao of water and was not inferior to the Kuan race in terms of controlling and manipulating water. Around Su Zimo, mist filled the air and blotted out the skies, crushing down towards the two immortal and Buddhist minor grotto heavens. However, those were perfected grotto heavens after all, and the difference in strength between them and minor grotto heavens were way too great. Although the immortal and Buddhist grotto heavens were condensed using taboo mystic classics as the foundation, they could not defend against the impact of perfected grotto heavens still. Furthermore, there were more than 10 ordinary kings and supreme kings attacking together. Creak, creak, creak. A strange sound sounded from the immortal and Buddhist grotto heavens. Dermic Tao runes flickered, and even the aura of the three pure ones gradually dissipated, causing the stars to dim. The Buddhas were enveloped in a layer of water vapor, and Sanskrit was intermittent. When the green and golden lotuses were tainted by the grotto heaven power of Monkey King Scarlet Sea, their strength decreased greatly. The blood sea that surged in the perfected grotto heaven condensed by Monkey King Scarlet Sea was filthy and evil. It was extremely easy for him to cripple spirit treasures and destroy grotto heavens. The immortal and Buddhist grotto heavens swayed violently, as though they would collapse at any moment. When Monkey King Scarlet Sea saw that the situation was settled, he relaxed and looked at Su Zimo, who was trapped in the middle, with a mocking expression. You can actually condense two grotto heavens. You're indeed powerful and can be said to be unprecedentedly outstanding. Fufu, but in my eyes you're still too weak. Monkey King Scarlet Sea returned those words to Su Zimo. Monkey King Mada sneered as well. There's a world of difference between a minor grotto heaven and a perfected grotto heaven. Do you think you can make up for the difference by condensing two minor grotto heavens? Against the mockery of the two peak kings, Su Zimo had a calm expression and said indifferently, "Oh, three then." The surrounding horse monkey kings were stunned and did not understand the meaning of Su Zimo's words for a moment. However, there was a doubt in their minds the entire time. They did not understand why the human could still be so calm in such a situation without any panic on his face. Boom! Right then, the void beside Su Zimo collapsed once more with a loud bang. This is... Monkey King Scarlet Sea's pupils constricted as he stared at the collapsed void. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be a third minor grotto heaven? How was that possible? The fact that a living being of the 10,000 races could condense two grotto heavens after advancing to the grotto heaven realm was already unprecedented. Could this human have actually condensed three minor grotto heavens? Throughout history, he had never heard of such a situation. Monkey King Scarlet Sea could not believe it. However, in the next moment, under the gazes of the horse monkey kings, Su Zimo's third minor grotto heaven appeared against the suppression of more than 10 minor, major and perfected grotto heavens. The 12 demon kings roared into the skies with torrential demonic chi and surging combat intent. There were also the 4 sacred beasts who emitted peerless might and stared at the surrounding horse monkey kings with cold gazes. The demon grotto heaven had appeared. When the third minor grotto heaven was released, the pressure on the immortal and Buddhist grotto heavens decreased greatly and gradually stabilized. Of course, the dermic Tao runes of the third minor grotto heaven was still suppressed against the impact of more than 10 minor, major and perfected grotto heavens and could not counterattack. Furthermore, Monkey King Scarlet Sea had the bloodline of the red-buttocked horse monkey, and the strength of his perfected grotto heaven condensed far exceeded his peers. It was definitely not easy. However, that scene was way too shocking. Monkey King Scarlet Sea, Monkey King Mada and the others were shocked and could not hide the astonishment in their eyes. After this human entered the grotto heaven realm, he actually condensed 3 minor grotto heavens. If news of this spread, it would even cause a huge commotion among the living beings of the 10,000 races of the medium Kiliacosm, let alone them. The moment he stepped into the grotto heaven realm, he condensed 3 minor grotto heavens and fought against 18 kings. Among them, there were 4 supreme kings and 2 peak kings. Such combat strength could not be said to be weak. Even Monkey King Scarlet Sea did not have the confidence to say anything mocking. Thankfully, the 3 minor grotto heavens were still not enough to pose much of a threat to them. Monkey King Scarlet Sea heaved a sigh of relief and thought to himself that he was lucky. Fortunately, he brought more people out this time round. If he had chased in pursuit by himself, the outcome might have been indeterminate. The combat intent emitted by Su Zimo's third grotto heaven was familiar to the horse monkey kings. That combat intent was even stronger than the combat intent on their bodies. Most importantly, the demonic chi in this minor grotto heaven was way too dense. Apart from the red-buttocked horse monkey, who could still resist a little against the bloodline pressure emitted by the 4 sacred beasts, ordinary horse monkey kings felt their hearts skip a beat, and they had difficulties circulating their bloodlines. This was a complete suppression in terms of bloodline. Some ordinary kings of the horse monkey lineage looked at Su Zimo with fear. Even the 4 supreme kings had a hint of fear on their faces. Monkey King Mada's expression softened slightly when he saw that they were still firmly in control of the situation and had the upper hand. However, when he saw that many horse monkey kings beside him were intimidated by the auras of Su Zimo's 3 minor grotto heavens, he could not help but feel enraged and shouted, "The 3 minor grotto heavens are nothing much. How can a human king with only minor grotto heavens turn the tables? No matter how weak they were, they could not lose in terms of aura." "Is that so?" Su Zimo raised his brow slightly and said indifferently. For then, the moment he said that, the void beside him collapsed once more. "What?" The remaining 10-odd horse monkey kings were shocked and exclaimed in disbelief when they saw that the 4th minor grotto heaven appeared. Compared to the previous 3 minor grotto heavens, this minor grotto heaven did not make much noise. Instead, it was extremely calm and silent, filled with a deathly lifelessness. There were only tombs with long swords stabbed into them. However, after the minor grotto heaven appeared, the horse monkey kings present smelled a strong aura of death. It was as though the tombs in the grotto heaven were prepared for them. Somehow, there seemed to be a mysterious power that wanted to drag them into the tombs of the minor grotto heaven and bury them. The Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb descended and 4 minor grotto heavens appeared at the same time. The situation reversed immediately. The grotto heavens of the ordinary kings and supreme kings of the horse monkey lineage began to shake violently, as though they could not withstand the burden and could collapse at any moment. Only Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada could still hold on with all their might. F4. Monkey King Mada was already pale from fear. His lips trembled and his voice quivered. "Mada, shut up." When Monkey King Scarlet Sea heard Monkey King Mada speak, he shuddered in fear and cursed angrily. He glared angrily and wished he could go up and cover the latter's mouth. Every time Mada mocked Su Zimo, another grotto heaven would appear. If this continued, they would all die here. Unfortunately, Monkey King Scarlet Sea was still a step too late. "For won't do either? 5 then, I guess." Su Zimo's voice sounded once more. The void beside the 4 minor grotto heavens collapsed once more. The 5th minor grotto heaven appeared. The Yin Yang grotto heaven. The moment a phantom appeared in the 5th minor grotto heaven, the ordinary kings around could no longer hold on and their minor grotto heavens began to collapse. When the Yin Yang grotto heaven completely appeared, the grotto heavens of the 4 supreme kings collapsed as well. If not for the perfected grotto heavens of the 2 peak kings, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and Monkey King Mada, blocking more than half of the power of the 5 minor grotto heavens, these ordinary kings and supreme kings of the horse monkey lineage would have been killed by the power of Su Zimo's grotto heavens immediately. Su Zimo was surrounded by 5 minor grotto heavens that manifested various phenomenons. Dermic Dao runes shone resplendently and his aura was torrential, insufferably arrogant. Like a god, the combat intent of the 11 ordinary kings of the horse monkey lineage collapsed completely as their grotto heavens dissipated and they no longer had the mood to fight. The longer they stayed here, the worse their injuries would be. The 11 ordinary kings of the horse monkey lineage shouted one after another with panicked expressions. They dragged their severely injured bodies and fled back the way they came. "Nobody is allowed to escape," Monkey King Scarlet Sea hollered angrily. However, with their lives at stake, who could care about others? Actually, it was not only the 11 ordinary kings. Even he wanted to retreat. When the 5 minor grotto heavens appeared, Monkey King Mada's perfected grotto heaven was already showing signs of collapse. His scarlet sea grotto heaven could not last long either. When the 4 peerless kings of the horse-monkey lineage saw that, their hearts wavered as well, prepared to retreat. Fight! Right then, a deafening shout suddenly sounded from the end of the path to heaven, emitting a torrential combat intent that charged into the clouds. When Su Zimo heard that voice, he finally smiled. Monkey was out of seclusion. Suddenly, a tall and burly figure flew out of the thick and gigantic emperor weapon of combat. His arms were extremely long and his eyes shone with a sanguine light. He strode past Su Zimo and the others and chased after the 11 escaping horse-monkey kings. Monkey was very smart. After obtaining the inheritance of great emperor combat and the synthesis of the 4 great bloodlines, his cultivation realm had already broken through to the perfected paradise void realm. He was only a step away from the grotto heaven realm. However, he was still only a perfected spirit after all. He had almost no chance of winning against supreme and peak kings. Furthermore, Su Zimo had the upper hand now. What he wanted to do was to retain the 11 ordinary kings who were escaping. Actually, Su Zimo was planning to attack with all his might to kill Monkey King Scarlet Sea, and the others while releasing the 6 Ding 6 Jia gods to chase after the remaining 11 horse monkey kings at the same time. However, when he saw Monkey break out of seclusion, he did not use any other methods. It was not that he was deliberately holding back, but Monkey had suppressed his anger for many years. It was not enough for him to vent everything just by killing a single horse monkey. But now that Monkey had obtained all the inheritances of great emperor combat and synthesized for bloodlines, his combat strength increased exponentially. It was a good opportunity for him to vent his anger on the 11 horse monkey kings who had escaped and test his combat strength. It would not be too late for him to lend a helping hand if Monkey truly met with danger. Although the path to heaven was wide, there were no other directions after all, no forks or places to hide. Monkey descended from the skies with widened eyes. Suddenly, a combat soul that was 10,000 feet tall rose behind him. It moved identically to him and raised its feet, stomping down fiercely. 2 horse monkey kings who were escaping suddenly felt their vision turn black. They looked up instinctively and saw a large shadow enveloping them, covering the skies. In their shock, the 2 of them raised their arms and raised them to defend. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs. The bodies of the 2 horse monkey kings paused. The next moment, the sound of bones cracking sounded from their bodies and their bodies were crushed by Monkey Stomp. Their essence spirits were destroyed and they died. As for Monkey, he raised his arms high and his furry hand that blotted out the sky seemed to be holding something in midair as he smashed it towards the escaping horse monkey kings. This scene was a little strange. Monkey's hands were clearly empty. There was still a distance between him and the group of escaping horse monkey kings. If he smashed down like this, he would not be able to injure anyone at all. However, at that moment, a violent tremor sounded from the end of the path to heaven. Rumble! The thick and gigantic pitch-black stone pillar rose from the abyss of the starry skies and transformed into a black streak of light, arriving between Monkey's hands instantly. The Emperor Weapon of Combat. Initially, this Emperor Weapon of Combat was incomparably thick and resembled a heaven-piercing stone pillar. However, when it landed in Monkey's hands, it had already transformed and shrunk, matching the space in Monkey's hands perfectly. Just as Monkey descended from the sky and raised his hands to smash down, the Emperor Weapon of Combat landed in his palm. On the staff, the word Combat appeared and emitted a blinding golden light. The few escaping horse monkey kings turned around and were scared out of their wits when they saw that. They hurriedly summoned their divine weapons and spirit treasures, wanting to defend against this attack. However, even if the Emperor Weapon of Combat was shattered, it was indestructible. Coupled with Monkey's bloodline, combat soul and the 8 times increase in combat strength thanks to combating the universe, it was simply unstoppable and destroyed everything. Boom! There was a loud bang. The 6 ordinary horse monkey kings were smashed into meat paste by Monkey's staff that descended from the skies. Blood splattered and they died. If the 2 parties had fought normally, the outcome would have been unpredictable and things would not have turned out this way. Even if Monkey could win, he would have to spend some effort. However, the minor grotto heavens of the horse monkey kings were shattered by Su Zimo and they lost their strongest reliance. One after another, they were severely injured and their combat strength was greatly reduced. They could not defend against Monkey, who had broken out of seclusion in his peak state with the emperor weapon of combat. Monkey came out of seclusion and descended from the skies, trampling 2 ordinary kings while bashing another 6 to death with a single staff strike. In just one attack, he killed 8 ordinary kings of the horse monkey lineage. After landing, Su Zimo glanced over and could not help but notice something amiss. Monkey's cultivation realm had increased compared to before. However, that was not the greatest change. The greatest change came from his appearance. Monkey's figure looked much stronger than before and his arms were longer. If one observed carefully, they would be able to tell that there was an additional pair of ears on both sides of Monkey's face. A total of 4 ears moved slightly and were extremely agile. Furthermore, the hairless spots on Monkey's body seemed to have turned rough, as though they had turned into stone. Monkey's eyes surged with a sanguine light. However, under the sanguine light, both his left and right eyes would glow with a black and white light. This is the yin-yang eye? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed the reason for Monkey's change. There were a total of 11 ordinary kings of the horse monkey lineage who escaped. Monkey had killed 8 of them and there were actually 3 left. However, some of the 3 of them were proficient in some concealment techniques and some used spirit treasures and dermic weapons to restrain their auras and hide their tracks. Although the tracks of the 3 horse monkey kings were concealed, they could not hide from Su Zimo's senses. Just as he was about to warn Monkey's gaze intensified and his eyes turned black and white, as though he could see through the void and break through all obstacles. The figure of one of the horse monkey kings immediately appeared in his vision. "Fight!" Monkey hollered and raised the emperor weapon of combat, smashing it towards the horse monkey king with a terrifying aura. The horse monkey king used a secret skill to hide his tracks and was moving slowly into the distance silently. How could he have thought that he would be exposed so quickly? A loud shout that sounded like thunder exploded in his ears. The horse monkey king could not help but be shocked. If he had reacted a little slower, he would have been smashed to death by Monkey's staff. The moment Monkey attacked the horse monkey king, a figure appeared behind him. It was another horse monkey king. When that person saw that his clansmen were hiding and could not escape Monkey's pursuit, he decided to take the risk and fight with his life. As long as he killed Monkey, he would have a chance of survival. Monkey smashed his staff towards the horse monkey king in front of him. Behind him, another horse monkey king appeared and raised his staff as well, smashing towards the top of Monkey's head. The 2 of them attacked almost at the same time. The horse monkey king had lost his grotto heaven and was severely injured. His body was on the verge of collapse. However, his eyesight was still sharp and the timing of his attack was extremely ingenious. It could be said to be perfect. Monkey smashed the horse monkey king in front of him to death. It was already too late to dodge and he could only tilt his head slightly. Clang! The staff struck Monkey's shoulder heavily with a loud bang. The sound was a little strange. It did not seem like it struck flesh and blood. Instead, it sounded like it struck an incomparably hard rock. The horse monkey king's arms trembled and his staff bounced high. He could not hold it properly and his hands went numb with a shocked expression. Monkey staggered as well and grimaced in pain. However, his eyes were filled with excitement. A tuft of the long fur on his shoulders was knocked off, revealing rough skin that was almost petrified. That strike did indeed hurt him, but it did not injure his bones. The yin-yang I released previously was the inheritance of the red-buttocked horse monkey bloodline. The secret skill that petrified flesh earlier on was inherited from the stone monkey of numinous wisdom. Of course, the main reason was because the horse monkey king who attacked had lost his grotto heaven and his blood chi was severely exhausted. His combat strength greatly weakened. Otherwise, Monkey would not have dared to take the strike head-on with his body. He had indeed received the inherited memories of the 4 strongest bloodlines of the ape race, but he had yet to completely absorb and digest them and cultivate them to greater mastery. Hee. Monkey turned around and grinned at the horse Monkey King. He charged forward and his blood chi surged. He raised his staff and charged forward. The 10,000 feet combat soul followed like a shadow. With just a few strikes, the horse Monkey King could no longer hold on and was shattered, dying on the spot. There was still one horse Monkey King left. Monkey circulated his yin-yang eye and surveyed his surroundings, but he did not discover anything unusual. However, his 4 ears moved gently, as though he had captured something. He tapped the ground with the tip of his feet and his figure was extremely agile. In an instant, he arrived beside a pile of corpses. Monkey extended his huge hand and pierced through the pile of corpses with a bang, grabbing the last ordinary king of the horse monkey lineage from within. Ga. Monkey burst into laughter and grabbed the person's throat with one hand while raising his staff with the other, shattering the head of the horse Monkey King. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. This pursuit took an extremely short time and could be said to be straightforward without any hesitation. This battle of him fighting others who were above his level was not enough to prove anything. After all, Su Zimo had already crippled more than half of the combat strength of the 11 horse Monkey Kings. However, the many methods that Monkey revealed earlier on were truly shocking. At the end of the path to heaven, Monkey King Scarlet Sea and the others who were suppressed by Su Zimo's 5 minor grotto heavens were shocked when they sensed that. What did they just see? In just 10 seconds, this sanguine ape released the legacy secret skills of the connected arms sanguine ape, red-buttocked horse monkey, 6-eared macaque and stone monkey of numinous wisdom consecutively. How was that possible? What made their hearts skip a beat was that their cultivation realms were clearly far above Monkey, who was at the perfected 1 realm. However, when Monkey released his blood chi, they had the urge to submit and worship him. It was as though it was an imprint that came from the depths of their souls and bloodlines and was difficult to resist. When they met Monkey's gaze, they felt like they were facing a superior. Something big has happened. Monkey King Scarlet Sea was no longer shocked. Instead, he felt a sense of horror and fear. The 5 minor grotto heavens before him had already made his scalp tingle. And now, what was going on with this monkey that had just jumped out? Escape! Monkey King Scarlet Sea could no longer care about his dignity and growled. Instantly, he circulated his bloodline to its limits and released his bloodline phenomenon. Coupled with the Scarlet Sea grotto heaven, he wanted to escape. Do you think you can escape? Sensing Monkey King Scarlet Sea's intentions, Su Zimo said indifferently. Earlier on, he focused most of his attention on Monkey and was worried that something would happen to the latter. Therefore, he did not exert his strength the entire time. Now that Monkey King Scarlet Sea wanted to escape, he channeled his essence spirit and endless dermic Tao runes spewed out of the 5 minor grotto heavens. They were bedazzling and overturned like a surging tide. Boom! Monkey King Mada's perfected grotto heaven could not withstand it and collapsed instantly. The figures of the 4 supreme kings were drowned by the dermic Tao runes emitted by the 5 minor grotto heavens as well. Accompanied by tragic cries, their flesh and bones were obliterated and turned to dust. Monkey King Mada was a peak king after all and had a powerful bloodline and physique. However, with the 5 minor grotto heavens erupting at the same time, he did not last long before dying inside. Several new tombs were added to the Zenith Heaven Sword Tomb. Monkey King Scarlet Sea had already fallen into the encirclement of 5 minor grotto heavens. The power of the grotto heavens spread and destroyed everything. He would be lucky to survive for 10 breaths, let alone escape. Su Zimo had just advanced to the grotto heaven realm when he came out of seclusion this time round and had never fought against other kings using his minor grotto heavens. Therefore, he did not summon 5 minor grotto heavens right away. Instead, he released them one by one and slowly sensed the improvements and changes that each minor grotto heaven brought to him. Now that Monkey had already obtained an opportunity and escaped danger, he did not intend to tangle with Monkey King Scarlet Sea. The 5 minor grotto heavens exerted strength at the same time and dermic Tao runes spewed out endlessly. There were tens of thousands of rays of light and auspicious colors. Lightning flashed, Thunder rumbled. Buddhas, dragons and elephants appeared and Sanskrit reverberated. A group of demons roared. The 4 sacred beasts blotted out the sky. The sword tomb stood tall and yin and yang fused. The power released by the 5 minor grotto heavens at the same time was filled with phenomenons and was way too terrifying. Monkey King Scarlet Sea's bloodline phenomenon collapsed the moment it was released. No matter how filthy and evil the blood sea in the perfected grotto heaven behind him was, it could not defend against everything and dried up rapidly, obliterated by countless dermic Tao runes. Monkey King Scarlet Sea's face was pale, as though he wanted to say something. However, as his Scarlet Sea grotto heaven collapsed, his figure was torn apart by the 5 minor grotto heavens as well. His soul dissipated and he died. More than 280 years had passed since the 18-horse monkey kings from the sanguine ape world gave chase. Now they were completely wiped out without a single survivor. This group of horse monkey kings who submitted to the blessed heaven world died on the path to heaven. It was as though everything was predestined. The 4 bloodlines have already fused? Su Zimo asked. Monkey scratched his head. They should have fused. Furthermore, something else seems to have awakened in the depths of my mind and I obtained some even more ancient lineage memories. Su Zimo nodded to himself. In other words, apart from the stone monkey of numinous wisdom, the connected arms sanguine ape, 6-eared macaque and the red-buttocked horse monkey, Monkey had also obtained some other legacies. Monkey's situation should not be limited to just the synthesis of the 4 bloodlines. The synthesis of the 4 bloodlines seemed to have undergone an even more wondrous change on Monkey. The pressure emitted by Monkey's bloodline aura made Su Zimo feel a sense of déjà vu. Back then, when his second disciple Carefree's bloodline erupted in the yin-yang ground and released the Kuan-Peng diagram, he released such a might that even the grade 12 creation Green Lotus was slightly shaken. According to King Earth Kuan, this seemed to be a sign of bloodline atavism. Of course, Monkey's bloodline was clearly not completely synthesized. At the very least, he only had 4 ears. If it was completely synthesized, he should be able to transform 6 ears that could listen to the world and understand everything. With a thought from Monkey, the shattered Emperor weapon of combat shrunk to the size of a needle instantly and was casually thrown into his ear, disappearing. Although the Emperor weapon of combat was shattered, it was a treasure left behind by Great Emperor Combat after all. If Monkey nurtured and nourished it in his grotto heaven while refining it, it might be able to recover to its peak in the future. After this battle, the 2 of them gained a lot. They cleaned up the battlefield briefly before heading in the direction where they came from on the path to heaven. They arrived in front of the black hole. As long as they left this place, the 2 of them would return to the medium kiliacosm. Suddenly, Monkey stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking at the corpses on the path to heaven in silence. Those corpses were the ancestors of the sanguine ape world. Monkey had always been carefree and unbridled. However, at that moment, a hint of sadness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, Monkey suddenly said, "In the bloodline inheritance I obtained, I saw some shattered scenes related to the battle back then." Su Zimo did not say anything and merely listened quietly. In the Heaven Conquest battle that lasted for several eras, the Fiend Lord recounted a lot of the past. However, there was no mention of Great Emperor Combat and the Martial Tao Prime Body did not have the time to ask. Monkey said, "Back then, Senior Combat used the Combat Dermic Tao to forcefully establish this path to heaven, because he wanted to reach the heavens and kill his way into the heavenly court. On the path to heaven, he encountered many obstacles and led his clansmen into a bloody battle. Not only did he pass through the blessed heaven world, even the emperors who descended from Power Heaven could not stop him. Later on, Great Emperor Power Heaven attacked. Great Emperor Power Heaven. According to the Fiend Lord, he was one of the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court." Monkey revealed a reminiscent expression and said slowly, "The 2 of them fought on the path to heaven and Senior Combat was always at a disadvantage. However, in the end, Senior Combat released the final move of the combat totem." At that point, Monkey paused for a moment and his tone gradually turned solemn. He said word by word, "With this move, Senior Combat killed Great Emperor Power Heaven and the path to heaven broke because of it as well." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and he could not hide the shock in his eyes. The broken path to heaven, the death of great Emperor Combat, as well as the inheritances left behind were things that he had seen with his own eyes. However, he did not expect great Emperor Combat to kill a great emperor of the 9 heavens in the heaven conquest battle back then. According to the Fiend Lord, the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court came from the major Kiliacosm and were all above the great emperor realm. Even though their cultivation realms were greatly weakened in the medium Kiliacosm due to the restrictions of the heaven and earth laws, their combat strength was still nothing to be scoffed at. Otherwise, the alliance of the 9 great emperors would not have sealed the medium Kiliacosm for several eras and won the heaven conquest battle time and time again. Even so, great Emperor Combat still killed one. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of something else. According to the scene Monkey saw, great Emperor Power Heaven was already dead in the combat era. However, in reality, in the next era, which was the Zenith Heaven era, there were still 9 great emperors in the heavenly court. That also confirmed what the Fiend Lord said. He and the 9 great emperors of the heavenly court had endless lifespans and immortality. Or rather, great Emperor Power Heaven was indeed killed by great Emperor Combat back then. However, great Emperor Power Heaven would still revive and recover his cultivation to return to Power Heaven and preside over the heavenly court. It was also because of this that great Emperor Infinite did not kill great Emperor Flame Heaven and the Lord of Hell. That was because he knew that he could not kill the 2 of them completely with his own strength. Killing the 2 of them would instead give them a chance to revive. If the 2 of them were imprisoned in the Greater Avicii and endured endless pain, in a sense they would have killed the 2 of them. The Fiend Lord did not reveal the secret of immortality. Perhaps the answer could only be found in the major Kiliacosm. Su Zimo gradually composed himself and looked at the end of the path to heaven, lamenting internally. Although great Emperor Combat killed great Emperor Power Heaven, he had no strength to ascend to the heavens. He could only leave his inheritance on the path to heaven and wait for his descendants. The last move of the combat totem was indeed terrifying. However, Su Zimo's cultivation realm was insufficient and he could not comprehend the profundities within. The 2 of them stood solemnly and looked at the path to heaven that was filled with corpses and blood silently, as though they could see countless sanguine ape figures roaring and charging forward. The 2 of them bowed deeply with respectful expressions before cupping their hands in farewell. In the vast starry skies. First, where should we go next? Monkey asked. This time round, he had no intention of returning after leaving the Sanguine Ape world. He had killed a member of the horse-monkey lineage in the Sanguine Ape world. If he returned to the Sanguine Ape world, he might bring trouble to it instead. Indeed, Su Zimo had a place to go. This time round, his first stop after leaving the Sword World was the Sanguine Ape world, intending to check on Monkey. The second stop would be this place. Just as Su Zimo was about to speak, his expression changed. As though he sensed something, he looked towards the starry skies on the other side. There was nothing on the other side, but Su Zimo's gaze was fixed with a grim expression. A moment later, the starry skies suddenly split open and an old ape walked out. Emperor Realm experts. The moment the old ape appeared, Su Zimo felt an immense pressure. This was clearly the aura and pressure of an Emperor Realm expert. Thankfully, Su Zimo did not sense any hostility or danger from the old ape. Monkey had never seen the old ape before. However, he could tell that the old ape should be from the Sanguine Ape world and was of the connected arms Sanguine Ape bloodline. Given his original cultivation, he did not have much chance of coming into contact with the old ape. The 2 of you are really lucky to be able to avoid the pursuit of more than 10 kings. The old ape heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 of them were fine. The black hole isolated everything and the old ape clearly did not know about the situation on the path to heaven. Ever since the 2 horse-monkey emperors of the Sanguine Ape world left and there was no more surveillance, the old ape moved immediately in search of Monkey and Su Zimo. A long time later, he sensed an abnormal spatial fluctuation and descended, bumping into Monkey and Su Zimo. For some unknown reason, after seeing Monkey, the old ape clearly felt something amiss, as though his bloodline was suppressed and he felt a little uncomfortable. Strange. The old ape was puzzled. The difference in cultivation realm between the two of them was huge. Even if there was any suppression, it should be his towards monkey. The old ape swept his gaze and suddenly fixed his gaze on the ears on both sides of monkey. Immediately after, his eyes widened in disbelief.